Thank you, everybody. So we will have Liana Zizulina come up to make the opening remarks for today. Liana Zizulina, I'll just say a few words, is someone who was born and raised in the Rokor, the Russian Orthodox Church outside Russia. And she was for many years the attorney for the Synod of the Rokor and a very dedicated member of our church. That's also my present jurisdiction. And Liana has been disturbed by the role of the Russian Orthodox Church and the patriarch commemorated in Rokor churches in the war against Ukraine, and started going to an OCA church in the wake of the war, and has been vocal and has published on public orthodoxy more than one article expressing her position. And that's been very appreciated because she's really like a voice crying out in the wilderness as far as that specific jurisdiction abroad is concerned. And so, Liana, thank you for coming. Liana came here and is contributing her precious time and resources to be here with us. Thank you, Liana.
Thank you, Sister Vasa. So I'm not the expert. You're going to hear from experts later on. So I'll be brief. As Sister Vasa mentioned, I grew up in Rokor. It was, when I experienced it as a child, a nonconformist church. My family left Russia after the revolution. My grandmother worshipped in the underground church in Russia before she left. She left in 1926, a year after Patriarch Tikhon died. She very much venerated him. We were raised in a church that protested against communism regularly. We picketed the Russian embassies on November 7th. The church spoke up on behalf of people who were unjustly imprisoned, religious dissidents, such as Father Gleb Yakunin, Father Dmitry Dudko, and many, many others. The church regularly contacted the State Department and Congress on behalf of religious dissidents. And as I grew up, I learned that more and more Orthodox churches were not in communion with Rokor, that Rokor was sort of an outlier because it wasn't part of the Moscow Patriarchate, that it had this weird canonical status, having become independent in 1921. But nonetheless, we were the voice of the persecuted Orthodox in Russia. And so today I feel like the nonconformist voice, the truth-telling voice of my church is basically gone. Now, in addition to nonconformism within Rokor, there were always other tendencies. It was not a church that ever examined what will Russia be like if there is no communism. The answer to that for Rokor would have been monarchy. So it retained an extremely strong attachment to those who are in power. And one of the elements that Sister Vasa uncovered and other people also spoke about, were personally aware of, was Rokor during World War II was in Germany and styled itself the official Orthodox Church of the Third Reich to Russian immigrants in Germany, and sent out an epistle welcoming the German invasion of the USSR. So Rokor always did have this, we're going to respond to those who are in power if they bring order. If they stop persecuting Orthodoxy, we're going to respond to them. And what happened in 2007, I, as a lawyer, thought was the right thing, because I thought the documents of Rokor said that it would stay independent until the end of godless communism in Russia. Godless communism by 2007 had ended. But the difficulty in the reunification is that attention wasn't paid to what kind of Russian Orthodox Church was ROCOR rejoining. Some people were probably more aware of the various aspects of Russian life than I was, and could understand that it was not the right thing to do. Already 10 years after the reunification in 2017, ROCOR put out a statement about the Russian Revolution. 2017, 100 years of the Russian Revolution. Interestingly enough, they blamed the West for the Russian Revolution. And that to me was kind of the first sign that they've stood things on their head. I mean, they received such enormous protection from the West. ROCOR came into the United States, benefited from freedom of religion, benefited from freedom of religion in Europe, in Australia, and somehow it's the West's fault that communism happened in Russia. And that should have been a signal that they were really already totally in sync with the Moscow Patriarchate. And of course, once the war starts, ROCOR clergy at best are silent, at worst, totally support Putin's view. I mean, we have Bishop Gabriel, who told, I believe it was Alex Jones, that Russia was forced to invade Ukraine. So today I feel like a nonconformist within a previously nonconformist church. As Sister Vasa mentioned, I've started attending an OCA parish. It's not that there's anything wrong with any OCA parish, but it is sad that the church that I grew up in has totally betrayed its basic beginnings. I don't want to speak more about Patriarch Tikhon or how people felt about him, because we're going to have the next speaker who is a total expert on the subject. I have a child's and a worshiper's perspective, but we're going to get the scholarly perspective. Just a second. Here we go. So Scott Kenworthy is a professor of history and religious studies at Miami University. He went to St. Vladimir Seminary. He's a specialist in the history of the Russian Orthodox Church. He got his PhD from Brandeis. He has a forthcoming biography of Patriarch Tikhon from Oxford University Press in 2025. His other two books were also really noteworthy for scholars of Russia. One was called The Heart of Russia and Trinity Sergius Lavra. It was about monasticism and society in the 19th and 20th century. And he contributed to the Russian album on a series called Understanding World Christianity. And he will speak to the subject of Patriarch Tikhon. So I really don't want to say more other than to say that, you know, my grandmother, who died when she was 98, was still lucid. By that point, I had gone to Russia to work on a legal reform project. And as fate happened, the first apartment that worked for us was a 5-minute walk from Donskoy Monastery, where Patriarch Tikhon's remains were. And it made my grandmother so very happy that I was taking my children to communion, literally steps from Patriarch Tikhon's remains. And the whole discussion of does the Moscow Patriarchate have grace or not never entered. I never took that position, never entered into our conversation. We assumed that it did. And we certainly assumed that Patriarch Tikhon had all the grace in the world. And on that, Scott, sorry if I went on too long.
Thank you, Lynn. Thanks.
Guess I'm in the water. Reverend Fathers, brothers and sisters, thank you for coming, and thank you to Sister Vasa and Father Kirill for organizing this conference and for inviting me. It's always, I mean, I've been working on this, on the life of Saint Tikhon for a dozen years or so. So this is kind of a passion and obsession with mine. And of course, it's very exciting for me to see finally it being completed. So for those of you who are in parishes, I'm happy to come talk about Saint Tikhon's life anywhere, anytime, invite me. And of course, we are, 2 weeks away from the hundred.
Neyse istiyordum. Precious cooking.
Yeah, April 7th is the 100th anniversary of his repose, which sadly is not being very well marked in our churches. I am invited to give a talk on St. Tikhon's life at the All-American Council of the OCA this summer. But there's not much happening for April 7th. I guess Rocor is doing something, but I'm not.
There's a special service.
Yeah, special service. Anyways, to begin, there have been few, if any, moments in the history of Christianity that the very survival and existence of the church was under threat from a hostile ideological and governmental force as much as during the Bolshevik Revolution. My talk will be kind of the opposite of Father Kirill's yesterday. He was looking at a span of 1,000 years. Mine will hone in on 7 or 8 years to follow in real detail the kind of how Patriarch Tikhon tried to navigate this incredibly tumultuous time. And I will spell out in detail, much of which may be new to you. Hopefully, I have a mixed audience, right? Some may know more or less background about the area, so hopefully this can speak to everybody. The conclusions are challenging to draw, right? It's not a black and white situation. Both Rocor and the Moscow Patriarchate, after Sergei, sort of claimed his legacy, right? That the Moscow Patriarchate said Patriarch Tikhon had already kind of made a compromise of sorts with the Soviet regime, and that Sergei was really just following the path that Patriarch Tikhon had already laid out. And of course, Rocor emphasized his anti-Soviet statements and, kind of championed that side and, not so much the other facets. I'd say to some extent, both of them missed the full picture, right? They were sort of latching on to specific aspects of what he said and did for their own ideological purposes, but we can discuss that after we work our way through the history. The other thing that sometimes is discussed is that in 1918, he proclaims, this anathema, which is very frequently interpreted as an anathema against the Bolsheviks. I will talk about that because that's not what it was intended. But then later on, he's arrested and he makes this kind of repentance in 1923 for his anti-Soviet statements. So some interpreters see him as having, this total shift from beginning as anti-Soviet and ending as kind of, broken or something like this. I see an overall consistency. There's a lot of nuances as the situation itself is changing. He's adapting and responding in different ways in different moments. But overall, I would say that he prioritized defending the church, right, and its faith and its canons, but at the same time knew that he was in a situation where the government had the reins of power and he had to find a way for the faithful, the church that he was the head of, to survive, right? That's ultimately, so kind of negotiating that situation. So before 1917, I mentioned already yesterday to those who are here that he was in North America for about 8 years, a long time. He traveled everywhere. He was the first bishop to visit Canada. He traveled all around Alaska, including places that no bishop had ever been before, like deep into the Yukon Delta. He traveled every year. He would spend like 6 months on the road, traveling back and forth between San Francisco and New York, down to Galveston, up to Minneapolis, just like literally everywhere. It was his goal to visit every single parish and, even fledgling congregations in North America. And he did, and many of them, of course, many times has consecrated the church here in Chicago on Levitt Street, Holy Trinity. Not only consecrated, but was actively involved. He was there looking at the plot of land on Levitt Street, and approved of that purchase and secured the money for its purchase and all kinds of things. I mean, he was quite extraordinary in his time in North America. When he goes back to Russia, of course, it was after the 1905 revolution. He returns in 1907. There's a lot of political turmoil and division in Russia already from that moment. And I would say he was one who consistently sought to avoid associating the church with political movements or politicizing the church. So he became Bishop of Yaroslavl in 1907 and Archbishop of Vilnius in 1914, both times when his predecessors had effectively been driven out because of the meddling influence of the far-right Union of Russian People. And so he knew he had to be very careful how he handled, let's say, the Union of Russian People, because these were influential and had an ear in court and in St. Petersburg and so on. But at the same time, he was not a supporter or a sympathizer with those kinds of political movements. So he extremely tactfully sort of remained on cordial terms with their sort of personally with some of the leader in Yaroslavl was a very faithful person, right? So he kind of, tried to not get on their bad side, let's say, but never became an active supporter. And somehow he managed to navigate this tricky moment. After the fall of the monarchy, as I spoke about yesterday, he quickly came to embrace the principle of democracy. But at the same time, even there, he resisted the attempts of the provisional government to interfere in the internal life of the church. So that he was already in the summer of 1917, so before the council begins, he's elected for the first, I think, only time in Russian history, the first popularly elected Archbishop of Moscow. He's elected partially because he's seen as somebody who defends the independence of the church from political forces, whether they are from the left or from the right. When the Bolsheviks first seized power in the end of October 1917, the Orthodox Church was actually pretty slow to respond. First of all, nobody expected them to last. And secondly, they also proclaimed themselves to be another provisional, temporary government until the Constituent Assembly, which was going to be this democratically elected body, was going to meet and determine the future of the government. So when the Bolsheviks started passing decrees, they sort of ignored them because it's like, well, the Constituent Assembly is going to overturn these things anyways. Everything changed in early January 1918 when the Bolsheviks closed the Constituent Assembly after one day because it didn't embrace the Bolshevik platform. And then a couple of weeks later, the first real assault of the church, of the Bolsheviks against the church when they tried to seize the Alexander Nevskaya Lavra in Petrograd. In parallel with this, and some decrees stripping the church of land and of its education and other things like this. So in conjunction with these sort of high-level things that were going on with the Bolsheviks, this transition of power left effectively a kind of vacuum of power on the ground. There was really no government in Russia. The Bolsheviks had Petrograd, but for most of the rest of the country, there was kind of chaos. There was literally anarchy. And this anarchy led to a lot of mob violence against, there was an infamous case that's actually Tikhon refers to in the anathema encyclical, where a group of drunken soldiers and sailors murdered these two former ministers of the provisional government in their hospital beds, right? They just storm into the hospital and just murder these people in their beds, right? This kind of stuff. And there was violence against churches, robbery, priests were getting murdered. But this was not by Bolshevik command. This was like spontaneous anger and violence and resentment that was overpouring. So this is a really crucial point to make about this anathema proclamation, which he issues on January 19th, 1918. The first point to make about this, one of his, if not most famous proclamation, is that it was apparently not actually authored by Patriarch Tikhon himself, So Archbishop Arseny Stadnitsky, who would become one of the three candidates for the patriarchate, recounts in his diary of that day, the previous day and that day, that actually the original draft of it was drafted by the archpriest Nikolai Lyubimov, and then it was kind of edited by committee, essentially, the sort of executive committee of the Sobor. And then it was signed. I mean, Tikhon was one of the contributors, you could say, to this text, but he was not like the sole author of it. But he agreed to sign it, to kind of take responsibility for it and have his voice behind it. But as I mentioned, this context is critical because the first part of this anathema proclamation is really directed against these episodes of spontaneous mob violence. And it's against that the encyclical uses the harshest language, referring to people committing such crimes with impunity as monsters of the human race. And it was also such people that were excommunicated and anathematized. And then only the second part of the encyclical specifically talks about measures that the Soviet regime was taking, and which ended with a criticism of, quote, the government, which promised to establish rights and truth in Rus, to ensure freedom and order everywhere, shows only the most unbridled high-handedness against everyone, and in particular over the Holy Orthodox Church, right? End quote. So it's strong words, right? He's saying he's protesting against things that the Bolsheviks were doing, but it's frequently interpreted that the anathema was an anathematization of the Bolshevik Revolution, which is in fact not what the text was trying to say. But the primary purpose of the encyclical, because it was addressed to believers, not to the Bolsheviks, most of whom, or many of whom, weren't Christian anyways, came at the end. What should the faithful do? How should the faithful respond? And this is a leitmotif of Tikhon's throughout his life and his career, both before and after the revolution, some of which I talked about yesterday, basically appealing to the believers to rise up and defend the church. So he's called on them, quote, to stand in defense of the church. While their opponents seize power over the church and its property using death-dealing weapons, believers must oppose them with the power of your faith, of your commanding nationwide cry, which will stop the madmen and demonstrate to them that they do not have the right to call themselves the champions of the good of the people, the builders of a new life at the behest of the people's mind, for they act directly against the people's conscience. The encyclical summoned believers to demonstrate their support for the church in the belief that, since they called themselves the people's government and claimed to rule on their behalf, the Bolsheviks would be compelled to listen to the voice of such a large proportion of the population and stop doing what they were doing, especially against the church. The encyclical also pleaded with believers to be ready to suffer for Christ. The clergy should summon their flock to defend the rights of the church by means of forming spiritual unions or brotherhoods, things that you already experience with in North America, kind of brotherhoods getting together, that these people would be a force to defend the church, but again, not violently, he was clearly emphasized. So the aim of the encyclical was not to encourage the overthrow of the Bolsheviks, but to summon popular support for the church so that the Bolsheviks would change course. Now, in hindsight, of course, we know that the Bolsheviks didn't have much qualms about using violence against even nonviolent resistance. But that episode of the Alexander Nevsky Lavra, when the Bolsheviks tried to seize it, somebody rang the bells and like 1,000 people, believers nearby who were sort of on the ready, came and congregated in the monastery and rebuffed the Bolsheviks from seizing it. So his kind of popular expression of defense of the church seemed to work then. So that's why he's already appealing to it. He attempted to clarify his message in a newspaper article that he gave a few days later on January 23rd, in which he proclaimed that this encyclical was not political, but only moral. Excommunication meant that the church was casting out murderers and robbers or those who defiled churches. When the interviewer asked whether people would be expelled from the church for associating with representatives of the government, St. Tikhon replied, quote, "We are not summoning to rebellion against the government, but only to struggle against its deformed and criminal fruits. The government can be monarchist or republican, constitutional democratic or Bolshevik, but it should not arouse with impunity such unparalleled upheavals and disintegration of moral principles," end quote. So he clearly articulated this position that he was, it was effectively a kind of exhortation to change, not a summons to counter-revolution. Right? And in fact, this summons to the people to come out and defend the church did actually happen. There were massive processions, religious processions, which were simultaneously kind of demonstrations in defense of the church in the winter and spring of 1918. And initially, it seemed to actually send the message he was hoping it would send. In other words, for the spring and into summer of 1918, the Bolsheviks kind of backed off their direct attack against the church. That would change as the Civil War sort of heated up. But there was a moment, a kind of brief moment in 1918, where it seemed like some on the Bolshevik side, as well as from within the church, could engage in some kind of dialogue and a compromise. By the way, this is a sort of theme throughout, but that every time a compromise was, because the Bolsheviks were varied too, right? They had different ideas about things. And every time there was close to a compromise, that compromise was repeatedly torpedoed by Lenin. Through the rest of 1918, the Patriarch remained outspoken in his criticisms of Bolshevik policies. He criticized the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in March 1918. He condemned the execution of Tsar Nicholas II in a sermon he delivered in the Kazansky Sobor right on Red Square, right? So pretty bold. And his criticisms culminated in a message he wrote to the Bolshevik leadership on the first anniversary of the revolution, where he said they failed to live up to their promises. They had promised to bring peace, but they had pulled Russia out of the war against Germany in this humiliating peace treaty, and instead turned the arms towards civil war. That they had promised freedom, but in fact, people were getting arrested all over the place. People were getting executed without trial. Hostages were taken and then killed just in retaliation if a Bolshevik happened to get murdered. Everybody could be accused of counter-revolution, et cetera, right? So he asks in this letter of the first anniversary, is it freedom when no one can openly express their opinion without danger of falling under the accusation of counter-revolution? Where is freedom of the press and freedom of speech? And so on. And he concluded his letter, again, with this kind of exhortation that the Bolsheviks change course and begin to rule for the good of the people. He was arrested as a consequence of this letter for the first time. At the end of 1918, he only stayed in jail under house arrest for a couple months. But he wrote a letter to the Soviet leadership in December of 1918, where he states directly, quote, "I do not sympathize with and cannot sympathize with many of the measures of the people's government, which I do not hide and openly wrote about in my letter to the People's Commissars before the celebration of the first anniversary of the October Revolution. But just as openly, I declared that it is not our affair to judge earthly power that has been allowed by God, and all the more to take action directed at its overthrow. It is our duty only to point out the deviations from Christ's great commandments of love, freedom, and brotherhood, and to call out actions based on violence and hatred, and to call everyone to Christ." And he continued, "The establishment of one or another form of government is not the business of the church, but of the people themselves. Be it a Tsar, a constitution, a president of a Russian republic, the people themselves must decide. The church does not tie itself for the ages to any particular form of government, because they have only relative historical significance. The church bears a different service. It is and should be the conscience of the government. Obeying the government in worldly matters, the church says to it that power is established by God, that is government power, to serve the people, to care for its good, to defend its interests, and that the church can bless only such an authority and such an order that brings people peace and truth, and not violence, resentment, and class animosity. So that's by the end of 1918. During the Civil War, which lasts from the end of 1918 through basically the beginning of 1921, his approach shifts somewhat. Perhaps, once the sort of lines were drawn between the Reds and the Whites during the Civil War, he was more cautious for what he said, especially publicly within the church, within Soviet territory itself. At any rate, he never openly or even secretly expressed his support for the whites. And in his sermons, he regularly spoke that the ultimate source of Russia's ills were spiritual and moral and could only be healed through spiritual and moral means, not through political and military means primarily, or first of all, right? So that was his aim. In 1919, at a critical moment, he issues only like 2 public encyclicals in 1919, one of which is against the pogroms that the white armies were mostly perpetrating against Jews during the conflict. And the second, where he called on clergy to remain politically neutral in the midst of the Civil War, that they should stand, quote, should stand above and beyond any political interests. The clergy specifically. They must remember the canonical rules of the Holy Church, which forbids its servants from interfering in the political life of the country, to belong to any parties, and even more, to make liturgical rites and sacred ceremonies into an instrument of political demonstrations, which some clergy were doing when the whites would capture a territory. Sometimes the clergy would have a Moyeben, a church service and Thanksgiving that the whites had conquered. He's saying, don't do that. In fact, because that was usually what then, once the Reds would recapture those territory, all those priests would be arrested and usually shot, right? So there was a pragmatic concern clearly in the patriarch making these statements. Clergy should avoid those who create strife and division, citing Romans 16, and obey human authorities in worldly affairs, citing 1 Peter 2. It was particularly important for them not to do anything that would justify the Soviet government's suspicions, and that they should obey its decrees, or any decrees, right, whether it was a red or a white government, so long as they do not contradict faith and piety. This message of 1919 was actually kind of approved by the Soviet authorities, and was allowed to be published and mass distributed, which is a whole history in and of itself. All the same, the patriarch was arrested for the second time about a month later, towards the end of 1919. And there's this just sort of amazing interrogation, the record of the interrogation, this very notorious Chekist. So the Cheka was the secret police. So Martin Lotzis was one of the most notorious of the Chekists. And he believed that the patriarch had reversed his position from his earlier rejection of the Soviet government in these early statements and the letter to the Bolshevik authorities in 1918, to an acceptance of the government in this encyclical about political neutrality. And so that he basically was trying to pressure the patriarch to retract his earlier statements. And so on December 23rd, 1919, Lotzis interrogated the patriarch for about 2 hours. And the patriarch explained that his previous views had not changed. His criticisms of the regime were still valid, but he did not reject the government per se. In the interrogation, he stated that his relationship to the regime would change, quote, if and when it, that is the government, changed its relationship to the church. But this does not mean that the patriarch ignores the decrees of the government, end quote. Tikhon had never instructed anyone not to obey the Soviet government in earthly matters, he said during the interrogation, but that one had to, in matters of faith, one had to obey only God. So there was, well, I won't go into the way in which, I mean, basically for the Bolsheviks, any criticism was counter-revolution. Whereas the patriarch was trying to take this position that he could give a moral criticism for sort of the abuses of the Soviet government without that meaning he was being counter-revolutionary and calling for the overthrow of the government. Also in this interrogation, Latsis was trying to get the patriarch's own political position. And Tikhon explained that his political identity was, quote, non-partisan. He says, quote, I was, of course, a monarchist before, as we all were who lived in a monarchist country. But what sort of political convictions I hold now is none of your business. I will reveal them when I cast my vote for this or that form of government in the general popular elections, end quote. Of course, that's in and of itself a rebuke of the Soviets, because although they claimed to support democracy, they didn't allow for real elections. But nevertheless, that was his statement. He asserted that his political convictions were his own private affair, which he had the right to, but that he would not use his position as patriarch for political purposes. He categorically asserted that he had not conducted any kind of agitation for or against any form of government in Russia, and, quote, in no case would he violate nasilovat or impose on anyone's conscience in the matter of the general popular election, end quote. Right? So this idea that the that the patriarch would use his position to influence people in their voting, he called that to violate somebody's conscience. Pretty strong language. A lot of other stuff is going on during the Civil War. There's this attack on the relics of the saints, where they're trying to expose the relics as kind of fabrications and this kind of stuff. And there's all kinds of details. I'll all be in the book. But I just want to point to a couple of letters that he writes to the Soviet leadership as a kind of culmination of this process. The first one in August 1920. And basically what he argued on the basis of Soviet law was that the campaign against the saints' relics and the trials of clergy they were accused of speculation and blackmail and all these crazy things for, selling candles and whatnot, that these were actually violations of Soviet law, right? So he reiterated that both the Constitution, the Soviet Constitution, and the decree of separation of church and state had guaranteed freedom of conscience, including the freedom of religious propaganda that was in the original version of the Constitution, as well as the freedom of religious practice and ritual. The patriarch asserted that veneration of saints and their relics, doing things like buying candles and so on, were ancient practices directly related to worship. At that page. I'm missing a page. Sorry about that.
We sold it on eBay.
Yeah, it's probably in my backpack or something. Anyways, in response to this, he develops this idea, again, based on Soviet law, that the Soviets themselves are violating their own principles, and has these incredible statements that I wish I could read to you about basically the effect that, we know from history that persecution of religion doesn't do any good. Look at the Roman period, look at the Reformation, look at all these other moments in history. Persecution of religion is like this medieval retrograde thing. So while the initial Soviet laws, he says, were actually progressive by giving the church freedom from state interference, the actual practice is being retrograde. It's like you're turning back to the Middle Ages. And he has this, sort of amazing statement praising the Edict of Milan the Reformation and the Declaration of the Rights of Man as monumental sort of declarations in the history of human rights and things like this. This is quite extraordinary stuff. All right. How much the Soviets paid attention? They did consider these letters, right? We have record that the Sovnarkom, the highest level of the Soviet government, considered these appeals that the patriarch made and usually decided we're not going to respond to them. But by the beginning of 1921, the campaign against the relics sort of fizzled out. The Red Terror had basically stopped. And so through the year of 1921, there was this kind of stasis in the relationship between the church and the Soviet regime. Matters took a dramatic turn in early 1922 when the Soviet government embarked on its campaign to confiscate all the valuables from the churches. And leading up into this moment, the patriarch had actually negotiated an agreement with a Soviet agency in charge of famine relief for the church's role in famine relief that included a limited and voluntary donation of church valuables for famine relief, limited as that it could not be consecrated items, right? Not palaces, but other things, the decoration around icons and stuff like that could be given voluntarily. Those are the two key moments. The Soviet government, however, the whole idea of the confiscation of church valuables for famine relief was just the propaganda justification. They actually needed it because they needed to fund the Red Army primarily, and the government itself. So they passed a decree that in February 1922 on the forced confiscation of church valuables, sort of totally took the patriarch by surprise because he just signed this agreement with them about the voluntary giving up, and then they issue this decree about the forced confiscation, seizure of all church valuables without any discrimination, including chalices and everything. So it's kind of put him in this like impossible situation. He immediately wrote off a rather sharp letter to Kalinin, who was sort of the official head of state, to express his dismay over this and try to avoid a conflict. As fate would have it, Kalinin was not in Moscow at the time, and did not receive the patriarch's letter in time. And the patriarch was under intense pressure from the clergy in Moscow. How are we supposed to respond to this? So he issues a response, probably the most fateful of everything that he did, on February 28th, 1922, in which he recounted all that he had done for the famine relief already, and that in fact it was the government that had prevented the church from doing more. So this idea that suddenly they had to take it by force for famine relief because the church wasn't doing anything was, he's kind of arguing that that's not really true and so on. And finally, he says that those, while they were willing to permit the donation of non-consecrated valuables, he declared that the seizure of consecrated vessels used in the sacraments was sacrilege. Quote, we cannot approve the seizure from the churches even as if by voluntary donation of sacred objects, because their use for non-liturgical goals is forbidden by the canons of the ecumenical church, end quote. And he does cite some specific canons and so on. Those who participated in their seizure would be excommunicated, or if clergy, they would be defrocked. But the encyclical did not exactly instruct believers as to how they should respond. And this was received variously and sometimes critically. Some people thought he didn't go far enough. Others thought that he was, provoking a conflict. It's a real moment of crisis, even kind of within the church, where people don't know how to respond to what the government is doing. But, the general sense was, and the patriarch later says under interrogation, that his intent was to try to put the brakes on what the government was doing in the hopes that they would reconsider and modify their policy. And so the bishop who administered the Moscow diocese drew up a petition for parishioners to send to the government, which explicitly said, we're not summoning to rebellion or disturbances, but we're trying to legally protest against this decree that was so profoundly disturbing to them. And this did lead, whether they knew of patriarch's encyclical or not, it did lead to clashes where believers spontaneously came out to defend their churches from basically being robbed. And there were clashes with local forces. People were killed. With Lucy, we were talking about the most notorious case in a town called Shuya. And this kind of gave the government a pretext for an all-out assault on the church, as finally we can prove that they're basically breaking the law, that they're defying government decrees. And so they arrested clergy and believers, had show trials, people were executed, including the Metropolitan Benjamin of Petrograd. And finally, the patriarch himself was arrested. They spent over a year with the patriarch under house arrest and also in the Donskoy monastery, preparing for a show trial that was intended to culminate in his execution, right? But there was enormous outcry against this, especially after they did a show trial and executed several Roman Catholic clergy in the spring. Actually, they executed them on Easter Day. I mean, it's like in 1923, and there was such an enormous international outcry that then the Archbishop of Canterbury was kind of kicked into high gear, and he mobilized some religious believers in England and Britain, including Methodist and the chief rabbi and all this sort of stuff, to issue a plea on behalf of Patriarch Tikhon specifically. And then later on, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Lord Curzon, also issued this kind of ultimatum that effectively, implied that if Tikhon was executed, it was going to sever trade relations between the Soviet Union and Britain. And that stopped it. That's what saved Patriarch Tikhon's life. And so they knew they had to abandon their plan of trying and executing him. But what were they going to do, right? If they just released him, that would be a humiliation, because everybody in the world would know they did it because the West pressured them. So one of the heads of the anti-religious campaigns, Milian Yaroslavsky, devised this really ingenious plan that if we can get the patriarch to compromise and issue some sort of statements that he's loyal to the Soviet government and he recognizes the justice of their accusations against him and all of this sort of stuff, he would repent of his crimes against the Soviet government, that then they could save face and release him, and also they hoped by him issuing these statements it would compromise him in the eyes of believers and he would lose all his authority and credibility. And there was a whole series of things they wanted him to say as well. They wanted him to attack the church abroad. They wanted him to criticize the Archbishop of Canterbury. Also, the ecumenical patriarch Meletius had issued very powerfully worded statement in defense of Patriarch Tikhon. So they wanted him to attack Patriarch Meletius and all of this sort of stuff. Let's see. Effectively, what happens, without going into super details, the Patriarch Tikhon agrees in principle with this, that he will repent, but he doesn't use the word crimes. He never declares loyalty to the Soviet government. His official statement was, "I'm not an enemy of the Soviet government," right? He does issue critical statements to the church against the church abroad for their politicizing their political statements, but he doesn't go as far as they wanted him to. They wanted him to suspend and defrock Antoni Khrapovitsky and things like this. We now know they were pressuring him to do these things, and he didn't go that far. He refused. For the last 2 years of his life, they were constantly trying to get him to make some kind of statement against the Archbishop of Canterbury, and he always refused to do that. Right, so he kind of. But what he got in exchange for it was not only his release, but they allowed him to return as head of the church. Right, that was the crucial thing. And of course, by this point, the renovationists, this kind of left-leaning clergy, had basically taken over the entire apparatus of the church with Soviet support throughout the entire country, right? They were the first ones who declared loyalty to the Soviet government and all this sort of stuff. And so the patriarch was motivated to make some kind of compromise so that he could return to being the patriarch, so that he could put the church back together, right? To sort of bring it back from the brink of destruction through the renovationists. But he agrees to their conditions in principle, but he always worded things in such a way that it, he nuanced what they wanted him to say, so that it actually kind of reinforced his authority paradoxically in many ways. All right, let's see. Gotta bring this to a close here. And there's also, I have a lot more about this kind of ways in which, he knew that sort of accepting, that making some of these kind of statements was a compromise, and that it's like, this is my, better that my name in history be tarnished, but that I save the church kind of thing. He made these kinds of statements. Last 2 years of his life, he's trying to basically reestablish the church. So a lot of the churches are, especially in the Moscow region, are returning to him away from the renovationists and so on. But the Soviets continue to try to pressure him to make certain compromises, such as adopting the new calendar, accepting back some of the renovationist leaders, and all these kind of things. And his basic principle was to, as long as he was not compromising the faith, the dogmas and canons of the church, on things that were not threatening the dogmas and the canon of the church, he was willing to kind of negotiate to make some compromise. So the new calendar, he was willing. He did not see, other than the date of Easter, he did not see that as a principle of canons or dogmas. So he was willing to negotiate on that and so on. But there was all super complicated kind of history and this sort of back and forth. And the main thing was that the people resisted the adoption of the new calendar, and this prompted him to make some very powerful statements that I will return to in a moment. But just one last point, which was his so-called last testament, which is a very controversial document. Because it seemed to go further than anything else, both in its criticisms of the church abroad and its kind of acceptance of the Soviet government. It was a document that he began working on in the last months of his life, because he had hoped, and the Soviet leader, figures he was negotiating with were giving him the hope that they would legalize the church in exchange for some kind of declaration that the church made. So he was working on this text that has a complicated textual history, which we now know because this stuff has been uncovered. It was, the church abroad especially claimed that it was a forgery and all this sort of stuff. Well, we now have all the text. The very first draft was actually written by a Soviet author. Clearly, it's very Soviet text. But then the second and third drafts clearly have the input, taking what the Soviets wanted, the key points that they had to address, but then reshaping it in a way and changing some very significant things to put it in a more churchly direction. And that, I believe that he signed it. There's no evidence, really. It's clearly that somebody was reshaping. There's a lot of things that are in the final version that weren't in the first version that some Soviet figures were not happy about, right? So he declares, quote, without allowing any sort of compromises or concessions in the sphere of faith, as citizens, we should be sincere towards the Soviet government and the work of the USSR for the common good, end quote. The church should not engage in politicking and should not harbor hopes or designs of the return of the monarchist order. And once again, said that separation of church and state and freedom of conscience should be a good thing. And also declared that obedience to the government, and I'm directing this to Sister Vasa because she's going to pick up on this, to the government, that they should obey the Soviet government without fear that they were going against the church, and moreover, that they should do so, quote, not out of fear, but out of conscience. This is a reference to St. Paul, and explicitly citing St. Paul, Romans 13:1, that there was no power that was not permitted by God. But in exchange, that if believers showed themselves to be good citizens, the government would then come to trust them and reciprocate by allowing them to engage in religious instruction for the faithful, which was forbidden, to have theological schools and training clergy, publish books and journals. Which, in 1925, that actually seemed like it might be possible. There was this kind of moment where it seemed like a compromise was possible. Anyways, just the last word is that when Tikhon wrote this towards the very end of his life, and at the end of 1924, specifically about the church calendar issue, but it kind of issues this principle. Basically, I'm the patriarch, but I have to listen to my people. Because ultimately, the people are the bearers of the faith, and I can't force something on them that goes against them. So these are his exact words, and I'll end with this. According to the teaching of the Orthodox Church, the guardian of the purity of the faith and the tradition of the fathers is not only the head of the church, and not only the hierarchy as a whole, but the entire body of the church, and consequently, also the believing people, to whom belong certain rights and a voice in ecclesiastical affairs. The primate of an individual Orthodox Church, and the Russian Patriarch in particular, is not the Pope of Rome, who enjoys unlimited and boundless power. He cannot rule the people of God tyrannically without asking their agreement and without regard for their religious conscience, their beliefs, customs, and habits. End quote. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to Professor Kenworthy for such an invigorating and informative talk. For now, we'll hold off on the questions and comments on this important talk, and we will welcome Mother Abbess Efrosinia, who will she'll set up, and if somebody maybe needs just like a 2-minute break, one of us here does. So for egotistic reasons, we're gonna have a 2-minute break, right? But later we'll have a bigger break, and just give us a minute, all right? And then I will introduce our next illustrious guest, Mother Abbess Efrosinia. I had to say that because I'm afraid she might become my abbess. So, So next on our schedule is the talk of Mother Abbess Efrosinia Molchanov of the Liesna Monastery in Provimont, France, who was born Elizabeth Molchanov in 1959 in Brooklyn, New York. Mother Efrosinia grew up in a typical church-oriented Russian emigre family, a Rokor family. She studied art history with a specialization in Byzantine and medieval art and architecture at Hunter College and Columbia University. She entered the Rokor Liesna Monastery in August of 1981. The Sisters of the Convent voted to leave the Rokor of the Moscow Patriarchate in 2007 because they did not accept Rokor's union with the Moscow Patriarchate. Mother Efrosinia was appointed and consecrated as abbess of the community in July 2019. That was then the 38th year of her monastic life and experience. And she is now 6 years abbess, right? And 44 years a nun. So she knows things. I hand it over to Mother Efrosinia. Thank you.
Okay, this is not an academic presentation. Sister Vasa asked me to explain why we chose this path of non-conformism. Mother Kirill so kindly presented a whole introduction to this whole topic by pointing out that the path of monasticism is actually a path of non-conformism. So we're trying to live up to his expectations there. To understand why we did what we did, you need to know some of our history. So I'm going to start with the history of the monastery. The Lyasna Monastery was founded in 1885 on the western outskirts of the Russian Empire in what is today Poland. It was known then as Polskaya Rus, near the small village of Lyasna, where a miracle-working icon of the Mother of God had appeared. Now, like a lot of icons and other sacred objects in that area, for centuries it went between the Roman Catholics and the Orthodox. But in the 1800s, this was firmly part of the Russian Empire. And when a very sort of missionary-minded, energetic bishop, Leonsi, was appointed to this home diocese to ensure that the icon would remain with the Orthodox, he decided to found a monastic community around it. And it was his decision to invite Duchess Yevgenia Borisovna Efimovskaya, the future Abbess Catherine of Lyasna, to set up this new community on the very outskirts of the Russian Empire. Now, she was already known as a very sort of active proponent of women's rights within the church. This was a time when all of these questions were being actively discussed in the church. Mother Catherine wrote a lot about she was greatly in favor of the restoration of the female diaconate, for instance, and Bishop Leonsi was aware of what she was doing. She worked in education. She worked in the famous Tatyev schools. She was in touch with a lot of the Slavophil movement. And this whole idea that children should be educated within the church. So Lyasna was started because of her and her interest in all of this as the first active monastery rather than a purely contemplative community that was dedicated to education and social work and not only purely monastic life of prayer. And she had a great success. The monastery formed a whole educational system from nursery schools up to a teacher's college. Graduates from this teacher's college traveled all over Russia up as far as the Far East were as teachers in church schools. There were orphanages at the monastery, clinics, the whole idea that monastic life had to serve the people in some sense. Mother Catherine herself often said that she became a nun because she loved people rather than just because she loved God. It was part of her monastic understanding that these things had to go together. Undoubtedly, the monastery had such a great success because this, of course, coincided with the Russification policies of the Russian Empire at the time, who were, of course, interested in having someone there, not only protecting this icon for the Orthodox, but teaching the kids Russian, bringing them up as Orthodox Christians. Nevertheless, Matушka Ekaterina accepted children of all faiths, including local Roman Catholic children and Jewish children into the school. There was no forced conversion. Medical care was also available to anyone. In that sense, she was quite progressive. In her youth, she had been a liberal-minded Narodnitsa. So this was a big switch to suddenly become sort of part of the establishment per se. But a lot of it, of course, has to do with her personality. She was, by all accounts, a very charismatic person and was not above using that to attract people, to attract donations. She traveled often to St. Petersburg. She dug up some connection to the Tsar. Some, they were distant relatives, and she got him to call her Tyotoshka. And Lyasna is not far from Skala, where the Tsar's hunting lodge was. That famous episode when the Tsarevich almost died, and Rasputin healed him. This was just down the road from Lyasna. So the imperial family would visit. They were, of course, interested also in all this educational sort of missionary work. The emperor supported them and all of that. There was a lot of this was suspicious at the time. Though this was a time of great ferment, besides Liesna, nursing communities were being formed. That was also sort of considered a sort of semi-monastic thing. Schools, church schools, and all women were involved in all of this. And people in the church did write against this. The Oksina elders put out a letter saying that no, nuns were supposed to pray. They weren't supposed to be doing social work. That was some sort of thing. And Matushka Katerina did travel to Oksina to get Elder Ambrose Oksina's blessing to do this. And he said, you know, start your new monastery in a new way, and gave a prayer rule for the sisters. So she knew how to navigate all of this. Very capable woman in that sort of sense. Imperial support of the nobility, popular support. St. John of Kronstadt was a huge supporter of the monastery, and donated hundreds of thousands of rubles and visited Liesna to support this whole mission. You know, though she herself had been so liberal, Metropolitan Anthony Kropyvnytsky was also a friend in this sort of thing. Well, it was a huge success. Within 16 years, the monastery had 300 nuns and 500 orphans. And this probably would have continued had not World War I started. And of course, the front lines came right to the monastery and they had to evacuate. The bishop at this time was Bishop Anastasy Gribonovsky, the future second metropolitan of the church abroad. And he was the one that helped the nuns evacuate. By this time, besides Liesna, they had founded 2 other monasteries in Poland and several dependencies in St. Petersburg and Yalta, in other parts of Russia. She obviously wanted to spread her movement throughout the Russian church. In 1916, the future Metropolitan Anastasy organized the evacuation, and it was his decision to entrust the Liesna icon to the sisters rather than just leave it at the monastery in the hopes that the war would end soon, the nuns would come back and just continue at Liesna. He decided to give it to the community. So since then, we had this, you know, a tangible sort of proof that we were Liesna, even though we were no longer in Liesna, because the icon has always been with us since then. That was his decision. Most of the community evacuated to the Nizhny Novgorod area, all of the orphans and the nuns taking care of the children, responsible directly for the children, went there. About 80 nuns went to St. Petersburg, to the Liesna dependency, which was pretty small, to the St. John of Kronstadt monastery, Karpovka. Abbess Catherine also knew the famous Abbess Taisia of Lyushina. Some of the nuns were there. And they settled in Petrograd at that point. And that's where the revolution came. At that point, Bishop Anastasy was appointed as Bishop of Kishinev, and he invited the nuns to evacuate to what was then called Bessarabia, which is now parts of Ukraine and Moldova, and basically save the nuns. Those that remained, for whatever reason, in Petrograd were either executed once repression started or died of starvation. We know that the nun that composed an akafis to the icon died of starvation in Petrograd in those years. The future Metropolitan Anastasy gave them a monastery near Kishinev, the Shapsky Monastery, which is still functioning today. And the nuns lived there up until 1921. And though Bishop Anastasy was involved in the formation of the Southern administration that would later on become the Church abroad, at this point, none of this concerned Liesna. They were in the Russian Church in this monastery in Bessarabia. After World War I, that became Romania, and through no decision of their own, the community suddenly found themselves to be in the in the Romanian church. All of that was handed over to Romania. And as a point to how different things were, though Bishop Anastasi had no desire to be part of the Romanian church or stay there, he did remain in Romania to hand over all the administrative affairs to his successor, this Romanian bishop. And there was a strong sort of anti-Russian sentiment at the time, and the Romanian church very quickly switched over to the new calendar because they felt this was more in keeping with their Western, their desire to be more Western rather than pro-Russian. The nuns didn't want to do this. They were pressured to switch to Romanian in the services and to accept the new calendar. And using their connections, since Matska Catherine was so good at this, they asked if they could go to Serbia, where by this time a lot of the Russian immigration was starting to settle. And they did manage to get an invitation from Patriarch Dimitri of the Serbian Church at that time to come to Serbia. He knew of her work. Jasna was well known and famous, and it was his idea that perhaps the nuns could help revive women's monasticism in Serbia, since at that point there were no women's monasteries at all in Serbia. Everything had died out during the Turkish yoke. So the nuns were invited with this idea that they would be helping the Serbian church. So it's important to note that Jasna during this period was never part of the church abroad. They were given the historic Klopovo monastery on Fruška Gora, and they were part of the Serbian church, not a Rokor monastery. Of course, that didn't stop them. Fruška Gora is just down the road from Sremski Karlovci, where the church abroad was the administration was centered. And of course, they did have all sorts of relations. They were visited by Vladika Antoni Krapavitsky, by other Rokor clergy and bishops. They did open an orphanage again. Russian children from Belgrade, including even my father, spent their summers at the monastery. They tried to revive their social work to the extent that that was possible. They also continued, as they had done in Jasna, as a sort of completely independent. Matska Catherine didn't like anyone interfering in her administration or finances. So she fell out with Patriarch Tikhon over that, the story goes, because he wanted to do an audit of their books and she refused. And the story goes that she's the one that had him sent to America. Neither Professor Cameron nor I have been able to find proof of that, but that's how influential she could be. In Serbia, the practice was that, women's monasteries there weren't any, but an archimandrite was appointed who was supposed to administer the place, and the nuns were just supposed to, as often as the case, just pray and do their monastic bit. They completely ignored this archimandrite, and the archives in Sremski Karlovci have piles of these complaints of Serbian clergy about these Russian nuns doing whatever they please and not paying any attention to the Serbian archimandrites, and that's what they did. Again, Matska Catherine was hugely successful. In a short time, 7 Serbian women's monasteries were founded, both with Serbian sisters and with usually abbesses chosen from the Jasna community. Just about every Serbian women's monastery open today is somehow related to these, they're to these original Jasna nuns that came then in the 1920s. All of this, again, everything was going really great until World War II came. And the monastery ended up, Fruška Gora was right in the center of fighting between the Croatian communist partisans on one side. There's Chłopova, where the nuns were living, is like on a hill. On one side, it's all forest. That's where the communist partisans were stationed. And the Nazi occupying force was using the monastery bell tower to shoot at the partisans. So all of this was going right through the monastery. And of course, each side was accusing the nuns of supporting the other side. And all of this came to, there was a really traumatic episode when the nuns were threatened, were just about executed. And it was the German occupational forces actually that stopped the execution. And finally, in 1944, on Holy Week, the monastery, the partisans managed to set fire to the monastery, burnt down most of Chłopova, and the nuns were evacuated to Belgrade and finished off World War II living in a former seminary in Belgrade. And again, through no decision of their own, ended up like all Russian communities, parishes, or Russian organizations that remained in Serbia after the war, after World War II was over, were handed over to the Moscow Patriarchate. By then, Serbia became Yugoslavia, a satellite state of the communist government. Tito was pro-Stalinist at this point. Anything Russian that was left, whoever had managed to leave early enough, became part of the Moscow Patriarchate. They were just handed over. The Serbian church was pressured, as Patriarch Tikhon in his time, to condemn Rokor, that they had been so instrumental in setting up, and they refused to do that. They were quite courageous at that point. And of course, this is when Stalin starts his campaign to get as many Russians as possible to return to the Soviet Union. This sort of, all is forgiven, come home, everything has changed. The fact that the Patriarchate had been restored, and the church was expected to fully participate in this, to convince people that the church was now free, persecution was over, come home, Russia has, the Soviet Union has been victorious. We're going to build this new great Russia and all of that, and the church can be a part of that. The abbess at this point, Mochkanina, reposed in 1925. The abbess at this point, her successor was this Mochkanina, who had been Mochka Catherine's assistant throughout most of the Serbian period. And she was elderly and sick at this time. And when they said that the nuns could go home to Russia, basically that was all she wanted. After two world wars, famine, evacuation, civil war, it just sounded great to be able to go home to Russia, especially since, but at this point, Alexei the First was patriarch, especially when he promised to give the Yasna sisters the Novosevichi convent in Moscow. So she had this idea that, she was going to be able to die as the abbess of one of Russia's most famous, most illustrious monasteries, the Novosevichi convent. And again, you can see how this campaign was working, that she would actually believe that the Soviet government would allow for this missionary-minded open monastery to exist in the middle of Moscow in the 1940s, 50s, as of course, no one had any intention of doing that. And then quite dramatically, they were set to do this. When we managed to get hold of records from Rokor records that are in Moscow, there was this whole correspondence list of sisters who needed Russian passports, who was going to go. A lot of the sisters were not in favor of going home. Some of them were of the Russian nobility and their families had been slaughtered. A lot of them were widows of White Army officers and had no illusions about what they might face in the Soviet Union. But, monastic obedience, the abbess decided they were going to go, and they were on the lists for these passports. And then again, quite dramatically, Mochkanina dies. Now, she was a very sickly person, and, she was on her deathbed for endless time. So when this last episode started, everyone was like, no, not again, and then she actually did it. The next abbess was Abbess Theodora, who had been in the world, Knyagina Lvova, and had no illusions about going home and being happy. And she started thinking about perhaps there was something else they could do. And going through Matuszka Nina's papers, she found a personal letter written by John of Kronstadt, saying that, I quote that, I have always cared for the Liesna monastery, and I always will. And that really got her thinking, if this priest had been so important and so supportive of the monastery, of course, if they had gone to the Soviet Union at that point, in those years, you couldn't even mention his name as a monarchist, reactionary, Czechoslovakian, all the rest of it. Well, Rokor was already speaking about canonizing him, about glorifying him. So therefore, in her way of thinking, of course, they should go to where, St. John was being venerated, which is what she decided to try to do. Two of the nuns were tutoring the children of the Swiss and French councils in Yugoslavia at that point, and they did manage to get visas for the sisters to leave to Europe, which is a small miracle in itself. The Serbian church, again, was very supportive, and though officially, canonically, whatever, they had no reason to do this. They went out of their way to get exit permits for the sisters, and they even gave them a canonical release, though these weren't officially their people anyway, a canonical release to the church abroad, just as the Romanian church in its time had also given the sisters a canonical release to the Serbian church. So all of this was, being done exactly as it's supposed to be done and all. 1950, this August 10th, 1950, the sisters got on a train and went to and moved to France. The last hitch sort of was were they going to be able to get the icon through? Was border control going to take it? And again, I still have the lists that they presented to customs, and they took all the decorations and everything off of the icons, and we have these lists like 5 coats, 3 blankets, pots and pans, the Minea icon, pillows, and they did manage to get it through. It arrived in Paris, and since 1950 we've been in France, first closer to Paris, and since 1967 where we are now, in Normandy. So we came to Roquefort in 1950 and were there up until 2007, only 57 years out of Roquefort's history. Again, because of the strange way our monastery works, we ended up in a sort of special position. Abbess Theodora happened to be the aunt of 2 of the Roquefort bishops, Leonti and Anthony Bartashevich. She was their maternal aunt. So instantly she was sort of in this position of authority in Europe, since her beloved nephews were the bishops there. And also it was one of these nuns that was connected to the French consulate that had managed to get exit papers for Vladika Anthony Bartashevich, who was threatened with imprisonment and being deported to the Soviet Union. So there was also this personal debt to the monastery. As after Matuszka Fyodora, the next abbess was Matuszka Magdalena Graba, the beloved sister and closest friend of Vladika Grigori Graba. So again, we ended up in this sort of special position with our own sort of into Roquefort affairs, into synodal affairs. Matuszka Magdalena, we're only going through all her correspondence with Bishop Gregory now, was on top of everything going on. He shared with her probably more than with anyone else as to how he saw the future of Roquefort, what he wanted to do, what he thought about other bishops. It's really fascinating, a fascinating correspondence. She was a well-educated woman, though no formal education, a specialist in liturgics in the Typicon, and therefore the monastery became responsible for training clergy. The bishops would send any clergy to ordain there to serve at the monastery, to learn the rubrics and all of that. It was the response. She was also quite close to Elizabeth Palmer, the translator of The Art of Prayer, one of the first English translations of these really important texts from the Philokalia. Another one of the nuns, was a well-known iconographer that had studied in Serbia with Pimens of Fulonov, and the nuns painted icons for a lot of the churches in France, in Paris, and in Lyon, and iconostases and individual icons. So the monasteries was quite important. Councils were held there. Two soboras of the church abroad were held at Liesna. And what Liana was talking about, the 60s, 70s, when the Rokor was so supportive of dissidents, Pravoslavne Zelo Orthodox Action, the organization that did that, met regularly at the monastery. We participated in all these radio broadcasts and sending literature, sneaking literature in. Vladika Anthony was one of the Rokor bishops most involved with everything going on in Russia, up to the point of, sending and liturgical vessels for clergy there that didn't want to be with the Moscow Patriarchate. The monastery was involved in all of this.
Bartoszewicz.
Hmm?
Bartoszewicz.
That's Shemich, yeah. Okay, so so we have this, really great position, place, and life in Rokor up until practically 2000, when talk of union first started. Though Vladika Anthony was so involved with Russia, and everyone considered him this, real liberal that really wanted union, he was much more cautious than people realize. Of course, Matska Magdalena, who was still abbess, she proposed in 1989. Up until then, was all. She was very different from Vladika Gregory. She certainly didn't support his really rigid, super conservative view of no grace in the Moscow Patriarchate and all of that. She didn't, she was enough of an independent thinker to think of that differently. Nevertheless, there was no way that the monastery was really ready for union with Moscow just straight there. It was a given. All of us knew how infiltrated, especially Moscow Patriarch parishes in out in the West, in Europe, in America, were by the KGB. It wasn't a secret. It was a given. People talked about this and knew this all. And to suddenly sort of do this about face was just it was really unacceptable at that point. During the perestroika years, a lot of sisters from Russia, Ukraine, the former Soviet bloc entered the monastery. So we did have this real mixture of former emigres, people from the Soviet countries, a real mixture. Some of them were for the Moscow Patriarchate, some of these Russian sisters, some of them were from parishes that Rokor had accepted in those years that were already sort of, moving towards a more Rokor sort of approach to the church. And all of this, of course, exploded when Meshpal Vitali was retired. And Europe was the first place where a group split off that didn't accept his retirement and formed this Russian Orthodox Church in exile. We did not support that at all. Meshpal Vitali held two soboras at Liesna, and we saw how elderly he was, how really incapable he was of administrating the church. It was obvious that he wasn't in charge. It was a very difficult time, and as sad as that was, we did agree that he needed to be replaced. Therefore, we didn't support this new church in exile. Or anything that was happening then. One of the clergymen at that point pointed out that the difference, the split was not because people didn't want union, that the difference was more between those that believed that we could get there, that we could work out the differences, that union was possible, and a small faction that was already ready to write them off. No grace, this is not the church, union is absolutely impossible. It was more nuanced than just, for and against. Our bishop at that time was Archbishop Serafim Dolgov, who grew up in France, though he was still born in St. Petersburg, and had finished, he completed his studies at Saint Serge, He had studied with Peter Schroff, and was much more on top of historical, canonical issues than a lot of people whose responses were basically just really emotional. And when all of these divisions started, he basically told everyone to calm down. And he felt that it was not the responsibility or the obligation of all of the laity to make decisions at that point. And he refused to suspend, let alone defrock any clergy that left with this group. His whole approach was that as a bishop, he had no right to suspend any clergyman if he didn't have someone else to put in that place right away. That he himself would be forcing people into schism if he just suspended clergy left and right because he felt they were wrong. They said, you can't expect people not to be born, not to want to get married, and they're just going to turn to whoever's available. And if we don't have someone else to put there, we can't suspend this clergyman because then we're the ones that are forcing them to just go elsewhere. We're the ones that are pushing them. And he's probably one of the few bishops that he was bishop for altogether for around 25 years. He never suspended or defrocked a single clergyman. He told everyone basically to stay where they are, that all this unification or non-unification process was going to last a long time, and that talking about it, everyone remembers this time when this is before the internet really took over. It was still faxes, accusations, who was a KGB agent, who was stealing money somewhere. All of this was flying around. And he said, none of that is going to help you in your church life, in your spiritual life. This is not important at this point. And he did a lot to keep the peace. At one point, he even offered that the monastery stop commemorating to sort of keep the peace and to keep people from splitting apart, to stop commemorating the Metropolitan Lavard at this point, and to just commemorate him as the local ruling bishop. So that's what the Greek church does. You commemorate your local bishop, and that's it. And since both sides were sort of willing to work with him, he was great at that. He managed to keep this peace and said, let's just commemorate me. I'll take it upon myself. I'll write to the synod and explain what we're doing. And unfortunately, it was just too new of an idea. They didn't go for it. And the split happened. Nevertheless, he managed to keep up good relations with both sides, even with the clergy that was not commemorating him, without suspending anyone. He did speak out against the union. He was nevertheless a really vocal opponent. And he told us that if union happened, he would ask to be accepted into the Serbian Patriarchate and would just retire. And he hoped we would allow him to continue living at Viesna, etc. Providentially, the way it worked out in 2003, he was hospitalized. He was post-cancer at that point in remission, and the cancer returned with a vengeance, and within a week he was gone. So there was a period where everyone was, the synod was deciding who to replace him with, this between bishops period, and they were making some efforts to try to heal this first split. It was a relatively peaceful time. Then in 2003 was when things really took off, when Putin made his first visit to the Synod of Bishops in New York. He made an official visit to see Metropolitan Loris and presented an official invitation that a delegation of ROCOR might visit the Moscow Patriarchate, and made it clear that this is what he wanted. The delegation left a few weeks later, and in December of 2003, ROCOR organized the first huge clergy conference for clergy from all over ROCOR, all over the world. This was the first first official meeting where union was officially discussed openly and officially for the first time, and representatives of the Moscow Patriarchate were invited to be present. I was invited to be one of the interpreters because a large group of American clergy said that if proper translation wasn't available, they just weren't going to go. So I happened to be there for this meeting. And I have to say that's when I first saw, at this point, the story becomes really personal for me. I saw how the whole process was being manipulated. Speakers were being carefully chosen, who would, time was limited. If someone was speaking out against the union, they weren't allowed to speak, beyond the sort of set time.
Is that in Nyack?
Yeah, it was in Nyack. I asked, the interpreters were sitting right next to the people recording the sessions. And I asked if I could have a copy of the recordings to take back to Europe for the sisters and for the clergy that couldn't be present. And everyone said, yes, yes, yes. And then on the last day, they said, oh, something went wrong. And none of it just didn't work. We didn't record anything. And moments like this was, bells were starting to ring, that there was more to the story than just discussions. After that, there was this process of there were 6 sessions, 6 meetings between ROCOR representatives, Moscow Patriarchate representatives, which were supposed to iron out all the differences. And I think it's important to note that differences weren't actually that much discussed. A lot of the ROCOR clergy were willing to accept that in 2000, when the Moscow Patriarchate had put out their new Socialny Conception, when they had actually stated that the church should not be subjugated to the government in any way, that was sufficient, they were speaking out against surgeonism at that point, and that was enough for union. The new martyrs had been glorified, canonized by that time. That was another condition that ROCOR was always setting. And there was hopes that they could somehow settle the issue of ecumenism, which was so important to the more conservative wing of ROCOR, as to exactly how the role of the Moscow Patriarchate in the World Council of Churches and other ecumenical gatherings was going to play out. There was some talk that perhaps they would become observers rather than actual participants, this sort of thing. That was really important to ROCOR at the time. A lot of time was spent on individual cases, all the clergy that ROCOR had accepted from the Moscow Patriarchate. Each bishop was supposed to present a list of his Russian clergy. I know because our bishop called the monastery asking about our Russian priests, how and when they had come to ROCOR, and each case was discussed individually. And that already was suspicious to me, because obviously more was in play here than just these differences about ecumenism or surgeonism. These meetings, they put out several documents dealing with surgeonism, ecumenism, all of that sort of thing. And there was this whole sort of campaign. Each diocese had to hold a diocesan meeting that was expected to somehow speak out in favor of this process. And again, this was sort of all being orchestrated. It was decided that the subboard that was supposed to vote on union was going to take place in 2006. And originally I was asked again to be one of the interpreters. And then as we became more vocal in our questions, suddenly someone came up with the theory that they were going to follow all the procedures of the 1918 All-Russian Sobor. And since women hadn't participated then, they wouldn't participate now. So sorry, not even women interpreters were allowed to be present. Which again, which meant that the monasteries, the women's monastics, the women monastics, who were at least 2/3 of all the monastics of Ropa, were not going to be represented in any way. And we were especially incensed when they published the list of delegates to the Sobor, and we saw that all the Russian scout organizations had been invited. The Russian Sports Association of Australia was a delegate. The Mayopac Candle Factory had to be represented at the Sobor, but not a single women's monastery was, and we did publish an open letter complaining about this. It made some noise at the time. And I had several nasty letters, from Roquefort people saying, why were we being these feminists and all of that sort of thing. Again, if you know our history
I think
and
there
Abbott's
was
chapter, we were.
more than one letter, I think.
That was our first letter, was just complaining about this. The Sobor also, we had a lot of problems with the fact that it was largely funded by a Russian emigre that had basically become a Soviet oligarch, and he was allowed to address he was allowed to address the Sobor and state what he wanted the Sobor to do. We did manage to get our open letter to the Sobor itself read at one of the meetings, and this again caused a lot of waves. We said we were against the union. We said parts of our history that we had been in the Moscow Patriarchate. And one important point in those that come home all is forgiven campaign. The bishop that was sent from Moscow to convince the nuns and the other Russian clergy still in Serbia at the time to come home did know that he has the monastery from Russian imperial times. And though, he played his part perfectly and told everyone to go home to Holy Russia and all of that, there was a moment, one of the nuns went to see him off at the train station on his way home to Moscow, and he did manage to lose his KGB handlers for a moment and pulled her aside and said, whatever you do, don't go home. And again, there's no record of this. It's monastery tradition that he said that. And she ignored that. He did manage to, there was this moment of truth. And again, it worked out differently. But back then, even these people still had some sort of, I don't know, conscience or anything. He made it clear that he was playing this part. All of that was part of our history. And we tried to bring this across that, we'd been there. we all supposedly knew what this was about. Why are we suddenly blindly, again, not that everyone was so against union ever at all, but there was still a lot of work to be done at this point. And then especially when you see things like this oligarch getting up there and telling them what they're supposed to do, there were a lot of questions. Nevertheless, the Sobor did come out with a statement saying that they were all for union when all the differences were decided. It's in the wording of the Sobor. That was completely ignored. Instantly, there was this media campaign. Sobor votes unanimously for the union, which just wasn't true. There were people that refused to sign, and that's not what the resolution said. Never, everywhere, though, all over the internet, by this point, it was a unanimous vote for union. But because it was worded that way, we thought, well, there's still time. Especially the way the Russians move, it'll be at least 2-3 years before anyone really gets going, And then, so this was in May. In September, there was a Synod session, and after that, I heard that it had been decided that the Sobor was enough, the vote was unanimous enough, and that from then on, everything would be decided, as I said, administrativным путем, right, administrative means. At that point, they were setting the date for January for the Feast of the New Martyrs, the first concelebration and official signing of documents. And I thought, this is it. There's no 3 years if we're going to make a move. It has to be now. So this is where things get difficult for most of you. We did temporarily serve. We did think about what Dick Seraphim said, and we considered joining the Serbian church. The Parisian exarchate did contact us through acquaintances and said that if we were leaving and we had to leave our property, they could offer us a monastery. They made that gesture. But we were really pretty set in this ROCOR mindset that, they were all completely in communion with Moscow. So though we wouldn't be officially under Moscow, we would still be in full communion. So basically, what was the difference? We had already rejected this ROCOR in exile. Of course, we knew. So like the alternative, the choice became what is known, for lack of better terms, as alternative orthodoxy. All of the old calendarist groups, these things like ROCOR in exile, all of these groups that formed because they had various complaints about what was going on in what they call official orthodoxy. Basically, what's left of the original ancient patriarchates of the Orthodox Church. I know for most people, this is this sort of messy, murky, really chaotic, dark area of a lot of extremists, fanatics, bigots, and just plain crazy people that kind of bother kidding. And and for a lot of people, that's a real, they're not even going to consider anything there. But ROCOR did have a long-standing relationship with all of these old calendar groups. A lot of bishops in ROCOR, even if they were against actually consecrating clergy for them, had a lot of sympathy for this. They sort of saw a parallel between the persecution of the old calendar and persecution of the faithful by the Bolsheviks in Russia. These people were also suffering for their faith. There was a lot of sympathy for that. And at the time of the Union, ROCOR was in communion with the parts of the Greek Old Calendar Church, Romanian Old Calendar Church, and Bulgarian Old Calendar Church. And it was one of the conditions, actually, that the Moscow Patriarchate set that ROCOR had to sever communion officially. They made trips to each of these organizations and to announce that they were breaking communion, and had to urge them actually to return to their mother churches. Nevertheless, at that point, we thought, my feeling was that going to one of these groups would be sort of giving up on the Russian church completely. It would be saying that everything was finished there and we had no future there at all, that we were now becoming Greeks, Romanians, whatever. The other option was what remained of the catacomb church in Russia. Again, if you know ROCOR history, you know that throughout most of its history, ROCOR was very firm that they were in communion not with the Moscow Patriarchate, but with the catacomb church. The parts of the Russian church that had never accepted the declaration of Metropolitan Sergius had never in any way said that they were loyal to the Soviet government, and formed this clandestine underground church. Current historical academic studies like to push the point that the catacomb church was finished by World War II. That they were, there was a huge, this is no time to go into the whole history of the catacomb church, but it was a really big movement. A huge percentage of the bishops did not accept the declaration and formed various groups again. And they were severely persecuted. And it's true that just about everyone was gone by World War II. Another huge percentage left the catacomb church when Alexei I was elected patriarch. A lot of them decided for various reasons to accept that this was a legitimate canonical election, and that therefore they could now join this Russian church. Parts of them didn't. And the last bishop to actually be consecrated by Patriarch Stephen, that was part of this clandestine church, died in the 60s. Roquefort at various times did have connections, did manage to communicate with various people within the Catacomb Church, and in the Perestroika years consecrated 2 bishops for them. When I first started traveling to Russia in the 90s, I did visit monastic communities that could trace themselves back to the 20s, and said pre-revolutionary monasteries, clergy from these little catacomb groups that did survive. Of course, it wasn't. So there was this presence that we felt had always been a real Russian church. And again, I'm not making any judgment that the Moscow Patriarchate was graceless and this was it. But there was this other presence, this other movement. And we saw that as being closer to what Roquefort had always been, and decided to turn to one of these groups ultimately. All of these alternative Orthodox groups like to publish lengthy apologia of why they're canonical, why they're historical, why they're legitimate. And I realized early on that wasn't going to convince either me or the sisters, just because someone could quote, Canon 354 of the Sobor 463, therefore it was all good. We were looking for a living connection, a continuation of our own tradition. And there were bishops that had been consecrated within Roquefort that we knew. They had been present at the Sobors in our church. There was no question in our minds that they had been Roquefort bishops and part of our church. And basically that was what we decided. It was really important to me that the whole community be involved, that everyone make a decision. We had a lot of meetings. We tried to keep up with everything that was being published. Back history as well. And though I was pretty much decided, we did say to the sisters, I was the assistant to the abbess at this point. I did say that everyone has to make their personal decision. The final sort of meeting when we were talking about this, I said, okay, Moska and I have decided that we want to go with this Wodikatsicha from the Catacomb Church. You don't have to do this. No one is going to be forced. And every single sister has to make her own decision and come to the abbess and say, I'm going to do this. If you don't want to go with us, fine. We'll help you go wherever you want to go. We'll pay for it. We'll move you, whatever. One sister did stay with Roquefort. She was a spiritual daughter of Ludwika Mark and ended up going to Germany. One sister left to join her spiritual father in Australia, who was with another group. But basically, all of us made this decision together. So on mid-Pentecost, 20 days before Ascension, when the official documents were being signed in Moscow, we made our announcement, put out another open letter that we were going to do this, that we were joining this catacomb group. That we didn't condemn anyone. It was a difficult time, difficult choices. The monastery would remain open to all pilgrims, as it always had been, of any jurisdiction. We were not making any statements of someone being without grace or whatever, but that this was the choice for our community. It was really difficult. We had very close, warm relationships with just about all of the bishops in Roquefort. With Jordanville, with the monasteries in the Holy Land, all of that was finished. There were letters against us on the internet. People were no longer blessed to visit the monastery. Fortunately, we were completely financially independent of Roquefort, so we could make our decision without any strings attached. But still, it was frightening to know that there was, really nothing to fall back on, that we were, this was it. We were solely responsible for, at that point, there were 20 of us for all 20 sisters. Though we were part of this group, I remember someone asking me, what we were going to do. And I sort of half jokingly said, well, we're just going to be the Orthodox Church of Yesna. And that's Father Kirill yesterday mentioned the student monastery, and I remember a friend from Paris saying, I see Yasna as the student monastery of Paris. So there were people that didn't understand where we were coming from. To our surprise, a sizable amount of faithful decided to follow us. Not all of them, because they were so convinced the Union was wrong and they didn't want to be with Moscow. A lot of it was personal. They were attached to the monastery. They wanted to remain in contact. But over the years, we did end up forming what we call a mission. We didn't want to be in competition with all the other many Western European dioceses. So it's not a diocese, it's just a mission focused on the monastery. There's 7 parish communities at that point, and we have altogether 5 priests that travel out to them, besides serving at the monastery, can travel out and be in these parishes that we provide for as best as we can. It was a relief in many ways. It was sort of, this painful decision process was over, and we could just concentrate on being a monastery again. And when you go through something so difficult as a community, I found that, it really binds you. In many ways, it was a positive experience just for the monastic community as a whole. Unfortunately, this sort of honeymoon period where everything seemed fine again ended when the Ukrainian problem started. And especially when the uprising in Donetsk and Lugansk began. And to my amazement, not only Russian emigres, but these Russian supposedly catacomb Christians who better than anyone knew at the Soviet Union and persecution were suddenly 100% behind this Putin regime. For me, when these things started, the first thing they did was bring up red flags and Soviet symbolism. They were obviously restoring this, and these people are talking about the restoration of some holy Russia, Novorossiya, and all of that. And one of the bishops that we were with at that point came out with a statement saying that at this point in time, the interests of the church are the same as the interests of the Putin regime, which was just so eerily close to, vaše radosti, your joys, and, the declaration of Meshpal Sergius. So here we were again thinking, where did we end up? Maybe they're crazy after all. And so to make a long story short, we ended up asking to go under the omophorion of a Serbian bishop that we knew personally and that we trusted. And though he's not completely in line with the way I see this, he nevertheless gives us the freedom to follow our consciences. One of our parishes, for instance, in Spain, is 95% Western Ukrainian. Of course, is praise for the Ukrainian army and all of that. We do have enough pro-Putin people in our circles that nevertheless somehow managed to stay with the monastery, though we've never hidden our position. But our priest, to some bring us all together, he likes to quote Patriarch Tikhon's famous Ukaz of 362 that the Rokar was always based on. His interpretation is that this Ukaz gives the church the freedom, basically, when the situation is not normal in the Russian church, as Patriarch Tikhon was faced with this totally new, completely not normal situation and was looking for a way out. He did urge the bishops, the faithful, to form their own administrations, a decentralized sort of system of administration, like we've tried to form with our monastery and our parishes, that enter into communion with whomever they can around them, and form this sort of decentralized, not necessarily national church, based on a unity of faith and a shared sort of vision of what the church is supposed to be, rather than just hierarchical administration that is going to be built on faith and trust and a common vision of what the Orthodox Church actually is. So as unacceptable as that might be to more official Orthodox, at this point in time, that's where we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecilia, and again, thank you to have come and told us your story, which is probably not easy, you know. You're like in the den of vipers here. Compared to, 1 second. So everybody, welcome back. And to those of you watching at home, we have a very interesting talk next by Father Dr. Andrei Kordochkin. And before I introduce Father Andrei, I want to greet those who are watching at home. And in particular, I see a familiar name. It's His Eminence, Bishop Boris Gudziak. So I'm welcoming also our friend. There he is. Hi, Bishop Boris. Good to see you. Father Andrei Kordochkin, who's very well known on the Russian opposition channels these days. Everybody invites him when they want an articulate theological opinion on what's going on. No, it's true. And he is very informative and helpful and helps to navigate the waters of dealing with the present crisis situation in Russian Orthodoxy, I would say. He was born in St. Petersburg, Russia in 1977. You don't look a day over like someone who was born in 1978. He studied theology in the universities of Oxford, London, and Durham. Oxford, London, and Durham. Served as the parish priest in the Church of the Moscow Patriarchate in Madrid, Spain, for almost 20 years. I'll just insert here that I visited Father Andrei when he was the parish priest in that church, and we went to bullfights together. So I don't know if that's relevant to your talk, but you can weave it in. You can weave it in. I'm sure you can. He is currently, he didn't insert here the reason that he had to leave Madrid and his position. Father Andrei was vocal in criticizing the war in Ukraine, against Ukraine, and also the role of the Russian Orthodox Church in it. And so you were told that if you don't leave, what was going to happen?
I have to look for another job.
Basically, he has to look for another job. So he is currently in Germany, serving a parish of the Ecumenical Patriarchate where he was received in Tilburg. And I also visited with you there in Germany. I also don't know if that's relevant to this talk. I thought I would add it anyway. So he's currently working on a postdoc at the University of Göttingen, and that would be interesting to hear what you're working on. So the title of his talk today is The Fund for Anti-War Clergy, called Peace Be Unto All, or Mir Всем. Welcome, Father Andrei. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, dear Sister Vasa, for the introduction, and it's a great honor and joy for me to be here. Indeed, for the last year and a half, I have been working in Göttingen for an academic project, investigating the religious ideology behind the present war, which is what I usually talk about if I'm invited. But today, actually for the first time, I'm going to speak about the initiative, which is called Peace Unto All, Mir Всем, and I'm going to tell you who are we helping and how we are helping them, and why do I think this is important. And I will begin with a story which took place recently on the 27th of February of this year. Myself and Father Valerian Dunin-Barkovsky, an Orthodox priest from Düsseldorf, we took part in a meeting with Vladimir Karamurza and Ilya Yashin, who are the two Russian opposition leaders who were exchanged in August 2024, having spent considerable time in Russian prisons and then being exchanged for Putin's killer. This day was not accidental for this meeting. It was the 10th anniversary of the murder of Boris Nemtsov, another Russian opposition leader. He was shot on a bridge near Kremlin on that day in 2014, shortly after he protested the Russian annexation of Crimea and warning about the possibility of the full-scale war with Ukraine, a perspective which most people at the time found very improbable, including myself. Before the meeting, we were asked to celebrate a panihida. After the service, I recall that Boris is the name of one of the two Russian early saints, the sons of Prince Vladimir, who preferred to be killed, but not to raise a hand on their brother in the struggle for power, which has begun after Vladimir's death. I recalled an occasion when Vladimir Putin has found himself in front of a painting which depicted those two saints among other figures. He immediately recognized them, saying that these two, waiting to be killed without resisting, cannot be an example for us. So I said, the choice for today's Russia is exactly as it was 1,000 years ago. It is not even about choosing between democracy and totalitarianism. The question is a more fundamental one. Are there any moral limits for a person or for a group of people to achieve power or to retain it? And clearly the murders of Boris Nemtsov and Alexei Navalny, as well as some well over 1,000 political prisoners in today's Russia, show that there are no such limits. We have all seen this before. I came across a brochure published in 1947. It was a lecture by Robert Burley, educational advisor to the Control Commission in the British Zone in Germany, under the title, The German Problem and the Responsibility of Britain. He was saying that the military victory over Nazism is not sufficient. The solution had to be found on a deeper level. A community of people found itself unable to distinguish between the good and the evil, as politics was separated from the morality. Indeed, the ethical dimension is absent from both foreign and internal politics in today's Russia. Politics is a dirty business, политика грязное дело, is the most popular Russian expression on the subject. The people themselves hardly expect any moral burden on behalf of the authorities. It has always been like that. It's everywhere the same, they say. Well, if we look at the experience of Germany, the Stuttgart Declaration of 1945 said, we're with our people in a large community of suffering, but also in solidarity of guilt. We accuse ourselves for not standing to our beliefs more courageously, for not praying more faithfully, for not believing more joyously, and for not loving more ardently. And then I asked myself a question. As most of you know, there has been another declaration back in 1934 when the National Socialists were still rising, the so-called Barman Declaration, and it stated, among other things, that the faith of the church is continually and systematically thwarted and rendered ineffective by alien principles on the part of the leaders and spokesmen of the German Christians and by the church leadership. When these principles are held to be valid, the church ceases to be the church. And I asked myself a question. Was it this declaration back in 1934 which made the post-war Stuttgart Declaration possible and gave the morally compromised church a right to speak after the war has ended? And if this is true, may we say that the letter demanding an immediate ceasefire, which came out on the 1st of March 2022 and was signed by some 300 priests, may we say that it does leave a door open for the Russian church to speak out in the future after the fall of Putinism and the end of the war? Well, this letter came out as a spontaneous act a week after the invasion began, and none of us who were in the process of writing and signing it, none of us knew what will happen later. Hardly anyone could predict that in 3 years we will find ourselves where we are now. Shortly after, the new legislation was introduced in Russia, which qualified any criticism of the military action as an administrative or criminal offense. Those on the Russian territory who were ready to speak out had to be ready to pay the price. Those outside of Russia still could face canonical sanctions. One could say that after signing the open letter, the priests in Russia were faced with a choice of publicly following the message and spirit of the letter or not taking part in public resistance in any form. It was not long until the repression had begun against those who have chosen the second option. The Mir Всем, Peace Be Unto All Foundation was established in Germany in October 2023, when it became clear that the persecution of anti-war priests in Russia had become systematic. At that time, around 10 priests, approximately, were sanctioned for refusing to recite the prayer for the victory of the Holy Rus and for publicly opposing the so-called Holy War. The founders, Father Valerian Dunin-Barkovsky, a journalist Svetlana Nevlik-Thomas, and the musician Pavel Fakhridinov and myself, we recognized the need for action. It took us some time to be officially registered, and today MirPCM provides direct assistance or coordinates aid to about 30 priests, most of whom have been targeted for refusing to recite this infamous prayer. A stark example is the case of Father Ian Koval, who was defrocked for changing the word victory to the word peace. Some of the priests supported by the foundation have fled Russia, while others remain, and some of them anonymously, preferring to protect themselves and their families. One priest ended up in prison. In his videos dedicated to the war with Ukraine, Father Ion Kormayarov criticized Russia's aggression from the point of view of Christian doctrine. A fragment whether he claims that the Russian military personnel killed in Ukraine will go to hell rather than to heaven has become popular. In paradise, they end up blessed are the peacemakers. Peacemakers, do you see the problem? And those who unleashed aggression, they will not be in paradise, the priest says in the video. He was condemned to 3 years of prison and was freed on the 1st August of 24. And I'm glad to say that now he has found himself a place in the convent of Mother Ephrosinia, where he could come with a humanitarian visa, having come out of Russia. One of the first victims also was Father Ion Burdin from the Diocese of Kostroma. He was fined for a sermon on the Forgiveness Sunday in March 2022, being denounced by his own parishioners and ultimately suspended as a priest. Burdin was going to move to Bulgaria and transfer to the jurisdiction of the Orthodox Church of Bulgaria. All the formal requests were made by the Bulgarian authorities, but when the papers came to Moscow, to the Patriarchate, instead of being transferred to Bulgaria, he was being suspended, formally on the foundation of the 55th canon of the Holy Apostles, which says, if anyone annoys the bishop, and also due to the fact that blasphemy against the church was found in the materials he published on his blog. He said in one interview, a Christian must testify to love more than ever. Christ said about the last times that because of the increase of lawlessness, the love of many will grow cold, and that our light must shine before people, and that we must watch ourselves. It is not the light that is in you darkness. For me, he says, this is a direct guide to action now. I see no point in calling to stop the war. These calls will have no effect on those who started it and support it. It will last as long as God allows. I see no point in curses and accusations. They are not capable of generating anything except hatred. And there is enough of it now. I see meaning in words and deeds of love, from helping refugees to forgiving and praying for your enemies. I tried to embody this in my life first and foremost. I was reported to the police. They testified against me in the court. Denunciations are written to the Metropolitan. Signatures are being collected to remove me from the service. But the Lord gave me a gift that was completely unexpected of me, something I had never seen before. I calmly look at these people and see that they are thus revealing their essence to God. And now I want to present a little gallery of the people that we're helping and to show the situation in which they found themselves. For example, Father Nikolai Platonov from Chelyabinsk, he says, I remember the next day after the war started very well. My father's birthday was 25th of February. It was the last day we saw each other. For more than 2 years now, I haven't spoken to my father and brother. For them, I'm a traitor. I did not realize that the invasion would lead to hundreds of thousands of deaths, but I already understood that I would be required to bless soldiers to go to a criminal fratricidal war. That's when I realized that the dictator had finally moved, and it was time to make a passport, so I did. Shortly after, he recorded a video where he said, I don't see myself in the coordinate system of this fascist power. Take care of yourself, your family. It will not be easier for anyone if you're fined or imprisoned. Run away. God is no longer here. Soon he received a phone call from the acquaintances from the local mining and processing plant, which was a sponsor of his church, and was told that the management was preparing some kind of action after which the bishop would suspend him. That's how he ended up in Armenia. Threats began. Andrei Remezov, deputy general director of this plant, wrote to him, calling him a rotter and demanding that he returns the money that the plant had given for the construction of the church. Remezov said that I would regret and that he would not forgive this, recalls Father Platonov. He demanded to delete the video, and I published his threats. Later, acquaintances informed Father Platonov that some people were looking for him at his new address. He had to live with someone else's SIM card and constantly move around Yerevan. I lived in Armenia for 3 months, he says. I came back because I ran out of money and my mother fell ill. But I realized that I wasn't coming back for long. Already at the airport in Moscow, I was not allowed to pass control for 2 hours, having been subjected to an additional reinforced check. They asked, why did you come back? In Russia, he did not stop making anti-war videos and openly expressing his position. As surveillance began, unknown people followed the priest and took photos from the car when he came to the window. I rented accommodation and hardly ever went outside. Whatever shop I went to, always with an escort, he says. Familiar human rights activists said it was a sign that I would soon be arrested. Inwardly, I began to prepare myself for imprisonment, since other priests in Russia have already been tried for similar statements. However, there were those who talked me out of sitting and waiting for prison. I left because I want to be useful to serve people and the Christian world. And in Russia, my preaching is not needed. Another priest who receives help from Mir Всем, he says, at the very beginning of the liturgy, we have a whole series of prayers, including for a God-protected country, its authorities, and its army. And I added the words, and for the Ukrainian country that suffers from it, he tells. Soon, one of the parishioners complained about it to the rector of the church, and he approached the priest to sort it out and strictly forbade me to add anything. Okay, I understand. For everything that happens in the temple, the rector will be held responsible, recalls the priest. But when in autumn of 2022, Patriarch Kirill made the prayer for Holy Russia, so-called, an obligatory part of the liturgy, he realized that this is the red line. He came to the rector and honestly said that he could not read this prayer. The rector did not succeed in changing his mind. I told him that I was ready to leave because it goes against my conscience. He sniffed, thought, and did not say anything concrete to me, says the priest. Well, and I just began to serve without reciting this prayer. For a year and a half, probably everything went on like that. He, you could say, covered me, for which I am very grateful to him. How all this reached the church authorities, he does not know. When asked why is it so important for him not to recite the prayer for the victory of Holy Russia, he replies, it seems unethical to me to ask God for help in a wrong cause. We are communicating with the living God. Lord, what are you asking? What are we asking you for? Why? What can't we do ourselves? Helping those who are suffering is wonderful. Not everything is in our hands, he says. God help those who have been wounded, of course, give intelligence and talent to the medics who help them. But do not lie before God and say that someone there has turned against Holy Russia. If Holy Russia is meant to be us, then it was us who came with tanks to their territory. Another priest that we're helping, he says, God calls for love, but the church calls for war. He recalls that in his childhood, in the late Soviet years, everything was saturated with books, films, stories about the victory in the Great Patriotic War. And whether we want to or not, we still perceive everything through these films, he believes. When we were a country under attack, I can understand that we pray for victory. But when the attackers are we, well, whatever the problems are, to solve them in this way, I think is not Christian. Christian faith and morality limits our methods of achieving even the most just things, he is convinced. You know, there is such a man, Dad, what if we kill all the bad people? Will there be only the good people left? No, son, there will be only murderers left. At least that's how I read the gospel. Father Vadim Kuzmitsky, that we're helping, recounts one of these conversations with a senior priest of the deanery. Why does your opinion about SVO, which is the official name of the war in Russia, and the only one which is officially permitted, why does your opinion about SVO does not coincide with the patriarchs? I'm an adult, I have my own opinion. No, it shouldn't be like that. You should think as a patriarch thinks. What should I think? No uncle will decide for me, no matter how nice a hat he wears. Soon other authorities became interested in Father Vadim, but his officers began to come to his services, followed by people in civilian clothes who stayed for meals and listened to what the priest was saying to the parishioners. Father Vadim's last official service took place on 12th of June 2022. There was no official ban. The leadership of the Volgograd Diocese simply recommended to find a new place. Despite this, the priest realized that compromises would have been made in any other diocese of the Moscow Patriarchate. Therefore, after the festive meal, Father Vadim said goodbye to his flock, and the next day he got into his car and left for Georgia. Father Vladimir Korolev remembers well the first day of the beginning of the war. The day before, he was discharged from the hospital where he had been lying in the cardiology department in a pre-infarction state. He says, I came home cheerful and happy. And what do you think? The next morning, when it all started, I had tachycardia again and completely lost sleep, as if I had never been treated. Father Vladimir Korolev was one of the first ones to sign the open letter of the priest on the 1st of March. And at the beginning of April, he was summoned to the FSB. The priest was being pressured to speak out. I said, have you read the letter? We are against the war. These are Christian commandments, guys. What are we talking about? At the end of the conversation, a young man in a white shirt and tie, who was, as he says, fit to be the son of Father Vladimir, threatened the priest with being sent to the front, saying that he could easily arrange it. The archpriest continued to serve in the Kazan church he had built. 1st of December 2022, he was dismissed from service with the formula, failed to cope with the duties of the rector. 6 months later, with one backpack, he moved to one of the countries of Eastern Europe, where he has been serving in the local autocephalous church ever since. But now it becomes difficult because in this church a new patriarch was elected, which who has more sympathies towards Moscow than the previous one. A few more testimonies. Another priest says, I was basically like at the beginning of my journey, naive and romantic, who thought that nature there are some problems, but they can be overcome by explaining them to people, showing the reasonable, the good, the eternal. I kept a whole big blog on Instagram on this topic, but over time I came to realize that most people don't really need it, he recalls. When the war started, he told parishioners after the full-scale invasion that what began in 2014 was suicidal and wrong. Among the parishioners of his church were active FSB officers and military personnel from a neighboring military unit. After a couple of weeks, unknown people began arriving at the church. As part of the informal preventive conversations, he was threatened with an article of the Penal Code for state treason and explained that his actions amounted to betrayal of the homeland. He was trying to sow disinformation among the personnel. Before the war, he repeatedly traveled to military units for ceremonies to bless the water and military equipment. I never interacted with the armed forces. I never consecrated anything there for them naturally. We were sometimes invited, it turns out, as a decoration. For example, a military unit, new recruits, and here is a prayer service. I was there to stand for a picture, so the three priests made the consecration of water, then describes the trips, Father Alexei. During the educational talks that began to be held with the protests after the full-scale invasion began and his statements in the church, he was told that he was demoralizing the personnel with his words about the quality of military equipment he saw during his trips to military units. I tell them, what are you going to fight with? You have Soviet rusty equipment in your units. What is the greatness of the army? Even if we don't take into account that you have started a crazy aggressive war now, you won't win it. There will be no Kiev in 3 days. You technically won't be able to do it, he recalls. In March 2022, he submitted a letter of resignation due to ill health and left the country a week later with his wife and 3 minor children. Already in emigration, the priest learned that he had been suspended. In September 2023, with financial support from Peace to All, he traveled from his family to Mexico and crossed the border into the United States, where he is seeking political asylum. He told his relatives that he was in America on a religious visa, so as not to traumatize them with his experience. Few more pictures from our gallery. Another priest says, after the shock, a period of waiting began. Up to a certain point, there was silence at the top, then the first speech of the patriarch on the subject with an unambiguous position, and then came the letters with his prayers, at first with a milder content, and then for victory. At first, it might seem that it was a prayer for the end of the conflict, although there were some clinging phrases. But then they sounded more and more specific, and finally came our wars, the weaving of camouflage nets, and the well-known rhetoric from the pulpits. For example, when I learned that a man had a son or a grandson serving conscription, I advised him not to sign a contract under any circumstances, not to go and agree. Sometimes I explained my position with leading questions, saying that what was happening was evil. With more familiar people, I talked about the war quite openly. I had almost no conflict with anyone, and until the day I left, I was left alone. But it was all temporary. I hope that once the full-scale war broke out, the church would at least try to call for peace, because it is possible to serve God, not the fatherland and the king. When the fatherland and the king go mad and are dangerous to the world, one should listen to God, common sense, and have a conscience, and not look for excuses. Another priest says, my story is an example of struggling with the internal enemies. I was brought to light by the rector and the dean. Through heart-to-heart conversations over lunch with a drink, through monitoring my social networking page. In no way do I compare myself with those who suffered during Stalin's repression, but watching the activity of my still yesterday kind fellow believers, I involuntarily remember Dovlatov's words about those who wrote 4 million denunciations. That's a famous Dovlatov quote when he says that we endlessly curse Comrade Stalin, and for a good reason, but I still want to ask who wrote the 4 million denunciations. The priest says, I will not tell you all that happened to me after the unfortunate table conversation. So far, everything ended with the satisfaction of my petition for my resignation for health reasons, which, it must be said, has deteriorated considerably. I'm not a hero and try to promise to keep my head down. But to my assurances that I would keep silent, that I was ready to delete my internet page, the rector replied that he did not accept my convictions, and the rector said that he could not stand with me in the altar. As a result, I was confronted with the fact that blessing soldiers to fight in Ukraine and speaking a sermon from the pulpit about the importance and necessity of the defensible forces is not a political action. And posting an anti-war poster on a personal page in social networks is the most direct politics. And in general, in today's political situation, a priest's anti-war beliefs make him unfit for office. That's what my rector told me. This is our ecclesiastical and civil reality. Whoever has a word to say to the Christian community or to the civil society is afraid to say it, and I'm afraid. And thousands of other priests are afraid now. The atmosphere of fear is growing. Silence, keep your mouth shut. One of the priests that we're helping, Father Perminov, comes from a city with a wonderful name, Kainsk, which obviously refers to the name of Cain. And when he refused to read the prayer, he was called by the bishop, and the bishop began to ask him questions. Now, what are the questions? Why did you not serve in the army? Do you support single-sex marriages? Why do you receive wage which is bigger than the minimum one? And the priest has 5 children. After he was suspended, finding a secular job was not easy. In a small town, everybody knows everyone, and no one wants to show his disloyalty. Sometimes people I don't know greet me on the street. Probably the effect of the interview remains because there was a film about him, which was seen by over 1 million people. But when the parishioners see me, they hide their eyes or pretend not to notice. And unfortunately, they do not take part in my situation. Not all of the priests that we're helping are in Russia. Some of them are at least 2 of them are in Kazakhstan. And one of them, Father Yakov Vorontsov, he celebrated in the cathedral of the capital of the country. And on the first day of the war, he wrote in the cathedral chat, WhatsApp chat. Here you see what's happening. Huge, heavily armed Russia has attacked small Ukraine. There are reports of terror, tanks are coming, airplanes are dropping bombs. I believe that this is absolutely wrong, and efforts should be made to stop it. And since Kazakhstan is hosting a Congress of Leaders of World and Traditional Religions, we, as the Orthodox Church, could involve other traditional religions and jointly appeal to Patriarch Kirill, Father Yakov said. He was convinced that it was possible to initiate a peacemaking process through the efforts of the clergy. None of the chat participants supported his idea. He nevertheless continued, saying, this model of authoritarianism that Patriarch Kirill is building, it does not suit us. Church life, the life of communities, the life of ordinary parishes is stagnating, and religious education is deliberately driven below the plinth, as the typical Russian expression, by Patriarch Kirill's reforms. The reason for this comes from Moscow, and it would be useful for us, for the Church, for Kazakhstan, to have more autonomy in the Church. In March 2022, Father Yakov was summoned twice to disciplinary panels. The first time he was required not to speak publicly about the war and to close his Facebook page. At the second commission, he was told to write an explanatory note and admit that Kazakhstan should help Russia. The priest preferred not to change his position. At the same time, he was temporarily suspended from service and sent into exile in one of the monasteries in Kazakhstan, and the clergy declared a boycott of Father Yakov. I would come to the cathedral and no one would look me in the eye. Everyone would avoid me, they would not greet me, they would not talk to me, he says. He continues to actively express his position on social networks and has no plans to leave Kazakhstan. He says, my flock is here, and what? I have to leave the people who believe in me, let them be so few, let it be 12 disciples like Jesus Christ, but what? I have to throw them to Gundyaev? Who am I going to leave them for? I'd rather be in prison, but here with them, Father Yakov explains. If I had something to lose, if I had children, grandchildren of some kind, but I'm a monk. Of course, it would be a pity if my mom had to see her son in prison. Well, I don't want to, but of course, my mom will get over it. Our Mir Всем actually has exposed the mechanism of political repression within the Russian Church, and when one of our priests was called before the Diocesan Disciplinary Commission for refusing to recite the prayer for the Holy Rus, he recorded the proceedings of the commission and we published them, and we sort of tried to reveal how the canon law is being used as a tool of political control. And here are some questions and remarks from this disciplinary commission to the priest. The text of the prayer for Holy Rus does not say that anyone has to kill anyone. Have you considered that perhaps you misunderstood these words? Do you still persist in these beliefs? Do you find the text of this prayer unacceptable? You realize, yes, that you have thereby violated the priestly oath that you signed before ordination. That's a very typical accusation. Divide and conquer has been a principle since the ancient Rome. Now it is to divide the church into those who read the prayer and those who do not read it. We really don't have enough clerics, Father. And if everyone is suspended, well, so maybe you should look at this prayer in a different way. His Holiness blessed this prayer. He and others must have thought about the text, not just sent it. If people start interpreting some points in their own way, we can only throw up our hands. In fact, the prayer is good. The prayer is good, and there is also what is stated in the oath. And there is a thing called church discipline. It is a very good thing, so that the church does not turn into a community of people who do not understand what is on the right and what is on the left. I think it is necessary to read it and pray, not just for a tick, for pro forma, but to put your mind, your spirit, so that the Lord will help you. And the sooner it will be done, the sooner peace will come. These people, and there are millions of them, you can't take them anywhere. At the same time that we priests, laymen, can only help with the prayers. And I think that this dissent is only harmful. In this case, do you oppose yourself to the whole church, which reads this prayer with the blessing of the priest, of the patriarch? Do you think that your opinion is correct here and the others are wrong? If the whole church prays and you do not, then you think that everyone else is wrong? And the priest says, well, my opinion is that I cannot join in that. Has there been any feedback to the work of our foundation? There has been indeed, and I want to read a short publication from a Russian media, which is called The New Insider. And the title of this text is in Russian, in English, The Priestly Stranglehold, Peace to All as a recruitment structure of the CIA. Выдавка для священников, мир всем, вербовочная структура ЦРУ. So what does it exactly say? Kordechkin is the founder of the NGO Peace Unto All, a structure created to form a split in the Russian Orthodox Church. Methods: slanderous information, recruitment, and the word here, verbovka, which specifically refers to recruiting the spies of the Russian Orthodox Church clerics. The structure presents itself. The goal is to help those clerics of the Russian Orthodox Church who, because of their anti-war public stance after 25th of February 22, are being suspended or being defrocked and left without means of subsistence. In reality, the text says, the emissaries of the project find priests inclined to betrayal, unbelieving liberals, sodomites, fornicators, treasury thieves, promise them money and the parish in Europe, where they transfer to the Patriarch of Constantinople and the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. This is how they recruit them. Peace to All closely cooperates with the CIA, which supplies information about persons ready to betray. Close cooperation with the Patriarchate of Constantinople and the PCU sect. On their basis, Washington is trying to form an alternative Russian church, tolerant of LGBT, on the positions of Russophobia. Vulgar pacifism attempts to distort the Holy Scriptures. Pacifism works only in one direction, against Russia. Priests who do not want to pray for Holy Russia, having found themselves in the clergy of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, pray for the Nazi regime of Kiev and the physical destruction of Russia and Russians. The number of traitors is not great yet. A declaration in support of the Ukro-Nazi regime in March 2022 was signed by several dozen clerics of the Russian Orthodox Church. Those who have fallen into the net of Peace to All are required to take actions that will force the clergy to ban them from ministry, to defrock them, and then the persecuted will be restored to the dignity in the Patriarchate of Constantinople or the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. If a critical mass of renegades is gathered, an alternative church will be proclaimed. Financial reports are regularly published on the website, the size of donations by sponsors, what they're being spent on. The reports do not reflect even a small part of the money that is being spent. Money for bribing renegades, their move from the Russian Federation to the European Union is not insignificant. The project's Peace of All receives finances from the State Department for work with the world religions through private funds, through the foreign agent Khodorkovsky, a spacer in the CIA funding of programs and projects against Russia. Well, finally, what do I think is the meaning of this project and why do I think it's important? Well, initially, the foundation's primary goal was the financial aid to the priests and their families, but Mir Всем has never really been only about the money. We aim to provide these priests, courageous priests, a sense of solidarity, especially those who are in the remote regions. And we also give them a platform to make their voices heard through our Telegram channel and video sermons featured on NO Media, which is run by the Nobel Prize winner Novaya Gazeta. These priests speak to thousands, amplifying the voices of those who are silent. When the manifest of the so-called Nakaz of the World Russian People Council came out, 3 priests affiliated with Mir Всем spoke out and subjecting it to severe criticism. Through these efforts, we've shown to the world that the Russian Orthodox Church is not a monolith, wholly supporting Putinism and the war. Priests like Vadim Perminov have become heroes with documentaries like The Suspended, Запрещенные, reaching 1 million viewers on the YouTube. The narrative of the Russian priests resisting the war has gained attention, and every major Russian-speaking media has covered their stories. In a broader sense, we try to support the Russian Orthodox Christians, many of whom have stopped attending church or participating in public worship. And letters and comments on our videos show that for many of them, Mir Всем is the only remaining connection to the church. There is a theoretical path for defrocked priests to appeal to the ecumenical patriarchate and be received by other jurisdictions. But so far, there has been only one case that is being restored by Constantinople and being received in another patriarchate. And future prospects remain unclear. It is vital for the broader Orthodox Church, including the OCA, I believe, to create a roadmap for clergy persecuted for refusing to endorse nationalist militaristic doctrines. Well, if we look back to the example of Germany, which is where we have begun, hardly anyone doubts that the convictions and ideology behind the war will end after the ceasefire. So the ceasefire and even at the end of the war cannot be considered to be a definitive solution. The war itself is only possible in today's Russia because there are no institutions which are capable of guiding between what is good and what is evil, because it is only the state which has claimed the ultimate authority in these matters. The loyalty to the state has become a superior civil and religious virtue. The initiatives to canonize Patriarch Sergei Stargorodsky from within the Moscow Patriarchy, therefore, are not accidental. Well, the differences between Germany then and Russia today are too important to be ignored, but something is similar. According to the Russian scholar Lyudmila Brovka, before, during, and after the war, it was the issue of patriotism that was the Achilles heel of the German Christians. They saw their loyalty to the state as a fundamental civil and religious virtue. How can one go wrong in being loyal to one's country? According to her, it was this notion that prevented most Germans from resisting the false doctrine and even from recognizing their guilt and responsibility even when the war was over. So questioning patriotism as a principle, religious and civil virtue will be one of the key challenges in the future. Mir Всем is an attempt to protect and proclaim the Christian morality versus corporate loyalty. The voices of those who have preserved the Christian vision were a minority in Germany then, as today they are in Russia. However, after the war, it was the stance of the confessing church in Germany which became the foundation for the reconstruction and the reintegration of the German church into the global Christian community. This should be a path for the Russian church, but a different level of interaction with other Christian communities will be needed, far greater than what we call ecumenism today. Theological commissions are important, but they do not provide a solution. And the measure, in my view, to which a church identifies itself with the universal Christian community is precisely the measure to which it cannot be instrumentalized by the authorities. The history of the post-war Germany shows that the voice of a persecuted minority can serve as a guiding light for a nation and the church seeking redemption after the fall of dictatorship. Just as the confessing church played a key role in resisting Nazi ideology and later helped shape Germany's moral rebirth, the voices of the persecuted Russian clergy could serve as a foundation for renewal and healing within the Russian Orthodox Church. And this is the end of my talk.
Thank you very much, Father Andrei. So we'll have a session for Q&A with the three speakers that at this point have spoken and not received their questions and comments yet. Come up here. If you could grab a chair. I think there's three of you at this point, right? And you could sit up here and we will have a nice Q&A session. And then our lunch will be probably a bit short.
Lunch okay?
And there is a question from somebody viewing from home. Angel will articulate.
So I'll just open up with that and then we will talk in the room. There's a question from Metropolitan Boris Gudzak. I think actually maybe to Lena, but I'm not sure, so I'm just going to read it out. Is there a published statistics?
Actually, Father Andrei.
Oh, it's Father Andrei. Okay. Can you read it out, please?
Sure. Father Andrei, thank you very much for your work and your courage. I wanted to ask, is there kind of a statistical summary somewhere that is published? How many bishops, priests, deacons, religious clergy, monks have kind of taken a stand, and what kind of stand they have taken?
Well, regarding MIRSEM, I think that there are about 30 clergymen who we are helping in a direct or indirect way. And some of their biographies can be found on the website of MIRSEM, which has its English version. But the difficulty is that some of the people that we're helping are still in Russia, and not all of them are prepared to be public. So you can say that some of the stories are transparent and some are not. But I think that on the whole, we're speaking about approximately 30 people.
There's
So-
also a website, Christian.
There's also a website, Christiani Protifani, that's right, which is there is a Belarusian lady, Natalia Vasilievich, in Germany, who sort of helps to run it. And Christiani Protifani has a webpage. I think there's an English version as well, and they monitor the persecution not only in Russia but also in Belarus. This is a resource called Christian Against the War. And if you look for an English version, it has a special page dedicated to the monitoring of religious persecution. So there you will also find some numbers and some figures and some names. So these are the two resources that I'm thinking about, but I don't think that there's anything else.
But Christianity is probably the most comprehensive because it also has sort of random clergy persecuted outside of Russia and Belarus who like in jurisdictions that are somehow associated with the Russian church.
Father, just to be clear, so these 30 are the 30 that you are helping. Your estimation of how many clergy have taken a stand, maybe there are some that you don't know about, that you can't name, that you can't help, but your, let's say, speculation out of the, 40,000 priests and deacons, you think it's 30 or could it be more?
Well, I don't have any numbers, but I can say that there is a new expression that I came across, which in Russian is "novые тихие," the new quiet ones. And these are the priests who do not have any sort of public expression of themselves. They don't make themselves public, but they most of them, for example, they still they do not read this infamous prayer. Because once you stop reading it in Moscow, it becomes kind of very obvious. But in the Russian province, I think there is a fair number of priests who sort of get away with it, because people sort of not everyone realize that they don't read it or they change it and alter it. But I think it would be very hard to say what are the numbers. And then, of course, and I mean, you may have various. You may have different opinions about this, but there is also a fair amount of priests who do read this prayer, and they sort of, well, it's a compromise. I mean, they read it, but on a private level, they would not support the values of this prayer. So there is also a number of them, but I would be hesitant to give kind of any numbers. I think that's a tricky task. But I always we receive a fair amount of comments and emails from Russia, from the priests who say that we are silent, we cannot speak, but it's important that you who are outside of Russia that you carry on what you're doing. But to say exactly the numbers or the proportion, I would be very. I mean, of course, it's a minority, but perhaps maybe. Some people who sit here would disagree with me, but I think that those people who actively support this, what we call Z theology and Z ideology, I don't think that they're really a majority. I mean, the thing is that they're allowed, they're given on all the platforms, they're being heard, but in fact, I would not say that they are a majority. I may be wrong, but this is what I feel. But of course, their voices are so amplified. That you have these people like Metropolitan Kirill, who leads this military department, or Episcop Sava, and you have some more. But then you also have a fair amount of bishops who have their names have not been heard of course they are in a situation of compromise. I mean, they presume they read the prayer and they do that sort of thing, but they have not been heard in actively supporting this sort of Z agenda. But maybe you want to disagree.
Thank you, Father Andrei, and for the question from Metropolitan Boris. I just want to remind us that we have, I'm sorry, I'm blocking, if I'm blocking anybody, I'm not sure if this is visible on the screen. So I'm reminding us that we're also, right now, the speakers are taking questions. We had this very informative lecture by Professor Kenworthy about Patriarch Tikhon, right? And this very complicated situation in the wake of the Russian Revolution. So please, if you have questions to Professor Kenworthy about Patriarch Tikhon and various issues connected to that. And then we had a talk by Matushka Abbess Yefrosinia about the personal and very real recent journey of a non-conformist, in a way, convent of the Rokor, and her description and testimony to what they went through. This is an interesting real life case. We've got a live one here of Orthodox women taking a stand. That's been very, very difficult and interesting for us to hear about. So if you have questions to her, and finally, of course, Father Andrei, from whom we just heard about the testimony and examples of priests. Okay, I'm just reminding us, please don't be shy. Father Kirill?
Although I wasn't the first to raise my hand.
No, but you paid me, so.
Okay. Well, this is like a disclaimer. I have a question to Scott. Thank you for a wonderful presentation, which was really enlightening. And I'd like to ask you, what is your take on Patrick Tikhon's take on the national liberation movements in Ukraine and Baltic countries in his time? Because many people in Ukraine are not quite happy about how he handled the Ukrainian issue. So, what is your judgment about that?
So I do go into this. So the question was about Patriarch Tikhon's position towards Ukrainian church in particular during that time period. But in fact, it was not just the Ukrainian church, it was the church in Poland, the Baltics, and all of this kind of stuff. And each case is actually quite different. And I did a whole chapter where I just go into each of these. The Ukrainian church, specifically, what I can say is that in 1918, he felt compelled, let's say, to follow the lead of the church council in Moscow and also the church council in Kiev. And of course, it's sort of complicated history with the church council in Kiev, but in the second session, of course, a lot of the pro-autocephalists were expelled or excluded from the council. So especially by the third session of the council, it was, those who were for autocephaly were not really in a majority, and so it was essentially a kind of autonomy. So what resulted at the end of 1918 was that the Ukrainian Orthodox Church would exist as a parallel to the Russian Orthodox Church. That would both be united by being under the Patriarch, but each would have its own Holy Synod, right, and have a certain degree of their own sabor and everything else. The later movement, he was, part of the problem is there was just the communication between himself. There was, Antony Khrapovitsky was still the Metropolitan of Kiev, but of course was not in Kiev. And so there was no authoritative bishop in Ukraine that he was really able to communicate with and understand the situation. But he did not support the autocephalists because by that point, Ukraine was not an independent country anymore. It had been subordinated to the Soviets by, let's say, 1920, 21. And he did, frankly, view the people who really were pushing autocephaly, especially in 1921, as kind of inclined towards being schismatics, because they were also anti-episcopal and there were many other things in which they almost foreshadowed the renovationists, kind of in favor of married bishops and a whole variety of things like this that he did not support, which was partially because of the information that he was getting, but also it's complicated. But I think that in 1918, where there was sort of the greatest moment of the possibility of a independence for the Ukrainian church, he felt like he couldn't go against what was said by both the council in Moscow and the council in Ukraine.
Okay, I'm utilizing a privilege of one of the moderators. I have a quick comment to Scott, not so much question, and then I have a question for Matushka Efrosinya, if I may. So the comment is that I have, this is one thing that Scott didn't mention, but that I wrote on as an architect. Metropolitan, well, actually, he did mention the church that was built in Levitt, that was constructed in Levitt, that Metropolitan Tikhon was very involved in. I was writing an article about Orthodox architecture, and I actually read the letters between Metropolitan Tikhon and Saint John Kachurov, which was in itself the original letters, which was in itself a great privilege. You know, they're the two saints of the church of the 20th century. And what struck me in that, and that's how it relates to the theme of the conference, is that the commission for the church was given to the American architect Louis Sullivan, which was quite controversial at its time. And in the letters between the bishop and his priest, it comes out how controversial this decision was, how important it was in their mind to the mission of the Orthodox Church in America, and how courageous Metropolitan Tikhon was in essentially challenging the Russian imperial, everything has to be a Russian cookie cutter, you know, we're importing Russia to America kind of thing. Okay. My question to Matushka Efrosinya is related to what we were chatting about during the break, and that is the one word that you haven't used in your talk, and I thought you would use in your talk, is the word schism, right? That, of course, everybody is accused of. And I was wondering if you could briefly speak to how this notion is being weaponized in Orthodoxy, how it paralyzes the Orthodox witness, and the related.
I think it's actually Patriarch Kirill who came out with a statement that schismatics were worse than heretics, or at least the heterodox, because they weren't pretending. Schismatics pretend to be Orthodox. It's like when you're dealing with Catholics or Protestants, you don't think they're Orthodox anyway, so it doesn't matter. That's okay. But schismatics are more dangerous because they're pretending that they're like you, that they're Orthodox, and therefore there's this deception, this level of deception that's totally unacceptable. And in that sense, they're much more dangerous than someone that you don't think is Orthodox. It's a label that's often thrown around the Russian church, since especially when they dealt with the catacomb, loves the quote, that the sin, what is it? The sin of schism cannot be washed away even with martyrs' blood. Right. Is it that, again, this is absolutely the worst possible thing. But we come up against the other thing we're talking about. Who's going to determine what's a schism and what isn't? First of all. Secondly, there is this myth that the church, was always united, one whole thing, and it's only in this tumultuous 20th century that suddenly we're faced with all these divisions. And anyone that studies church history knows that's not true at all. From practically from day one, there's divisions of all sorts. It's part of human nature to question, to search. Christianity, I think we need to remember that it's a path. It's people develop, people make choices, institutions change, develop. I mentioned to someone that I'm not sure if we were faced with the same choices now that we were faced with in 2007, that we would necessarily, do exactly the same thing. Perception changes, and so again, who's going to determine what's schismatic and what's Orthodox? I think we have to learn not to be so scared of these labels.
Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Kenworthy, thank you for most illuminating presentation. Just wonderful paradigm of how to navigate through difficult times. I had a kind of trivial question about the final decree. You said there were multiple versions of it. Are those accessible to read? And what is your analysis of comparison between the versions?
So that's, I would call them drafts, right? So successive drafts. So these were found, the St. Tikhon's University, Orthodox University in Moscow in the year 2000 published a collection of documents nearly 1,000 pages long out of the secret police archive, the Chekhov, FSB, KGB archive. And so it's in there, these 3 successive drafts. Essentially the succession was that the first one was aping church language, but clearly was written by a Soviet person, somebody very familiar with the church and church ways of doing things, but still it's very Soviet. The second draft is some attempt at a compromise in between. So it sort of takes some steps in a more churchly direction, but still retains a fair amount from the original draft. And then the third one, which is the one that gets published a week after his death, is changed even more radically. So some things
In which?
In a more churchly direction, yeah. So it still retains some of the things that the original draft, what the Soviets wanted him to say, as it were. But then there was also, one of the things that was interesting, and this comes back to this, you obey the Soviet government out of conscience, was that the Soviets wanted him to say, you obey the Soviets because it's the ideal government and this is, the culmination of everything there is. And he's like, he takes that out and replaces it with, we obey because as Christians, we're supposed to be good citizens of the country we live in as long as their laws don't, contradict our faith and things like this. And he puts more emphasis on how the decree of separation of church and state in the Constitution are to protect the freedom of religion. That was not in the original draft, interestingly enough. And he's like emphasizing this, I think, in the hope to make the, not as like, see, we can celebrate the Soviet Union because it has freedom of conscience, but actually to remind people that the Soviet Union is supposed to grant freedom of conscience and things like that. And then this last little bit about, well, if we're good citizens, then the government will reciprocate by giving us these things. There's a third, so you have these 3 drafts, 3 successive drafts, and then there's an anonymous note at the end by, we don't know who actually was doing these because you only have sort of the typescript, but an anonymous note from a Soviet person who I'm guessing was involved in that first drafting the very first draft, who's pissed off at the way the final draft ended up. He's like, this goes against the whole thing we wanted if people are obeying because of their Christian conscience rather than, and we're supposed to reciprocate, Yeah, it's really interesting.
Valerie, thanks. I have a question for Father Andre and a comment for Matka Frosinia, although I would also appreciate your feedback or observations on it. So I'll do that one first, which is when that whole thing about the female monastics being excluded from this reminded me of earlier in Byzantine history. So you have at the time of the Fourth Ecumenical Council in Chalcedon, the Empress Pulcheria, who's basically ruling, she's married, former General Marcian to have the, so that it seems like there's a man in charge, but she's really the power behind the throne. And she sends out a letter. She doesn't want all these monks involved in the ecumenical council. And so she's got this letter sent out against these monks wandering around and that they all need to be, back at their monasteries. But it's sort of a generic thing against monks and nuns. Now contrast that with the Seventh Ecumenical Council, Nicaea II in 787, where fully half of the signatories are abbots, but there are no female monastics involved in it. It's just male monastics involved. So that was, and I thought about how things haven't changed very much. You look at the Great Council that was held in Crete several years ago, and while there were lay people involved in that, very few of those lay people were women. So I would appreciate your feedback on that. And then for Father Otto, you're raising the comparison with the confessing church. I had been thinking about the same thing in Germany with the Lutheran church split early on in the under the Nazi regime. But it seems to me, if I remember correctly, that it was about a third of the pastors who became part of that confessing church who split with, yes, it was a majority that went along with the Nazi program, but it was, it was really a much larger percentage than what we're seeing in Russia today. And I wondered what you thought might account for that difference in the numbers.
Well, I think that's very simple. I think that Germany, by the time when the war has begun, has remained largely, traditional Christian society. And Russia, by 2022, has been subjected to over 100 years of what you may call negative selection. And of course, any dissent has been persecuted for well over a century, which does not really construct a very optimistic environment. I think that's my explanation. Maybe there is something else behind it, but maybe you have other.
I wondered if the role of hierarchy may also play.
Franziska hasn't had questions.
Oh, she has.
To comment on that, when this whole business came up that, they were going to follow the precedent of the All Russian Sobor and not let women participate. It was also just poor history because actually our Abbess Catherine was invited to present a paper to the, she wasn't a delegate, but she was invited to present a paper about the restoration of the female diaconate because that was supposed to be addressed at the Sobor. Again, they didn't get around to that just as they didn't to liturgical reform and other things because she was one of the major proponents of this restoration. So, it was ironic that her community, were being told women aren't supposed to participate because they didn't, when actually it was our women that did, Again, 1918, it would have been strange just in the context of the times to suddenly say, women are going to participate but they did, they did present papers, their voices there was an attempt, at least some sort of recognition and feeling that their voices should be heard, and to just sort of blithely refer to that and say they didn't do it then, therefore that was just unacceptable.
And women did vote, by the way, at the parish level for the delegates.
This question for I don't know, whoever wants to answer it, probably primarily for Father Andre. I'm interested in the impact on Orthodox believers of this very anti-Christian message that's coming out of the Moscow Patriarchate. Do we have any kind of numbers to indicate that church-going has dropped? And if you're in touch with people inside Russia, like to what extent are people celebrating the liturgy in the privacy of their own homes in the way that they want? Or has it led, to widespread disillusion?
Well, a few months ago, I was speaking in Montenegro. I gave a talk, and I think the title of the talk was "What is the meaning of the priestly service in the time of disillusionment with the church or something like that?" And when I was preparing it, in my social media on Telegram and on Facebook, I asked the people if they have stopped going to the church with the war, and if they did, well, why, and how did they go through? And I sort of expected, I thought that, I will receive some 5 emails and maybe 10 messages on Facebook. And in a day or a few days, I was completely buried under the number of these messages and emails. And there were well over 100. For most of them, for the vast majority, it was really, they stopped going to the church, but they keep identifying themselves as Christians. But for a very small minority, it has actually shaken the basis of their faith. And there was one message which I found extremely most difficult out of all. It was a woman who wrote me, she's in Europe now. And when she came out on the street with a sole protest, after that, she was taken to police and she was beaten and she was raped. And she was saying that I find it difficult now to come to the church and to see the cross in the church, because there's people who were doing it to me in the police, they were all wearing crosses. And this was but when I received all these messages, obviously, none of us can give any numbers, how many of these people are, but I understood 2 things. One thing is that these cases are not individual, that we're speaking about a process, which may be, I wouldn't want to speculate whether it is 5% or 15%. I just don't have any basis to say how many of these people really are. And another thing is that, almost all of these messages were received from the people that do not know me, and I do not know them. So why did they write me and completely unknown priest? Because they feel that their departure from the church has been completely unnoticed. For us, it was a tragedy. We had to leave the church, but it's like, you will leave and some others will come. So I think that we are speaking about a process. It's hard to say how, about any kind of percentage, but, there are certainly drops, and maybe some of them would be, some people would explain that partly by COVID, which did drop the numbers. And it sort of almost coincided with the war. So it's very hard to say how many of these people have stopped going because during the COVID they have stopped to it, and they realize that the sun doesn't fall upon earth if they don't go to Saturday vigil.
Well, they did have that report about Christmas Day, Christmas attendance. That
Which is
the
low.
Department of Internal Affairs, that it dropped by millions actually within the span of Patriarch Kirill's altogether patriarchate. There are exact numbers of this. If you look up the church attendance on Christmas in the Russian Federation.
Yeah, but the big question is, to what extent this is, it has a war as a reason or other reasons, which also do exist.
Well, that's the next question, but
Well,
it has dropped.
So I don't know if that's an answer to your
But
question.
in the
that's-
US, COVID increased religious participation.
Well, many people in Russia have dropped, especially the older generation, because they have stopped going during the COVID, and then how they never lost the habit.
But in relation to the war and the collaboration, there's also another aspect which you didn't mention, which is there's a great attrition of people who left Russian Orthodox Church and joined the Catholic Church because they perceive it as being, less collaborative, although that's also a question. I personally know a number of people who are not willing to give up their church life, but do not see themselves communing in the Orthodox Church as it is now. And so they go to the Catholic parishes, which for those in Russia, is the next best thing. They don't have the same level, modern Russians don't have the same level of anti-Catholic sentiment as, their ancestors.
There was another question.
My name's what's its name? Are Canadian and American churches all saying this prayer? Has anybody been scolded in the Canadian or the American parishes? Is there anything going on? Anybody who's
strictly speaking, by the time I was for the first time suspended in the Moscow Patriarchate, I was a diocese secretary for the Diocese of Spain and Portugal of the Moscow Patriarchate, and so I had all the incoming correspondence in my email, well, not in my on the diocesan email, and from what I know, I may be mistaken, but from what I know, none of the dioceses of the Moscow Patriarchate in the Western Europe, and I presume in America, have received any imperatives to read it. So within Russia, there is an imperative. If we didn't receive it in our diocese, I assume it has not been received in either the other dioceses as well. So people read, whatever prayers they think are appropriate. For example, we in Madrid, we read the prayer which comes from the Moleben written by Archimandrite Ivan Chekhovskoy when the Second World War has begun. And we thought that the text was completely relevant. So sort of everyone does his own thing. I think it's going to be very hard to find someone, even in Western Europe, reading this prayer of the Patriarch. Because, for example, in our diocese, which is Spain and Portugal, I mean, we had approximately 40 priests, and some of them Russians, some Ukrainians, some people from everywhere. And I have to confess, I mean, sincerely speaking, that out of 40, only one was openly and publicly supporting the sort of Z agenda and Putin. All the rest were sort of, I mean, they didn't go public, but it was, it's neutrality as I understood it. I'm not trying to justify them or saying that they did a good thing, but to say that on the whole, I didn't see this kind of this support. And actually, there was a curious story now when the Patriarch, I mean, although I left Moscow Patriarchate a year and a half ago, but as Patriarch Kirill insists on defrocking me, and in theory should go through the diocesan ecclesiastical court of our diocese in Spain and Portugal, of which I was actually a member, and they didn't want to do that, so it had to go sort of one level up. So I mean, when you speak about sort of support, I think you kind of have to be. You have to be careful. I mean, the situation is grave, but I don't think that the sort of active Z ideology is openly proclaimed by the majority of clergy. There may be people who disagree, but this was my experience in my diocese. Also, well, did they go publicly against this rhetoric? No. But there was, as I said, out of 40 priests, there was probably one who sort of went pro-Putin kind of message.
I have a question about the United States. I'm in an Osage parish, but we have people from ROCOR churches coming to our church because we pray for peace, and their church is praying for victory. So the U.S. ROCOR parishes are saying that prayer.
I think it's in different prayers. It's in different prayers.
I heard what ROCOR is praying in New York. They're praying against the Smuta, which is actually an insurgency in Ukraine. That's what they're for the.
Or they're praying against the Sobnev Rhine. Yeah, I mean,
But they have two places at the great entrance. They're
not doing different things.
They're doing different things in different parishes.
It's a different one.
It's a different one.
Yeah.
They're not praying overtly for victory. I mean, they are commemorating the patriarch. So if one doesn't want to stand there while a war criminal is being commemorated, it's difficult. I mean, there are a lot of ROCOR people who don't like that. I know choir singers who don't sing that part, but yet they come and sing the rest of the service.
That's the prayer that's been read since Maidan, since the events on Maidan in Kyiv.
Yes, that's right.
So, and it was time when it was kind of relevant at the time, like to quiet the unrest, the countries. But then it's really odd one because it also they pile up like things in Ukraine. Actually, they don't even say Ukraine. At least our lay bishops never said word Ukraine.
That doesn't exist.
Correct. There's always Rus or something else, Kievskaya Rus, whatever. Once or twice, maybe some clergymen attempted. They said Ukraine. That was shut down very quickly. So it was back to Kievskaya Rus, then Kievan Rus. It's like Byzantium. Like let's pray for Byzantium now, okay? Same idea. And since then, if for some reason they add a prayer for this American land in the same prayer against drunkenness.
The Gulf of America.
So it was really odd. So it's still the same prayer. So essentially it's a prayer of confusion, I would call it.
Well, I think it's what she said that I've heard people say they commemorate a Kirill.
Yeah.
That's enough. They leave because of that.
Just to make clear, maybe some of you do not know, but just to explain why this prayer has caused so much turmoil. I mean, apart from the actual word victory, which is there, if I'm not mistaken, 2 times, it has 2 affirmations. One is that Russia - Holy Rus is presented as a victim of some global forces of evil that are trying to are trying to divide and it's trying to. So it's actually a way to present Russia as a victim. That's one thing. Another thing is that speaking about the Russian-Ukrainian war, it uses a nation, Единый народ, one people, one nation. That basically denies the existence of the Ukrainian nation as such, which is actually the main thesis of Putin's article, which was called, I think, Русский Украинцы Единый народ, published, Russian Ukrainians are one nation, published a year before the war. And of course, if the Ukrainians are not entitled to consider themselves a nation, obviously they are not entitled to be a state. So, what this prayer is actually a whole kind of geopolitical statement. Rather than being, liturgically it's a prayer, but in fact it is. So this is why it has cost so much, and of course the word victory. This is the thing.
Thank you very much. So maybe is it okay with everybody if we leave the remaining questions to our big panel discussion? Is that?
Was one
And then
question very persistent.
Yeah, but
I
Maybe
don't
we-
want to be the last question between this group and lunch.
Yeah.
Okay, I have two questions actually, but they're very brief. So one question is about Patriarch Tikhon. I mean, when does the penny drop and he realizes that these folks he's talking to are not negotiating in good faith? Till then, it seems to be like you've got your view, we've got ours. We need to come to some kind of compromise with somebody, but only if they're operating in good faith, right? So
Yeah.
we agree to see the world differently, but you're going to keep your word,
Yeah.
and that obviously is not happening. So that's the drop. My second question is for Father Andre. You mentioned that you got some media attention in Russia. Have you received media attention in Western Europe or America, Canada? Or
BBC.
is that would that be welcome?
No, I can say that Father Andre's been on the BBC quite a lot, and I wrote about him as well. He did a very good edition of Hard Talk, where he was grilled for half an hour. So, yeah.
So about Patriarch Tikhon, well, so, it literally, it shifts back and forth. And so, he really, that moment when he negotiated this compromise about giving up the church valuables and then they turned around and said, we're gonna take them anyways, was one of those, like, I tried negotiating and you, but then after Lenin's death in whatever it's January 1924, then they actually do become more accommodating and they do become more willing to compromise. So up until the end of his life, he's still trying to negotiate and compromise because there actually did seem to be a window when that was possible.
Well, just by force of personality.
Yeah, it was
He
also
was an
his nature.
optimistic person.
Isn't that also
To
the
look
time
for
to
the good
give
in
an act?
everyone.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have given up.
I mean, that leads up in other ways.
Yeah, no.
Okay, all right, I'm just gonna cut, there will be a final panel, so that we can at least get back to our schedule.
Right.
So, we're,
Two more talks coming up, just say after lunch.
Yeah. so there will be two more talks coming up, after lunch.
There's
The first one is, the first one is mine, so don't go away, please.
About the OCA, what's the topic? The OCA paradox. So we haven't heard much about the OCA. So stick around for that. OCA paradox, conformance in the name of freedom. And then there'll be my talk on Sergianism and anti-Sergianism, the arguments for and against conformism to state authorities in Orthodox Christianity. That's it, everybody. It's lunchtime, right?
Yes.
Okay, everybody, we're going to be starting. So let's take our seats. And we're back after lunch. We have a topic now that's a new aspect or a different jurisdiction will be now addressed in our overall topic of Christian non-conformism in East and West. The topic of the OCA paradox, conformance in the name of freedom, will be presented by none other than Inga Leonova. Inga, my dear friend, is, I know I have something about you here, is the editor-in-chief of the very well-known and leading progressive Orthodox and progressive intellectual, well-educated publication known as The Wheel. This Journal of Orthodox Theology and Culture is something that Inga has now been the editor in chief of for years. She is also a practicing architect and educator. She is currently co-editing the monograph on Orthodox sacred space in modernity for Fordham University Press. Thank you for coming, Inga, and I will leave you to it. Thank you for the introduction.
I have to begin by thanking my dear cum, Father Andrei Kordichkin, for supplying me with a perfect opening, reminding me of the canon against those who annoy the bishops. Because I'm afraid that one who annoys the bishops is essentially my middle name, as the Synod of the OCA can attest to and could for a couple of decades. And I'm afraid that this paper is going to increase the annoyance, but that just can't be helped, I'm afraid. My late dear Bishop of Northeast, the Northeast Archbishop Nikon, when I served on the Diocesan Council, I served one term and resigned after one term, and he was trying, because I just couldn't deal with it. And he was trying to make me stay, and he said, look, one of your greatest contributions to the Diocesan Council meetings is that you walk in and annoy half the people in the room. I said, that's not enough of a reason. Anyway, so I would like to present to your judgment and consideration the curious case of the OCA. And I would like to preface it by telling you that I am OCA through and through. I was not born into it. I was baptized in Moscow Patriarchate in Russia, but I have lived in the United States since I was very, very young, and my theological formation and my ecclesiological formation belongs to the OCA. To this moment, in spite of difficult paper that I had, a painful paper that I had to write, I'm very committed to the raison d'etre of the OCA. And as a local church in the United States that was intended to surpass cultural, ethnic, and political allegiances. And it grieves me greatly that I think that it forfeited its own mission. But again, this is just my personal take on the matter. Okay, so without further ado, in order to put the current position or a lack of a defined position of the OCA vis-a-vis Moscow Patriarchate, it is necessary to present a very brief outline of the American autocephaly as understood by the Orthodox Church in America. OCA's claim to autocephaly as a unifying jurisdiction for the American Orthodox stems from the original mission and ethos of the Russian Metropolia, representing the missionary ethos of the Russian Church. Historically, the Russian Church has always had a very strong missionary mindset, conveniently coinciding but not necessarily equating the colonial expansion of the Russian Empire. Without going down this particular rabbit hole, I would just remind us that the Orthodox Church in America recounts its history from the 1794 mission to Alaska and the ensuing evangelization of the Alaskan natives. In the 19th century, the mission expanded into the mainland under the tutelage of St. Innocent Veniamino. And again, its thrust was missionary rather than inward focused. The official title of St. Innocent is Apostle to America, which, like the titles of St. Nino of Georgia or St. Cyril and Methodius, signifies the evangelical significance of his service. The Russian Metropolia understood itself to be a steward of all Orthodox communities in North America, which was technically the case until the Communist Revolution and the fracturing of the jurisdictional order in North America. This phenomenon of ethnically focused American jurisdictions maintaining strong ties to the mother churches persisted throughout the 20th century. However, the idea of the local American church remained strong in the Russian Metropolia, whose rather unwieldy official name, Russian Orthodox Greek Catholic Church of North America, signifies this aspiration. The ambition received new momentum with the post-World War II arrival of the cohort of visionaries reared in St. Sergius Theological Institute in Paris. Two significant matters coincided. The desire of the Russian Metropolia to normalize its canonical status, thrown off kilter by the post-revolutionary separation from the mother church in Russia, and the idealistic ecclesiology of Russian theologians who saw an opportunity in ecclesiastically pluralistic America for the development of a local church unencumbered by its affiliation with the government. The latter led to the need for the establishment of autocephaly, self-governance. And autocephalans, self-added, if you translate it from the Greek, auto and cephalus, church elects its own bishops, which was not the case with any of the diaspora jurisdictions except Rokor. That, of course, remains the crux of all the current interjurisdictional squabbles and controversies. The ecclesiological case for American autocephaly was outlined by Alexander Bogolepov, professor of canon law at St. Vladimir's Orthodox Theological Seminary, in his 1963 book, Toward an American Orthodox Church. The 1960s saw attempts to normalize the jurisdictional chaos in North America. Most importantly, it saw the establishment of SCOBA, Standing Conference of Orthodox Bishops of America, which included representatives of all American Orthodox canonical jurisdictions. The one significant exception, and that's why I used the word canonical, was Rokor, which, unlike the Metropolia, was unwilling to sit at the same table with the representatives of Moscow Patriarchate, revived by Stalin during the war. Parenthetically, I would remark on the irony of Rokor maintaining its steadfast principled stance against what they deemed a church beholden to the communist regime, and yet becoming utterly captivated by the siren song of the same church allied with Putin's regime. And I think Sister Vasa will probably speak a lot more on this subject. Armed with a canonical case for autocephaly in 1966, the two visionaries of the autocephaly project, Fathers Alexander Schmemann and John Meyendorff, in full accordance with canonical order, went to see the ecumenical patriarch Athenagoras with the appeal to grant the Metropolia autocephaly as an American church. The patriarch, however, was not impressed with the case. Leaving aside any speculation about his reasons, he has informed the ambassadors that as far as Constantinople was concerned, the Metropolia was part of the Russian Church. And since the Russian Church now had a functioning patriarchate, it was up to Moscow to resolve the American-Russian problem. It must be noted that the first overtures to the American Metropolia to resolve their differences came from the Russian Church, namely from Metropolitan Nikodim Rotov, the head of the Moscow Department of External Church Affairs, as early as 1963. In spite of several meetings being described as cordial, little progress has been made at the time. Among the clear differences was the administrative structure of the Metropolia, which saw itself as continuing the reforms enacted at the Moscow Council of 1917-18. These reforms included a broad participation of the laity in the church governance, a setup that, with the exception of the now deceased Russian Exarchate of Europe, remains unusual in the Orthodox ecumena to this day. I would add that the Metropolia has developed the vision of the Moscow Council further because it includes participation not only of clergy and laity and monastics, but clergy, laity, and monastics of both sexes and in between. And as I already mentioned, I myself had a tenure on the diocesan council and was also approached to serve on the Metropolitan Council. So it's a serious commitment. Okay, so having been essentially snubbed by Constantinople, the Metropolia again renewed its contacts with Moscow. After 4 years of talks, in 1970, the Tomos of Autocephaly was granted by Patriarch Alexei I of Moscow to Metropolitan Theodosius, and the story of the local American church began. And here we should note the first and a very significant one of the many compromises that set the pattern of the OCA's relationship with its mother church. Per the Tomos, the Moscow Patriarchate retained 43 parishes in the United States and the entire Diocese of Canada. This was a significant change from the original agreement signed by Metropolitan Nicodim and Archbishop Cyprian during the negotiations, which stated the following. First, the termination by the Patriarchate of its jurisdictions in America. 2, the granting by the Patriarchate of the Autocephaly. 3, the transfer to the Autocephalous Church of all property and rights with the exception of St. Nicholas Cathedral in New York City. And 4, the securing by the Moscow Patriarchate of the recognition by all Orthodox churches of the new autocephaly. In his very informative recent YouTube video, Father Alexander Rintel, professor of canon law at St. Vladimir Seminary and the former chancellor of the OCA, the immediate former chancellor of the OCA, called the Tomos creative and the autocephaly a three-quarter autocephaly. Creative may be one way to describe it. What happened, however, is that instead of retaining a single representative parish, a normal Orthodox practice, Moscow added to the canonical chaos by essentially setting up its own jurisdiction in America. It must be noted that over the years, several of the original patriarchal parishes, as well as the Diocese of Canada, have moved to the jurisdiction of the OCA. Yet I would argue that the precedent made a bit of a mockery of the autocephaly, as well as greatly displeasing the Greeks, which is not an insignificant issue in the Orthodox landscape. It also helped reinforce the Constantinople's position that to this day treats the OCA as an autonomous church under the Moscow Patriarchate. And this is the Constantinople's not formulated, but at the same time, official position. And this is how the OCA was treated, for instance, in the entire negotiations of the ill-fated Council of Crete. I would like to suggest that in a way, the OCA has become beholden to its old canonical argument. Unlike Rokor, which for the entire Soviet period put the principle of opposition to the communist captivity of the church as the core of its identity at the expense of its canonical status, the OCA's focus on canonicity and the perceived need to retain its connection to the MP as the guarantor of this canonicity has made it vulnerable to exploitation by Moscow. As a realist, utterly devoid of religious romanticism, I do not subscribe to the naive belief that the Mother Church has had any benevolent purpose in granting the Tomos. I have read the Tomos and the letter. It is beautifully written. The Russian Church, with the exception of the relatively brief confessional period of the early Soviet years, has never been anything other than an arm of the Russian state. The normalization of the canonical situation of the Metropolia afforded them, MP, a much broader field to exercise soft power in the West. That history stretches back decades and includes various more and less nefarious examples, from the financial shenanigans exposed in the mid-aughts in OCA scandal, financial scandal, to securing religious visas for people connected to Russian intelligence. The ephemeral character of the OCA's autocephaly was exposed especially starkly in the process of the unification of Rokor and the liberated Moscow Patriarchate. Logically, the OCA should have been a dominant player in this process as a local independent church with a historical connection to the Russian church. Instead, the OCA stood by and watched as Moscow, by virtue of this unification, claimed a much broader hold on the American continent. Yes, the unification meant the restoration of communion. But did it contribute to the OCA's mission of the growing and strengthening of the local Orthodox Church? Hardly. Markedly, the reception into Rokor of several disaffected OCA parishes in the last decade served as a further indication of Moscow's real esteem of its autocephalous daughter. An honest, romantically unencumbered study of the OCA history shows that from the Russian perspective, autocephaly was never genuine. They always intended to get the OCA back under Moscow's control. This almost came to a head in 2010, when Metropolitan Jonah Paffhausen, whom I personally have always considered a Russian agent and can substantiate it, attempted a bold move of returning under the Omophorion of the Mother Church. That got even the generally inert OCA bishops to sit up and pay attention. Losing their personal independence was unacceptable. I would be amiss not to mention the governing official mindset in the OCA, that of the unifier and mediator. And I am talking about this completely unironically and respectfully. This mindset, closely connected to the concept of the local church, informs the need to retain communications and relations with all parties in the volatile and often toxic Orthodox jurisdictional environment. And it is unquestionably a noble and Christian position. Unfortunately, at times, it compromises the truth, the very Christ's truth that we pray that our bishops rightly divide at every liturgy. The two keystones of autocephalous identity, episcopal independence and a mission to unite and mediate, can and do come in conflict with the need to stand aright and raise the voice of the church against the untruths of the world. And the OCA continues to muzzle itself voluntarily throughout its history, thereby forfeiting the very gift of the autocephaly to which it delivers these sacrifices. The starkest example of the OCA's resounding silence is, of course, its utter lack of courage to condemn the Russian Church's ideological support of the Putin regime and its aggression against Ukraine. That history is too long. The OCA has never spoken up against the human rights violations in post-communist Russia, or in defense of political prisoners. It has completely ignored the kangaroo court that made mockery of the canons of the church in the regime's persecution of the members of Pussy Riot that Lucy talked about yesterday, and the draconian sentence imposed in the name of the church. Yet the bishops cannot claim to be uninformed. I have a file of letters with dozens, sometimes even hundreds of signatures that have been sent to the OCA Synod, imploring it to intercede on behalf of the victims of Putin's regime. Nadia Savchenko, Oleg Sentsov, Alexei Navalny. These are about 3 names of people wrongfully imprisoned and tortured by the regime, 3 of the thousands. Not one peep came out of the OCA Synod on behalf of these or any other victims. Not one response came out of the Synod or the Chancellor to these letters acknowledging their receipt. And to this, I will have to note that the much maligned, and rightfully so, Metropolitan Herman and Metropolitan Jonah and their secretaries maintained at least correspondence, but the post-Jonah Synod doesn't. The issue of Ukraine remains a bleeding wound and a condemnation of the moral impotence of the entire Orthodox world. In all facets of the Ukrainian problem, the OCA again chooses ostensible neutrality. But this neutrality is in fact siding with Russia. In the same aforementioned video, Father Rintel boasts of the OCA being the only jurisdiction that sat with Patriarch Bartholomew and listened to his position on the Ukrainian question, and sat with Patriarch Kirill and listened to his. Hearing this in 2025, 3 years into the genocidal war that Patriarch Kirill champions and glorifies made me gasp. Yet the rubrics of the OCA do not commemorate Metropolitan Epiphany of the autocephalous Ukrainian Orthodox Church. Again, a little personal note. The OCA prays for cessation of hostilities against Ukraine. Depending on the parish, some parishes say it prays against cessation of Russia's hostilities against Ukraine, and some parishes don't. But this is the official language of the prayer. Metropolitan, I didn't want to go on a tangent with that, but there is a letter. There are 2 letters from the Synod signed by Metropolitan Tikhon. One expressing sorrow. I didn't go into that because I published the paper on that in public orthodoxy. There's the early one expressing sorrow about the hostilities, and then the second one that was stronger worded. However, the Synod has been called to task for its lukewarm position more than once, and by very, very respectable and venerable clergy and laity. And another thing is, I personally introduced at 2 diocesan assemblies of New England when Metropolitan Tikhon was locum tenens of New England, when we were between bishops, resolutions calling for the Synod to consider its position on Ukraine. The resolutions were co-signed by several members of the clergy. They were very carefully worded, since we are well educated and we were not telling the Synod what to do. We were imploring them to consider their position. Both times, the resolutions were not brought to the floor, with Metropolitan giving at the first assembly a rather lengthy answer about the Synod knowing its business and that the strong condemnation is forthcoming. This was in November of 2022. We're still waiting. And the second time saying again that the position of the OCA is delicate, and must be considered in whatever actions of the Synod. I have also talked to the Metropolitan personally more than once. As I said, I'm the one who really should be condemned for annoying the bishops, about the absence of Metropolitan Epiphanius names from the rubrics, asking him, Vladika, how can we, being an autocephalous church in a precarious position, not recognized by most of the Orthodox world, not extend support to a church which is in a similar predicament, to which he just smiled. Okay, the issue, since the annexation of Crimea and the Russian proxy war in Donbass, Metropolitan Tikhon concelebrated with Patriarch Kirill 6 times. After the beginning of the full-scale invasion in February of 2022, there have been no more primatial visits to Russia. However, the OCA episcopal delegations continue their visits. Let me just highlight 2. Last summer, the delegation headed by Bishop Daniel of Midwest, the local bishop, visited Tikhvin Monastery to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the, in my opinion, very unfortunate return of the Tikhvin icon. At this visit, Bishop Daniel and the OCA delegation concelebrated with Patriarch Kirill himself. As recently as last December, Bishop Gerasim of Fort Worth, an auxiliary bishop of the South, of the Diocese of the South, visited Moscow and Kazan, concelebrated with the Russian bishops, and met with the chairman of the Department of External Affairs, among others. The fraternal relations with the war criminals continue. The most scandalous example of the OCA's conformity, however, is its treatment of clergy who are being persecuted by the Moscow Patriarchate for their anti-war position, including such minor infractions that Father Andrei was talking about, as replacing the word victory with the word peace in the liturgical prayer, legislated by the Patriarch in support of the Russian invasion. Suspensions and defrockings of such clergy continue apace, both in Russia and abroad. At times, the Church even denounces its own clergy to the state so that judicial action can be taken, and we have record of that. Naturally, persecuted clergy, who often have to flee Russia to avoid imprisonment, appeal to the free churches of the West for shelter. Yet the OCA assumed an official position that it would only accept clergy who hold letters of canonical release from the Patriarchate, an absurd stance toward political refugees that implicitly demonstrates an alliance with the persecuting church and state. I will note that during the Soviet times and into the post-Soviet times, there was no official stance like that. When Father Leonid Kishkovsky of blessed memory was alive and was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, essentially, for the OCA received, under its own Foreign, number of the members of the Russian clergy who had various problems with the Patriarchy. So hardening this official stance, although people tell me that there are negotiations, but still, this is an official stance. Under these circumstances, I think is just unconscionable and morally reprehensible. This is not neutrality nor diplomacy. This is taking a side. And in today's reality, it is taking a side of war criminals and a dictatorship. In the name of freedom and independence, the OCA has voluntarily enslaved itself to its own illusion, and in the process, forfeited its high calling and mission. Thank you. All right,
Take questions.
attack. Yes, Valerie.
I wish I could remember who it was that told me this, but somebody who had spoken to Meyendorff decades ago told me that when Meyendorff and Schmemann went to the Moscow Patriarchate, that they asked for autonomy, but were given autocephaly.
That is not the official story.
Well,
so what I have outlined is the official story, and I have actually carefully sidestepped some of the contradicting ways that it's told by the Greeks and the OCA. But this is the outline. Having known a lot of the people who were involved in the process when they were still with us, although not Father Schmemann or Father Meyendorff, I can tell you that this is the way they told the story in the later years as well. That the idea, the mission of the establishment of the local church was it. And that's what they asked the Athenagoras for. Now, I cannot speak for the veracity of that. I have looked at the documents and in the OCA archives, but I have looked at the documents that have been given to me to read. Okay, so have I seen everything? No. Have I read them in Russian? Yes. Автокефалия.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to support my question is from the ROCOR perspective, but from the ROCOR perspective, ROCOR was watching this process. The word was never autonomy. It was always autocephaly.
Yeah.
For years.
Years and years. Yes.
Years and years, because there was a lot of conversation. So a question from the ROCOR perspective. My perception was that the OCA was never as active in protesting human rights violations in the Soviet
That is
Union
accurate.
as ROCOR was. So maybe they weren't in the habit of doing this.
Okay, I would fall back on the main case that I stated. And perhaps it bears repeating. Okay, the canonicity of Autocephalous Church was it, right? And I truly believe, and I am fully aware that it's a controversial position, but that's the one that I defend, that they have enslaved themselves to this notion. But also, again, to give credit to the wonderful people that at least I revere. They believed in the church suffering under communism. Truly. Father Leonid is Father Leonid Kishkovsky, who's one of the wisest people I have ever known. Never quite grasped, for all his insight, never quite grasped the depth of the incestuous relationship between Moscow Patriarchate and the KGB.
Yeah.
The kinds of things he told me made me say, you what? And I can tell you, and that saddens me greatly, that when I asked him, and really, I'll try not to get emotional, but this was a very painful paper for me to write, because as I said, the OCA is, I am very much the OCA, and I love these people dearly, and I had very close personal relationships with Father Kishkovsky. I'm very close friends with Father Alexander Garklovs, but when Father Alexander was Chancellor of the OCA, and Father Kishkovsky was a powerful foreign minister, and the election of Metropolitan Jonah happened, I asked them, have you vetted his Russian contacts? Because being someone who left the Soviet Union at a very young age, but not young enough to not be fully aware of, and being an MP parishioner, right? Being fully aware of what MP was like. I just have things trigger me. Balaam, the connection with Balaam Publishing House, all that, triggered me, set off alarms. So I asked, did you vet him? Did you vet his Russian connections? Yeah. I was still a relatively young lay girl, right? So essentially, they shooed me away. And to their credit, have not forgotten this conversation when the connections became so apparent, when Metropolitan Jonah essentially stood before the Synod and said, it's time to go back home. And the bishop said, huh? Because they were completely blindsided. So I think two things. One is really the pure-heartedness of people who were very committed to the autocephaly project and who truly believed, as did ROCOR, that the Russian church was persecuted. And two, this insane apologies to everyone that gets scandalized by this belief that Moscow actually props up our autocephaly. Moscow doesn't prop our autocephaly. Moscow abuses our autocephaly for its own means, and it is my conviction that it has never done anything else. Now, have we something to show for 55 years, right? 1970? do we have something to show for 55 years? Well, yes. Yes, we do. It's not like it's a complete disaster, just like the Rock War is not a complete disaster. We have a lot to show. But do we have the freedom and witness? This is the word I was searching for. Do we have the witness of the Free Orthodox Church to show? No. And that, I think, has become very clear. Sorry for such a long answer. Yeah. Scott, sorry, you had to.
Well, first of all, I could say something about this condemnation that they were planning on issue, but I don't really want to do it while we're live and being recorded, so maybe some other point I'll talk about that. So when I was working in the Russian archives many years ago, reading through the archival registers of the Department of Religious Affairs, the Soviet thing, I ran across, in the registers, had apparently very thick files on, the Orthodox Church in America. And I always assumed that one day I would get back there and look at those, because obviously this could not have happened without the Soviet government not only allowing it, but actually wanting it, right? It had to have been.
Metropolitan Nicodemus.
Yeah, and so it would be very interesting to kind of figure out what their motivation was for it. But that would unfortunately require access that
I have spent time looking at the correspondence in the OCA archives.
Mm-hmm.
Again, what Alex Liborovsky let me look at, which was probably most of it. I don't know. I can't say. I read Russian, of course. I read cursive.
That's fine.
Because the question of what Moscow asked for, as opposed to, everything that I enumerated that they violated, that's in the letters. There is a negotiation. Now, actually, thank you for reminding me. There was a ostensibly benevolent reason for retaining those 43 parishes. The reason was there were 43 parishes that did not want to go into the American jurisdiction when it disdained the use of English in the services, although again, that has changed over 55 years, but they did, were bothered by the canonical independence from the mother church. And they actually believed they drank the Kool-Aid in a different way, and didn't want to join Rock War. Some of us sitting in this room have first-hand memory of what a painful process it was, right? The dissolution of the metropolia. So people were in pain. And so the case was made that parishes that were not willing to submit to the OCA and were not willing to go to Rock War should have a canonical home, and naturally that canonical home was Moscow Patriarchy. Okay, so it's all just like the Thomas itself. If you read the Thomas, or if you read if you read anything we write, right? It's so beautiful. It's so well written. It's so high-minded. What you think we have to read between the lines. Not even read between the lines, but we should just consider who wrote what.
Yeah.
We know, and in that respect, I would go out on a limb and say we are an institution, yes, but we are people, right? And we have to trust who people are and what their motivations are. We know who Father Schmemann was, and Meyendorff, and Pishkovsky, and Verkhovskoy, Professor Verkhovskoy, and Professor Bogolepov, for all their very human shortcomings. We know their quality, right? And we also know that, you know, Metropolitan Nicodim, a strong and very independent metropolitan, was a KGB asset, right? We also know, we know so much from the very brief period when the archives were accessible. I'm assuming that everybody in the room, or most people in the room, have read the article by Father Viktor Potapov, Молчанием предается Бог, God is betrayed by silence, which was not a fanciful article. It was based on the documents, and he enumerated the people that, you know, he basically saw the documents as well. And so he enumerated the KGB agents, he named them by name. Now he's serving them essentially, but that's not my talk. But the facts are actually out there, right? So I don't know if we're gonna find, like, I've been looking for the smoking gun for a long time. I think we will not find the smoking gun until we see the unsealed archives of the Department of External Affairs of the Moscow Patriarchate and the KGB, if they're not burned, because KGB is not Nazis. They have no problem with, they don't always retain archives if they don't have to. They do.
They don't
Oh,
like to throw it.
on the other hand, they need to,
Even the interrogation.
well, they need to blackmail people. So of course, naturally they keep things. But you know, until we see that, we're probably not going to know.
One last thing I was gonna say is, I assume that if the OCA, whatever, commemorated the Autocephalous Church in Ukraine, that they have been threatened that in Moscow would revoke the Tomos or something like that.
Yeah, which is impossible.
Yeah, so what would happen? What would happen? I mean, realistically, not just the canonical.
Well, there are canonical scholars in the room.
Yeah.
Who can speak to this much better than I do. But the short answer is it's impossible, which is why this very fanciful notion, very dear to my heart, that Constantinople should recall Moscow's Thomas from back, what, 1488?
No, the Serbian autocephaly was not consistent.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Short answer is.
But in even aside from the canonical Hashem, to kind of leave the OCA pretty isolated.
Yeah, it's not isolated now. It is, the OCA is conjoined. Ask the Greeks, okay? Valerie, be my witness. According to the Greeks, the OCA is not just an autonomous church under Moscow. The OCA is Moscow. The OCA is the church that is beholden to the war criminals. Now, not all the Greeks care, but that's, and you know,
As is the Rokor.
as is the Rokor. So I see. So what will happen? The sky will fall? Yeah. Okay. The sky will fall? You know what? It keeps falling.
Yeah.
No, this is my question.
Yes.
What is at stake? Because the autocephaly can't be revoked, right?
No.
And
Even if they say they revoke it, okay. I mean, they defrocked some people in the room without pointing fingers, and those people are accepted into fully canonically into other jurisdictions. And what is going to happen?
then they can't defrock members of the OCA.
No,
But-
no,
so-
they can't.
So what exactly are they
Nothing.
afraid of? I mean,
This is my point.
They must be frightened of something, otherwise why would they not say a squeak about the war in
I'm not
Ukraine?
Metropolitan Tikhon. I have asked Metropolitan Tikhon that question. No, they do squeak. They do squeak. But this was the perfect word. They squeak. Okay. With all my love and respect for Scott, I know most of the members of our synod personally. So if I do believe in metanoia. Maybe, I mean, miracles happen, but I would be the first to apologize. Okay.
But maybe,
but I'm not sure.
maybe you can push them if there's nothing that would happen.
Look at me. I mean, this paper is going to them, of course. Everything always goes to them that I write.
But if they never come up with any kind of concrete reason,
No,
they're afraid.
No,
Yeah.
no. the official response, I mean, Father Alex, help me out. The official response is that Moscow guarantees our autocephaly, to which I say, pardon me, all tender ears here, is bollocks. This is bullshit. Moscow does nothing. The OCA, okay, let me just make one point. The OCA did not have a representative at the Council of Crete. We didn't. Because, 15 autocephalous churches. Did the autonomous churches under Constantinople have representatives? Yes. The OCA did not. So, we're propping up what? You know what else? You know what Moscow props up though? Those who are interested in getting deep into this very unpleasant mess can read, it's publicly available, the letter that Ecumenical Patriarch Athenagoras sent to Moscow after the proclamation of autocephaly. It was a very quiet, a very, brotherly love, super strongly worded letter in which the Metropolitan took Moscow to task, not only for giving autocephaly to the OCA, but also to giving autocephaly to Poland and the land of the Church of the Czech lands, right? Czechoslovakia. As we all know, the official position of Constantinople is that only Constantinople can grant autocephaly to the barbarian lands, which, as we all know, we are, right? We're the barbarian lands. We're in the company of barbarians. And
that canon was actually about a particular area.
Yes.
Which Constantinople conveniently ignores.
Thank you very
the canon itself.
Thank you very much. It's like everything else. The canons are like the pirate code, right? Remember Pirates of the Caribbean? The pirate code is not rules, it's just guidelines. That's what our canons are. Guidelines. So, but going back to my point, Constantinople was not happy about Poland and the Czech lands either. However, they have accepted that de facto, right?
Oh, they gave.
They basically duplicated it. Yeah. That's what they did. They said, okay, fine, you're fine. We're gonna put our imprimatur. It's hilarious and frankly pathetic. But American church, no, and that is kind of beyond my time limit, I think, to get into, but it's a fact. I'm sorry, Mark.
Michael.
No, just the motivation of Patriarch Athenagoras.
Okay.
We maybe don't have, you skipped over it, but I wanted to.
No, okay, thank you, sister. Okay, in 2 words. And again, Valerie, you're my witness, right? I have both an annoyed and compassionate position in this case. Patriarch of Constantinople exists in a siege. It lives in an enemy state, surrounded by the the country and the government who constantly harass. Not the only, okay, but the main thing that guarantees the survival of the Patriarchate of Constantinople is the American lobby, the American Greek lobby, and the American interest in the region, but really the American Greek lobby. For the American Greeks and, tangent, Archbishop Jacobus, who was removed by Patriarch Bartholomew, was removed right on the eve of the meeting in Ligonier.
It was after Ligonier.
I'm sorry. My apologies. A response to Ligonier. Okay, you answer.
Yeah, the cut up the archdiocese.
Yeah, so,
And
so
to
there,
remove the power, Iakovos had a lot of power. I will say one thing that I think is a legitimate concern. that
Yes,
the
I think
Ecumenical
it's a legitimate
Patriarchate
concern.
and others have had about granting autocephaly to the OCA, is that we have multiple jurisdictions in this country, which is itself an uncanonical situation. And the idea of granting autocephaly to one of a number of jurisdictions makes no sense.
I would counter that by saying that Ligonier process was, and much of the process in the American church was pan-jurisdictional.
Yes.
There were
It was
visionaries, there were visionaries in every group that, and there to this day are people in every group. I mean, we have friends in the Greek Archdiocese who believe in the need for a local American
Yes.
church. But there is survival of Constantinople. There is by now, of course, that doesn't answer Michael's question because it was 1970, but it actually does answer your question. There is a suspicion of the motivations of the Metropolia and its ties with Moscow. Rokor was not under suspicion. I mean, it's like, it's interesting how history, changes, right? And the fear of, getting the Moscow too deeply into America, which happened anyway. There was a concern which is very, very strong in all ethnic jurisdictions. I have a fellow editor, Katie Kalidas, who is the spokesperson for this concern of the dilution of the legitimate and good things in ethnic cultures under the umbrella of, all English American church. Greeks did not believe the vision of Patriarch Tikhon, which was the vision which Scott actually, spoke a bit to, of the local church with ethnic dioceses and ethnic bishops. And I mean, he had a very idealistic version. I mean, the OCA, to some extent, incorporated it by having a Bulgarian diocese, an Albanian diocese, a Romanian diocese. But there were, I think, lots of legitimate concerns. There was legitimate fear. There was an 900-year-old chess game, bloody and toxic chess game between Moscow and Constantinople at play as well. But again, Patriarch Athenagoras was a great man. And I think that a lot of his concerns, especially looking at it now, 55 years later, were legitimate. Yes.
Curiosity,
3 minutes?
yeah, it's not 2:30 yet.
I'll give a brief response.
I'm just curious, without questioning your opinions,
Please.
I'm just curious how one arrives at a generalization that is really strong in its implications that Metropolitan Jonah was a KGB agent or compromised.
I did not say he was a
Moscow.
KGB agent.
Okay,
I
but
do
that
not
he's
have that record.
compromised or somehow beholden to the Moscow Patriarchate. So here's the thing, I'm curious just about how one,
Arrives at that.
aside from the fact that he said to the Synod, as you indicated, let's return to the Mother Church and everyone, I get that.
How does arrive
But
at-
what's the actual documentation of a generalization like that and where can one find it? I
Okay,
mean, that really interests
that's an
me.
excellent question. So, as an editor, I will give you a very careful answer, okay? I stated that I believe that Metropolitan Jonah was a cultivated asset of Moscow Patriarchate who has been groomed in order to enact the return of the OCA to Moscow Patriarchate. I believe that based on, not only on his activities, which are plain for everyone to see, what preceded his request to the Synod to return to the Mother Church was his utterly reprehensible talk in Dallas, Texas, where he eviscerated Constantinople, which created an enormous political crisis in the OCA, because we never do that, ever. This was the first time. And it was basically speaking right off the Moscow templates, like word for word. I can give you the analysis of it. But even prior to that, when he was elected, if one looks at his, and this is my personal opinion. I if you're asking me if I've seen the, paperwork of the Department of External Affairs on Jonah, no, I haven't. It is my opinion. But if you look at his connections to Moscow and at his arc in the United States and his connections in the United States and the South and Kondratik, whom he was trying to bring back from oblivion, which was an enormous separate issue because Sister Vasa is going to kill me. It is a conjecture, but it is the one that I will go to bat on. Okay.
Thank you.
My apologies for going over time, but you owe me. I have to set you up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to introduce someone who does not need introduction. And I will still introduce her. The brain power behind this whole conference. Brilliant scholar with just a very little occasional ache in the neck, but other than that, an amazing person, good friend, nun of the Russian Orthodox Church, specialist in canonical law, in liturgiologist, author of the multiple missionary videos, lectures, you name it, daily blog, podcast, morning coffee, Sister Vasila. We're going to present a paper on surgeonism, anti-surgeonism, and Russian, the church. Yeah, you can read it in the. So.
Thank you, Seryoja. So the title of my paper is Surgeonism and Freedom in Orthodox Christianity. Orthodox arguments for and against conformism to political authorities. So this topic that I reformulated a little bit is going to generalize certain things that have already been articulated in different ways. So in some ways, I will be just complementing a lot of the, I think, very helpful and more informative than my paper insights about our main topic that I think really deals with the very important Orthodox Christian value of freedom. And the main purpose of this paper, aside from that, will be to define the terms of this title, of the main terms of this title, that are, first of all, freedom, then the term political and related terms like politics. Excuse me, can I have like a box or something so that I'm not like leaning over to click on the computer? I'm too tall for this table. Maybe this will work.
I think you should lower the stand and put it on the stand.
You can- I can stand like this.
You can sit, you have a table.
I don't want to sit.
Yeah.
Very creative. Thank you, Seryoja. Very creative.
That's what's great on video.
Still low. All right, so I'm going to be defining these terms
what is showing up here? And of course, this is not working anymore. Could you help me, Inga, because it's not working
Yes.
anymore?
What's on?
Oh, there we go. It wasn't clicking. Okay. So Sergianism is a term that we want to define as we go along in this little reflection. And sorry. And orthodoxy, in order better to understand if or how these categories are interrelated and if or how they are compatible. Mind you, my friends, that I do not presume to have all the answers to the enormous and sort of very major questions that are posed by the interplay of these categories in our world. It's like the main ecclesiological question of the church. You know, how is the tension between the church in this world and the church not of this world? How does that work? And does it really ever work, in any satisfying way? But here I will offer you my 2 cents toward achieving just a bit more clarity on the vision I would like to suggest, on a bit more clarity of our vision on how to think, act, and move forward in our current circumstances that we find ourselves in order to move forward with a sense of Orthodox Christian purpose. I don't know why this, when I click, it doesn't always work.
Use the arrows.
Okay,
the down
I got it.
arrow?
Okay, everybody bear with me. This will be smooth sailing in just a minute.
Down arrow?
Doesn't work, I'm sorry. There's like a lot of different, it's not the way it usually works.
Check the cords when you move it onto the water, make sure they didn't get pulled out.
Oh.
Maybe.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
You want a
All right.
second stack of water bottles
Please?
to make it higher?
Yeah, no, it's just a matter of what we're clicking on
Okay.
here. See, it's again
Yes,
not
you're
working.
good, you're good.
No, I see that, but look. All right, that's working. Okay, everybody, we'll get there.
There, but
So
just the right time.
I think between this and the garbage bag, this should have sort of
Sorry.
shows the state of orthodoxy.
okay.
This is all on tape.
Okay. Yes, this is all on tape. It's like an action-packed episode, everybody. It's all on purpose. It's studied chaos to catch your attention. It's the act on the water bottles. You haven't seen it before. This is a first. This is exclusive. So I would like first of all to go back a little here and talk about I want to define immediately some of these terms. I'm not going to define them, sufficiently, but I want you to know what I mean. I'm going to say a few words first on what I mean by freedom. I want to clarify that I don't mean only an internalized freedom that's part of an Orthodox Christian vision or goal. I mean a freedom to think, speak, and act according to the will of God and not of men within the so-called political sphere. For much of our history, actually, in the Orthodox Christian East, the understanding of the freedom offered to us in Jesus Christ was internalized or spiritualized in the sense of being understood as something we are to strive for internally, while various forms of external oppression were to be tolerated or even justified, like slavery, like political dictatorships, and other forms of oppression, like even domestic violence, and so on. As Father Cyril of Varuna explains in his latest book,
I'd like to use this opportunity to remind him of how meticulously I read his 800-page book. You're welcome. It was only in the era of the Greek struggle for political liberation from the Turks in the 19th century that Orthodox Christian thinkers began to thematize political freedoms in the light of Orthodox Christian faith. I will suggest that political freedom is an Orthodox Christian value, something that we as Orthodox Christians, I think, should care about and strive for as part of our vision. And I will address certain mindsets and arguments within Orthodox Christianity still prevalent today that I think obscure our vision of this fact of political freedom being one of our values. And I think that the phenomenon known in Russian Orthodoxy as Sergianism is one of the things, historically anyway, that most recently is also obscuring our vision of a clear vision of freedom actually being, even if it's not always something we keep, that we're able to manifest or embrace fearlessly. I think that it has to be our canon, it has to be our norm. And so I'm going to further define a little bit more precisely before we move along what I mean by the word political when I say political freedom. I mean this in the most literal sense, in the sense of our life in the proverbial polis, city. The word political, of course, comes from the word polis, that means city, in case anybody here didn't know that. I know, Valerie, you did not know, so you're welcome. She was like, I saw a light bulb in your eyes, Valerie. Our political behaviors and attitudes are those we demonstrate in the context of places we come together as inhabitants of concrete, physical spaces in this world. In ancient times, when the category of politics originated, Valerie, the space that people inhabited together as a polity or a politivma was the ancient polis or city. So what was meant by politics or political thinking or behavior was everything that had to do with our vision of our togetherness as a polity or an organized society, how and why we realize this togetherness, foster it, build it, not alone, but in relation with one another. And in the case of faithful Christians, also in connection with God. So let's note, just keeping that general factoid in mind, that in our best known hymn to the cross, I'm just reminding us that we do in our hymn to the cross, Sosom Kyrie ton laonsu, right? Spasi Gospodi Luzi Tvaya, save, O Lord, thy people, or however you pray in English, if it's possible to pray in English. In that troparion, I don't know why you're laughing. In that troparion, we do self-identify as a polity or a politivma. Yes. So I'm saying these obvious things in order to a little bit say that it's not really traditional to consider everything political, somehow not, that it's our spirituality should be untouched by political consciousness. So that word, polity or politivma, is usually translated into English, into this really not very understandable word as habitation, right? We are the habitation. Anyway, let's talk a little bit more now about something I only sort of hinted at, about what I think is a bit of our loss of vision in all of these categories that I've been touching upon. I think that a lot of us anyway, do seem to have lost this vision of us Orthodox Christians as a polity or a politivma, despite that fact, that it's in various, not only that one, but in hymns to the cross, and here and there you can find it in our hymnography. I think that today, at a time when basic political freedoms are being challenged by unhinged authoritarianism and oligarchy, both in this beautiful country where I was born and raised, and across the ocean, in countries
strongly connected to Orthodox Christianity, like Russia, like Ukraine, like Syria also, we might sense that we should somehow care about that challenge to freedom. But oftentimes, we are hearing Orthodox Christians say things like that what we need to focus on is faith or spirituality and not be involved in politics, expressing by this instinct that people seem to have to protest against, talking too much about like politics. This is expressing dualistic misconception that spirituality and politics are incompatible. And now they're saying, oh, especially during Great Lent, it gets Great Lent. So that's like a super no to politics. There's a guy named Tom I wanted to tell you about who wrote me this a few days ago. So this is what Tom said. I hope he doesn't mind. I'm not telling you his last name. He wrote me, I get lots of love letters like this, my friends. He said, "Sister, recently you have seemed to abandon," but no, he like the way it's put here, this is literally what he wrote, so I did not correct it. "Recently, you have seemed to have abandoned your faith focus and turned your energy to support for a Ukraine victory over Russian retaliation." That's already, there's a lot of problems with that sentence, but that's what he wrote. Then, "Your activism for," there's another antinomy here, everybody, that Tom is introducing us to, Ukraine versus peace, "is distasteful." He has a bad taste in his mouth. Seryoja is what he means. "Get out of the business of war." All right, this is what Tom wrote to me. So I can't unpack all of the false antinomies and premises of this email, but I will draw your attention to Tom's idea that my faith focus has been abandoned to support Ukraine. Ukraine, the big enemy of peace. His idea is based on this dualistic vision, obviously, right? That according to his vision, our head belongs squarely stuck in the sand, where he imagines that my mission and focus on saving souls, that's how he writes it, for Christ occurs somewhere blind to what's going on in the world. So while missiles and drones are launched daily onto the cities of our brothers and sisters in Ukraine, with the robust and vocal support of somebody that is the patriarch of my specific church jurisdiction, who has proclaimed this a holy war, as everybody in this audience will know, Tom does find it still distasteful to be concerned about that. There's nothing to see there. Aside from the attack on the freedom of Ukrainians to exist in peace as a self-governing sovereign nation, now bound already for years to live either in exile from their homes or under the constant misery of wartime conditions. We have also witnessed, amongst all that, the devastating consequences of the Moscow Patriarchate's Ruski Mir ideology also for Orthodox unity in the broader Orthodox Church, as the Moscow Patriarchate unilaterally broke communion with the Greek Orthodox churches. And we in the Russian Orthodox Church who are concerned about this or dare to speak out against it are told from different quarters, not just from Tom. I mean, God bless Tom. God bless Tom, right? Poor Tom. I've really talked a lot about Tom. I've posted about Tom. Poor guy. He didn't know that it was quite dangerous to write to me about this. But we're told by lots of people, there's lots of different people that are writing me stuff like this. So we're told to be silent about it because it's supposedly not a spiritual issue, but a political one. So it really doesn't make sense for us not to care about this as an Orthodox Christian polity with eyes and ears, inhabiting the city that is our modern day society. Nor does this make sense. I'd like to point out, it doesn't make sense either in the light of our tradition, in the light of scripture, in the light of our other aspects of our history. I mean, aren't we supposed to take action
for those in need in prison, suffering from aggression or oppression and so forth, because our Lord does say that when we do something for them, we have done it for him. Isn't that literally the only thing he will be asking or mentioning to us at the last judgment, according to Matthew 25, right? And we sort of went through all that in one of the Sundays preceding Lent. To be sure, he will not be asking us about spirituality, whatever that word might mean. I mean, I'm not sure what spirituality means aside from nuns shutting up about the war in Ukraine. You know what I mean? I mean, that already would probably make you very spiritual. I don't know. But we know that some of our tradition's greatest saints did spend most of their lives in cities helping people, right? Even, I don't know, name somebody like Gregory Palamas, the great teacher of hesychasm or of, the Holy Silence. I think maybe you know this, maybe you don't, but he spent more than half his monastic life in the hustle and bustle of cities, amongst the intrigue and political, discussions of his time. We know that St. John of Shanghai, if we come closer to our time, was somebody that was, riding the train across his various, wherever he happened to be serving. He was lobbying in Washington, D.C. For visas for the many Russian refugees that were his flock in the post-World War II period. He made it his business to be, involved. He went to the White House. He was in Congress, in his sandals, and his he looked a little bit bizarre. I don't even know that he spent any time in a monastery as a monk. I think he was always in a city. He was. Oh, right. But very short time, right? You would agree. So, we see, we can name a lot of examples. We also, if I stay a little bit with St. John of Shanghai, he did have plenty to say at times, also in writing against the dangers of the atheist Soviet regime and the Moscow Patriarchate's propagandizing for it abroad. I know from my father's stories as well that St. John of Shanghai was warning people after the war when there were actually representatives of the Moscow Patriarchate who came through Shanghai telling this story about everything's forgiven, come back to the motherland. And St. John of Shanghai was forbidding anybody to go back to the Soviet Union, but my father's two uncles did go back and were promptly landed in concentration camps, and only one of them survived. And they got him out, I guess, in the Khrushchev era, and he never said a word, and he was a zombie. And my father only remembers his Deda just chain smoking and never, it was just a destroyed human being. And John of Shanghai was very much against people going back, and he said sermons about it. If I mention Mother Maria Skoptsova, the holy martyr, who wrote extensively and also actively helped to improve the ethos and practices of the church culture of her time, of course, within a city, not to mention her dangerous and ultimately fatal for her and active participation in the resistance to the Nazis during World War II. In earlier times, everybody remembers that it was monastics that rose up against iconoclast emperors and patriarchs, not only monastics, of course, but they get the credit. Because we wrote that history, didn't we? They were speaking, writing, and engaging in other kinds of activism also to stop that attack on human creativity and its freedom to create beautiful things like holy images. One of these holy monastics of the iconoclastic era famously said, her name was the nun Cassia, she said, "I hate silence when it's time to speak." I want to ask the question, my friends. I'm sharing with you because we had a morning of sharing about concrete experiences of what if there is, there's some kind of impingement, I think, through authoritarianism on free speech. I think that this is tied to the instinct to silence something that's considered politically troublesome to bishops. I think that in Russian Orthodoxy, including abroad, this mindset is best expressed in the document known as the Declaration of Loyalty to the Soviet Regime, of Metropolitan Sergei Strogorodsky of 1927, which gives the name to the phenomenon that we've heard mentioned here at this conference, called Sergianism. In the past year, I have given several presentations, and I've shared them also on YouTube, about Sergianism and what I call neo-Sergianism. There is a very long video I made. It's not that long, but it is uncomfortably long, like an hour and a half. But I go very specifically and more or less systematically through what I think that it needs to be defined, what Sergianism is. And I address the question, you could see that on YouTube, Sergianism and neo-Sergianism in the ROCOR. I tried to look into whether we are seeing signs of neo-Sergianism in the ROCOR. And I'm not going to repeat everything I said there, but I would like to point out certain aspects of what I said there about Sergianism that I think one can observe going on here. And I'm just pointing out a few things. But here are the basic things that I listed as aspects of Sergianism. Okay, just bear with me a little bit. This is, I wrote a lot more about this, but in a nutshell, I think that the main aspects of Sergianism are, number one, that Sergianism sacrifices the internal law and peace of the church to the externally lawful and peaceful existence of church structure. So the church structure is the main thing that's being preserved, but the church, in the sense of the whole business of being church in Christ and all of the beautiful ecclesiology that one can delve into as a lifelong process, that is sacrificed to the external church structure. And that sacrifice leads to various distortions of church life. And here is what I think this leads to. First of all, this sacrifice leads to seeking to build and preserve church unity at all costs. We hear a lot about church unity, for the sake of church unity, like shut up. Even when this means this church unity might cost us the obedience to God. The other thing that this leads to, the sacrifice that we shouldn't be making, that Sergianism leads to, is it leads to the manipulation or abuse of sacred symbols of Orthodox tradition, including church canons. I see them as sacred symbols, Holy Scripture, and also hierarchical office and authority. I have put that in boldface here because hierarchical office and authority, I think, are being abused in the case that I am looking at in my little case right now. I think this Sergianism also leads to misplaced fidelity of various kinds, but to external authorities, not internal or inherent to the obedience we're called to in the church. Even to hostile state authorities, we see fidelity of, Sergianist infested church structures. And even when this fidelity means sacrificing the church's own faithful, and it leads to bearing false witness against its own faithful. This is why we see in the story of Sergianism the denial that there are persecutions, coming out and even telling people in Orthodox churches abroad, come back, the homeland has forgiven everything, only to have these people snatched up, and put in penal colonies, as this happened in the post-war period. And then another thing I just want to point out about Sergianism that I pointed out in those papers I read throughout last year. I think it's important to note that Sergianism is governed by self-centered fear, which is its fundamental impetus, even while it strives to act not only because, not out of fear, but conscience's sake. So in the initial, we're not going to get all into this, and we heard a lot about this already in previous talks at this conference, but the goal of as far as the declaration goes, the goal of Sergianism was to reach
the kind of service to the Soviet regime, you know, that's organic, that you're doing for conscience sake. Of course, that's a quote from Romans 13. Yeah. And that, I think, was a successful thing, not immediately, not for Sergius. It's said that Sergius ended up with a serious like drinking problem. I don't know if that's true. I never heard it, but I was told by Russian historians that this is true. That he was a very broken man, that he was, you know, he wasn't someone who was, you know, for conscience sake, like totally in this. But when we see the generation of the present day, you know, say patriarch, it's very hard. And I've never heard from people who know him, or, you know, nobody thinks that he is like a broken man that lives in fear. He really seems like, except I think, who is it that told us? I think only Lucy Ash thinks that.
Well,
He was deep breath.
you know, I think he knows that he's gone on the dark side, and I think that does destroy you from within. I mean, you know, this is maybe just psychology. I don't mind to say this, you know.
I know. I mean, I can't really. We can't really. It's not.
Just
Yeah, it's
like a
yeah. I don't know. I don't know. We could. Father Kirill probably know them the best in this room. So
You know about
I don't-
Metropolitan Sergius' sister though, right?
But let me just continue this. Yeah, let's talk about this later. So let me just finish this up, and then we'll have an interesting discussion. So this, I am a little bit psychologizing here, but still I want to say this. I think that all of the above, or this trying to achieve that in your conscience, you're part and parcel and flesh of the flesh of this, you know, Soviet ideology and regime. All of this leads to this. It's actually an emotional bonding with your oppressor. The emotional, yes, a little bit like that, but I'm told by I tried to read up on that. You're talking about Stockholm syndrome. It's apparently not exactly the right term, but emotional bonding with hostile state authorities, with which, you know, eventually the church authorities become, you know, spiritually and ideologically close. So they're like indistinguishable, you know, and I think that has extended onto an emotional bonding of my Roll Corps bishops with the Moscow bishops. There's an emotional bonding that, because I'm seeing that this, since our unification in 2007, because the presentations I did on neosurgeonism in the past year, I said, I don't think that there's complete bonding because our Roll Corps doesn't penalize its own. I haven't seen penalties or an attempt to defrag, to remove, to, you know, to silence. I haven't seen that. So I thought, look, they're not touching me. I mean,
It's there.
There.
It's there. It's there.
so anyway, I'm saying I thought that they're not quite there, you know, but I think that there's a lot of Moscow style stuff going on now. There's other things that I've, you know, experienced, you know, being summoned and being told that I can't write to them on any other platform other than Telegram. Like you have to only use Telegram and not like either a phone or there's a little bit of cloak and dagger that's like coming from some security concerns that, you know, a Russian owned social platform like Telegram is the only thing they'll use, and otherwise I only have to come and speak in person. Can't tell me what their concern is to me in writing. Said, let's do Zoom. It's expensive for me to come. No, only in person. You know, like it's weird. But aside from that, there's I think really spiritual and ideological closeness. But let's look at, before I finish, I'd like to address whether and how can we, you know, discuss. I mean, I want to look at this whole thing that I'm calling Sergianism. How was it perceived in the arguments that ensued? You know, I think everybody knows how contested it was, how divisive it was after 1927 in the wake of this declaration. And, you know, I've combed through a lot of the correspondence
that ensued amongst bishops. There's this edition that those of you who study this, like Obonian, that has all of this, correspondence between bishops, discussing the Sergian Declaration and its consequences. So I just want to give you some examples of some of the voices that express support for what I think is this, in its, if this progresses, this mindset that's behind the Sergian Declaration, despite the things that I know are complicated and it's a historic tragedy and that there's this difficulty and bishops, certain bishops did their best. I'm not addressing that, but I'm addressing what were the pro and contra. There were people that were supporting Sergius immediately, saying, why this is something that is acceptable to us. So the arguments for Sergianism, I just jotted down the ones that I kept noticing as far as the support goes. The people supporting Sergius in the line that he had taken were saying that there's nothing new in his actions. This, I hear it today a lot when it's a form of whataboutism. It's when you relativize that you start to just say, look, it's basically everybody's always been bad, and there's a loss. I said at the beginning of this talk that I find it very disorienting and very, very discouraging when there is this loss of vision. There's no clarity, there's no more black and white. And every time we say, yeah, you know what, actually, we should lower the bar because if you know history, it's always been this way. That's very dangerous. It's like Pilate washing his hands and after he says, quid est veritas, what is truth? And I find this coming out of the Kremlin all the time. It's the way they work. They're always like, but look at America, but look at this, look at the bombing of Belgrade. You know what I mean? Like we don't want you to think we're good. We don't care. Everybody's bad. We want you to think that everybody's bad, because if everybody's bad and it's always been just bad and there's no values, right? And humanity is basically, screwed, as we say in the vernacular, then why is there any purpose to act, to say anything? It's just a waste of time, right? Because everybody's bad. And that's why Pilate washes his hands when he says that there's no, and on his watch, the truth is crucified, right? That's what enables us to allow to watch, even when we can do something, right? Pilate could have done something, and he's not considered clean. Even though he seems to have tried to do his best. But when to say that there's nothing new and to just leave it at that, hence, we shouldn't try to do better. I think that is what really paralyzes us. And that's why like I said, I don't think that I have all the answers or that we're going to find all the answers on how best to deal with this, but that we have a vision that's clear is important. So they were saying also in all of the arguments that I found they're always repeating as an example that the synodal period was also not ideal, and also the government was sticking its nose in, and the church was dependent on government and lay persons and the Tsar's control. Just if somebody's interested, I just listed some examples. So basically, I'm summing up the arguments for are recognizing all of those sacrifices that I listed that I think are consequences of Sergianism when it progresses, are making this normal or canonical, because canonical is the word for what is normal. What is our normal? Do we have a new normal now? There are interesting insights about what the dangers of having a new distorted normal in the political sphere in Timothy Snyder's book on freedom, where he says it's very dangerous every time something crazy happens that never has happened, or that's impossible, or the executive branch is not listening to what the courts are saying, or, an oligarch is allowed to have, an unelected oligarch is suddenly allowed in a democracy to have enormous power, that's completely unchecked. If we say, oh, well, actually, that's serving some kind of a purpose, there's a screwed up system and we should allow this to happen. It's lowering the bar, and you're accepting a new normal that's very dangerous. That's a loss of vision that makes you unfree. That's a threat to your freedom, because we're free because we care and we know what normal is. So, and here are the arguments against Sergianism. Okay, just a bit. Let's look at this. So here is just, I noticed that the arguments against Sergianism very often in those bishops that ended up being new martyrs, but also the ones that were supporting Sergius, most of them were also ending up being new martyrs, but that was, the time. They often mention freedom. I love this letter from Archbishop Seraphim to Metropolitan Sergius. He talks about Sergius sacrificing kamuta e chimuta, the internal freedom of the church. There's a sense of the internal freedom of the church. And he's urging Sergius to publish a corrected declaration. And then he says, "Выйдите на святую свободу," come out into the holy freedom. Like, they had a very clear vision, a lot of these writers that were against this, of freedom being a value. There's also another bishop. I could list a lot of these examples, but you see that there's a vision of spiritual freedom. This other bishop that I hear made a note of, Bishop Victor Astravida, he condemned Sergius for punishing confessors of the faith, because that was very soon happening after the declaration, that he was penalizing those who wouldn't sign on, to the declaration. And he asks, would Metropolitan Sergius also punish? He's not writing this letter, by the way. Some of the letters, we don't know exactly who they're addressed to, but he asks whether Metropolitan Sergius would also punish Metropolitan Philip, the one who was, suffocated with Philip. He was suffocated by Maluta Scurat, even though Pippin says that there's a different version of that story. He doesn't like. Yeah, no, he's been, Putin has actually been vocal on the stories of several martyrs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Self-defense.
He also says about John the Baptist, would Sergius also penalize John the Baptist? I mean, if you think about it, this bullying that some people want to do, I see it a lot on social media. They bully you, like, why are you sticking your nose in political matters? Jesus Christ was also a problem for political reasons. Pilate was worried that he would come off as not being a friend of Caesar's. Wasn't that the political problem? It wasn't a spiritual thing, It wasn't because he was against his religion. Pilate couldn't really care that much about, couldn't care less about what this exotic, Jewish rabbi was teaching. But the politics of this were dangerous, right? So anyway, the whole argument about when something is only political, that we should think about these terms, these categories, and not just accept them without thinking. All right, so finally, I'm almost finished, everybody. I'm almost finished. I want to a little bit talk about the meaning of orthodoxy. If you were here last evening and you heard me say this, you can return to looking at your phones, my friends. But those of you who want to hear this, it's upright. I want to just share with you a few reflections on to what degree does orthodoxy as a category, as a term that we're supposed to, I think, in each generation, rediscover, redefine, since we've chosen already for about a millennium, more than a millennium, to begin to self-identify as Orthodox, even though the word is not in the creed, right? I think that we will discover that it is essentially tied to freedom as one of its major goals.
Orthodoxy is, and one of its meanings, my friends, is not right opinion and right worship or glorification or whatever we usually hear that it means. Orthodoxy has different meanings, and the usual meaning of the word ortho, as in Sophia orthi, is upright or straight, right? So when we hear when we hear the word orthodoxy, rather than think the very unhelpful thing of right opinion, because where do you go with that? You're just right. What does that mean? I'm always right, right? Or our church is always right. It's not a helpful kind of word. But if you understand that just like an orthodontist straightens out your teeth, orthodoxy is a process actually to which we're called as a lifelong process, not automatically. And we do get healed over, or we're crippled in our thinking, right? In our perspective, in our way of speaking, or we have an inability to, there's miracles in the Gospels of those who are not able to speak because the devil has bound their speaking capacity. Or the woman, I want to just read with you as I finish this, the Luke chapter 13 about the woman who was crippled in the synagogue, up in Galilee, and Jesus heals her. I want to suggest to you, if you'll just think about this additional definition of orthodoxy, that when you see how the orthodoxy as a process that's interesting to all Christians, that the word is not just used by those who call themselves Orthodox in our specific communion. It's something that's essential to be free when you're constantly allowing God to straighten you out. When John the Baptist says, make straight the paths of the Lord, it's one of the first things, like it's a call to straighten out, right? It's something that's very helpful as an image. So the first thing that the second part of that word means, as in doxa, right? That comes either from doxa or dokeo or doxazo. There's different possibilities. You can interpret this word just like scripture. There's exegesis. You interpret what it means. There's not just one interpretation. So the thing that you're straightening out, first of all, is your thinking, right? What you tend to also expect, as in voceo, right? What you tend to expect. You don't wake up in the morning and think there's just doom and gloom expecting you, right? Expecto resurrectionem mortuorum. That's the Latin version of the end of our creed, because I've been affected by the Catholics. I'm living in Rome right now for a while. Just to shock you. We say right? Yes, so there's different ways of it has different connotations and different translations. But what I expect is new life, right? So our perspective, the straightening out of our perspective is always in light of our faith. But if I am fearing, I'm not straightened out. So perspective, obviously, and I heard Father Andrei, I think in your presentation, quote this passage about the importance of perspective, right? The lamp of the body is the eye. The eye is our perspective. Your whole body, you have to always work on your perspective so that you can move forward, so you can be straightened out. I'm pointing this out because for the doxa or dokeo, the thinking aspect of our orthodoxy, our straightened out thinking is essential for the rest of our being to be light. If our faith understanding, right? I think that's what Father Andrei quoted this passage about. If our very orthodoxy, our faith understanding of our church's, purpose, of our mission, of what it all means, if that perspective is dark, then our whole body will be dark. All right. I'm just making a simple point. Perspective is important. Perspective is everything, also for the Orthodox Christian. But this healing of the crippled woman really makes very clearly the point, the connection between ortho or orthi. Oh, did it disappear?
Yeah, just go back.
I blame the Russians.
Excuse me. Yeah, go back.
All right, so the healing of the crippled woman. You know this, I just want to point out to you that the word ortho also figures here. And there's a lot of talk in this passage about freedom, about being freed from certain bonds, right? So this is a metaphor for us, even though it's a real historic event that she was healed, but this encapsulates what I'm saying about our process. And here, a woman who's been crippled for a very symbolic number of years, 18. 18 in the Hebrew consists of two letters, the same letters that build like the word for life, Chaim, right? And the significance of 18, if you look in the Bible in this numerology, the symbolism of 18, it's always that there's like, it's the year of liberation, or it's there's several incidents of this. So the Lord says to her, woman, you are loosed from your infirmity. Loosed, like freed. So she's been bound, you know, there's a sense that she has lost her freedom. And when he laid his hands on her, immediately she was made straight, an orthothi. The Greek word has that ortho, right? Like orthodoxy. She's straightened out and she glorifies God. So that's orthodoxy, to be straightened out, to glorify voxa. You get it why I'm quoting this to you? Anyway, you get it. You're not slow. So I'm just trying to say this is like this is saying something about the whole point of the process, not the identity. We're not automatically, right, Orthodox. Anyway, you get my point. I wanted to share that with you, and I'm finishing now. I'm finishing. Everybody wake up. Wake up. I'm about to say something very important, and if you miss it, I'm not going to repeat it.
You mean there's going to be a test, right?
There's going to be a test. No, you'll just not know what I said. And you're going to have to live with that, not me. So I just want to conclude that I think that if you think about it further, my friends, that we might really rediscover that freedom, and not only internal freedom, but the physical freedom of movement, as in the woman in the synagogue, but also as in certain struggles for freedom, like of the Greek people that still celebrate. Because as much as we might say that Orthodoxy does not know freedom as a value, they actually have on Ohi Day, right? As I probably told you all yesterday evening, they have no day, Ohi Day on October 28th, right? That they connect actually with the celebration of the Skepis, or the protection of the Theotokos. We usually connect the Theotokos with her fiat, with saying yes, right? But they connect with also this saying no to fascism. Yes, I know that, but I want to stress Ohi Day as saying no to fascism. When the Greek people, Ioannis Metaxas actually didn't say the word no, even though that's the legend, but the Greek people came out onto the streets and said, Ohi, Ohi, they were chanting. Apparently he said, alors c'est la guerre. He said, okay, that means war, right? But they came out and said the people did. And so if we can have an entire Orthodox people celebrating that they said not so long ago no to fascism, regardless of whether they sort of, had problems with fascism afterwards. I think it gives me like a bit of hope that we do have an example of it. That basically there's hope. That's it, everybody. Thank you.
Can you go into the questions at the panel after the break, because you're right on time.
Sure, we're going to have the panel. So hold your unequivocal praise for the panel.
Okay, so for the folks at home, we'll be back in 15 minutes. And yes, we see that there is a question in the chat.
There's a question? What is it?
Oh, no, it's not a question. It's praise from Metropolitan Boris. Thank you, dear sister.
Boris.
Okay, sorry. about the big me in front of the camera. Thank you, dear Sister Vasa, all conference organizers and speakers. May the Lord reward you abundantly.
Is here.
Yes, I know. Okay, we'll be back in 15 minutes.
You know what?
So since I'm moderating this, I'm gonna assert my privilege and ask people some questions. But also, if you have a question that you haven't asked, feel free to raise your hand and I'll try to recognize you as we go along, because I want this to be as informal as possible.
Can you push the computer back because it's not getting everybody in the.
Like.
Keep going. I'll tell you to stop.
Stop. There we go.
And now turn it around just a little bit. No,
The other way.
it's the other way.
One plug.
Okay.
I have just
One
one quick,
announcement.
brief interruption.
Please.
One of our friends, Peter Yermihov, Dr. Peter Yermihov, is going to say something important for the local community.
It's important for me, and I hope it becomes important for you. Thank you. Very briefly, just so exciting to be in a room of nonconformists. Being a classical musician, that's mostly what I confront. Don't experience. In the fall of this year, the Society of St. Romanos the Melodist, it's an organization I founded for promotion of Eastern Orthodox culture in America. We're doing a seminar. The topic is creativity in the church. Archbishop Daniel will be speaking, Dr. Alexander Lingus from Portland, and also Father Simeon Johnson, and the composer, Dr. Kurt Sander. So I invite you to keep your eyes open to that, and I hope to see you there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you, everybody, for sticking with us to the very end. I'm going to try to ask a series of questions that I hope will be a little bit that will provoke further discussion. So Father Cyril, you describe nonconformism in church life as extremely persistent, in spite of multiple efforts of various hierarchies, civil and religious, to sort of restore hierarchy. Why do you think it persists?
Well, probably because it comes from Jesus himself. And Jesus is a model of non-conformism. And that's one thing. And the second thing is that, well, there are always people who disagree, regardless of what they disagree with, And so this is human. And I think there are some psychological mechanisms behind, non-conformism. People just, want things to be better than they are. And this is also a sort of a driving force behind a non-conformism, at least for many non-conformists. So people may have different reasons why they subscribe to non-conformism. Some learn about it from Jesus, others from Anthony the Great, others from other fathers of the church or mothers of the church. We should be included when we speak about the patristic sources, of course. And some people just want things to be better.
Speaking of wanting things to be better, Father Andre, I was going to ask you, what is the most useful thing that Orthodox laity, since we are the church, we're mostly laity, can be doing to assist the various people you described as struggling?
Well, I think that one of the tasks that we've been trying to pursue with this fund is bringing these people out of category of being invisible, because any kind of totalitarian dictatorship pretends that the support is total, and anyone who is choosing a non-conformist position is presented to be an sort of isolated individual, what in Russian they call it shepenins. This is
Oh,
the word
yes.
that's sort of coming back.
I love that
everywhere.
word, yeah, yeah.
And it's coming, the same happens in the church. So many of these people, of course, this is the way that, they're made to feel on the one hand, but on the other hand, if you're in a place like Moscow, you will find people who will share your views. But if you're like in the Russian province, you will feel rejected not only by the church community, but also by the local community. So I think that what we can offer to them, first of all, is to make them known that we see them, that we hear them, and that they exist. I think this is already, this is something to begin with. I mean, of course, there are all kinds of questions which have to do with economical status, with their canonical status, which is even if they come out of Russia, it does not automatically mean that they are able to celebrate, because often they end up in countries where they don't need a visa, whether it's Armenia or Georgia or Serbia, Montenegro, which does not provide them an easy solution as far as their canonical status is concerned. But all this is secondary. I think the first message is that we see them and we hear them, and that this is the most.
And is the main approach then is publication on social media? I mean, if they are people who can be identified, you can do all sorts of things to raise their profile.
You can, but I think it's very individual, and it also depends on them. What do they want? I mean, when you want to help someone, the first question is, what do you want? Because if this person, if he wants to leave Russia, if he wants to keep his service as a priest, that's one thing. If he is not ready for one reason or another, people have elderly parents, all kinds of reasons. If they want to stay, that's another question. So I would not want to find myself in a position when I decide for other people what help do they need. I think there's the cases are very individual, and we have to. There are not so many. We can all personally see, what does he need and what does his family needs, and then try to respond to this.
Thank you. Let's see. There she is at the very end. Hi. Hi. You, I think, have had experiences in Russia with religion that are very different from your experience with observing Pussy Riot and the various awful things that have happened to that group. But are there other things happening right now in the living church that maybe you can talk about?
Yes, actually, just quickly on Pussy Riot, someone was asking me yesterday, what's happened to them since they did their.
Well, that's a good question too, yes.
Punk prayer, and I was explaining that Masha Aliokhina had to leave in very urgent circumstances, disguised as a food delivery driver, because she was told that she was probably going to be arrested again. But I forgot to say that Nadia, who is now in the States, did make a very important, I think, and impassioned statement when the authorities refused to hand over Alexei Navalny's body to his mother. She said, what kind of Christianity are you talking about? That you won't give a grieving mother her own son's body to give a Christian burial to? How could that possibly be defended? And lots of people were saying the same thing. She was kind of partly using the fact that she had this notoriety to push the point. But I have, when I started looking at the church after Pussy Riot, I wanted to kind of try and understand the role that orthodoxy plays in most ordinary people's lives in Russia. And I did find some very inspiring examples of clergy that are trying to do things to help some of the most vulnerable people in society, people that have trouble with drugs, illnesses.
Small one on the upper right, and there's a full one behind this arrow. To the right, to the right, to the right.
People on Zoom, please mute their mics.
And they're silent here on speakers.
There's one example that sticks in my mind of a woman who runs a charity on Vasilevsky Island in St. Petersburg. Juliana and Nikitina. She runs a sort of last stop shop, if you like, for young teenage boys that have got into trouble with the law. And she takes them in, and the idea is that they would have been sent by the courts to juvenile detention centres. But she sort of applies to take them under her care. She has a team of psychologists, artists, educators, and they work with these young guys very, very intensively. And she's faced a lot of opposition from people in Russia that say that they should be locked up and the key thrown away. And she says, well, that's all very well, but you know, at some point they're going to come out of prison. And what kind of person do you want to come out of prison? So she puts the whole sort of importance of rehabilitation argument, but she does it with a kind of humor and grace that I was very impressed by. And there's quite a lot of stick, but there's also some carrot. When I was there, I was watching the boys learning parkour. A Russian Orthodox sort of stuntman came to give them lessons. And she also takes them in the summer on these long road trips in the Russian north to visit different monasteries. And they were saying, oh God, do we have to go to more monasteries? You know, we're seeing monks. And she said, well, look, to be honest, guys, apart from the monks, nobody's that pleased to see you. She says that nobody sort of makes them become Orthodox. It doesn't get sort of rammed down their throats. But they start sort of doing jobs at the monasteries outdoors. I mean, it's well known that, you know, people that suffer from addiction problems, like a lot of these young men do, physical work in the open air is a very good thing. And you know, sometimes they start sort of getting interested in the services and they come into church, and that sometimes they get excited by the singing in the choir. I'm not trying to say that she turns every one of them into a saint, but I think that, you know, in terms of providing hope, she was a really strong example, and she was a very unsentimental, no-nonsense character, which is why I particularly respected her. And I wish that there were more people like this, you know, that were more public. And I'm sure there are lots of people that are doing good in a quiet way, but they can't be too much orthodox standing up because they're worried their heads are going to be chopped off.
Well, there's charity.
Yeah,
There's medical charity,
yes,
medical charities, but you know, a lot of those people have had to leave Russia because of their you know, political stance. But there are still a lot of people. I mean, the ones that are still running these charities, a lot of them are Orthodox, and they're, you know, openly Orthodox. Yeah.
No, I mean, there's a whole raft of different charities under the Moscow Patriarchate. I'm aware of that.
No, not under the Patriarchate. I mean, just
normal
normal people, not under
normal
the
people. Yeah. I mean, I think that I just wanted to kind of say that I have seen some really positive things inside the church.
No, and obviously that is why people keep coming back to church, and that is why church religion continues to be a force in people's lives, because it can be a force for good.
But I just want to say that I am slightly concerned that some charities are possibly, and I haven't got a lot of proof on this, complicit in this abduction of, you know, 20,000 Ukrainian children as they live in Russia, and some of them, their relatives aren't really going to be able to find them because they've had their names changed and things like that, which is very concerning.
Right. I didn't realize until I read recently, I think in your book, that when you adopt a child in Russia, you not only can change the name, but you can change the birth date. And then it's very, and then and the place of birth. And then how do you trace that child? I mean, when all of us call a medical provider, the first thing they ask is your birth date, because that tends to be somewhat unique.
Identifier,
Identifier. So it's, and I do know of a number of charities actually that have shut down that were funded partially by contributions from Western Europe, and those contributions are not
coming in anymore. Just a second, sorry.
And the Yale project that was
Oh, yes.
very important for tracing a lot of these
Yeah.
kids have just had all its funding cut. I mean, I'm hoping that some private sponsorship will plug the gap because they're doing a really, really.
This was
important
funded by the State Department, right?
Yes.
We're back to American politics now. Let's not go there.
job. Well, it's part of our.
It's part of our problem, yes. Mother Yefrosinia, I was very struck by your talk because I thought I knew a lot about Lesnia, but there's a lot I didn't know. And I was one of the people who signed a ROCOR letter protesting about the fact that there were no women, even abbesses, at that council. But after I've heard what you have to say, I'm even more outraged. I wish we had done something more, maybe picketed them or something. In fact, I would be very tempted next time there's a church council to go ahead and picket them. What I'm wondering is, what are you hearing from other people who are coming to your convent for prayers, for inspiration, for care? What are you hearing?
Everything. I mean, we get everyone from everywhere. I mentioned that, we have our mission in our parishes, and we actually do have all extremes from some actually pro-Putin people who I said I personally don't understand how they can put it all together, to Ukrainian parishes that, of course, they're praying for Ukraine. And, we thought hard about it. There were voices that said that, we could not give communion to any pro-Putin people, that this was an actual anti-Christian position. And and we decided not to make it an issue, that this was something that was going to be settled on an individual basis. But I mean, we hear everything from.
But being as part of a Serbian church, which has some pro-Russian.
A lot of pro-Russian. When the war started.
Is that a challenge?
Yes, it is. Fortunately, our bishop respects our freedom and respects our position. He doesn't always entirely share it. And when everything just started, I was really emotional. I called up and I said, of course, we're going to put something out. And he said, I can't do that. I'll lose half my flock immediately if I say something against Putin, against Russia. It's such an issue in Serbia. So, but he's never stopped us.
So you can put something out.
Yeah, but not him.
But not him. No, I understand that.
It's a difficult position.
It's a challenge.
And our Ukrainian priest did go to visit him for wells because he's bothered by it, to what extent he can stay with such a bishop, and they did not see eye to eye on everything, though it was all very polite, and I remember after the priest left, the bishop turned to me and he said, what do you think? How is this going to go over? And he said, did he understand my point? I said, well, yeah, maybe he understood it. But, when he gets back and tells his people, they're just going to say that you're repeating Russian propaganda. And, you can say that. He can take it. It wasn't.
Yeah.
So
what will happen? I mean, will he stay with this bishop?
I don't know. He hasn't decided. I really don't know.
So you may end up, and what about your convent?
For now, I don't see another alternative.
Yeah.
For him.
Yeah.
I cited Patriarch Tikhon's cause that the church abroad was based on, and our priest, perhaps he's oversimplifying, but his point was, this cause was issued because things in the Russian church were not normal. Patriarch Tikhon was trying to find a way out for the church to continue to survive, to be administered in these totally abnormal circumstances. Are things normal in the Russian church right now? No. Therefore, this stands, and we can use it to somehow attempt to organize our church life. Yes, it's temporary, but Roker was temporary for 80 odd years, and you hope for the best.
Right, and temporary things can last for 200 years. Wasn't there 200 years of a gap between the time the Russian church wanted autocephaly and it was granted?
Yeah.
So 200 years is possible. Professor Kenworthy, I wanted to ask you to talk a little bit more about the impact of the Archbishop of Canterbury, and then you had a question for everybody.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Archbishop Randall Davidson, he made a statement already in 1922 when there was arrest of clergy and some of the show trials and things like this protested. But then when it looked like Patriarch Tikhon was about to get put on trial, and it was pretty clear how that was going to end based upon everything that was being discussed in the Soviet papers. As I said, he issued this very powerful statement in conjunction together with other religious leaders in Britain, including Jewish ones, as well as various other Protestants and so on. I can, sort of trace the dates of how this follows out that, before that statement, already the Soviet foreign minister, Chechen, was kind of saying to the Politburo, I think we're going to get a lot of negative press if we do this. And they dismissed him. They said, we're going ahead with it. But then after Archbishop Davidson's statement, the next time this came up, they said, let's pause this. And then another week or two went by, or a couple of weeks, and then actually even more powerful was the foreign minister, Lord Curzon's ultimatum. It's known as the Curzon ultimatum, which had not just to do with Patriarch Tikhon, had to do with a whole series of issues that the Soviets were doing that were annoying the British. But it was kind of like, if you keep crossing these lines, we're going to break the Soviet foreign, the trade relations.
The trade relationship, yeah.
And after that, then the Politburo says, okay, we're obviously not going to put him on trial.
So do you think it was the trade or the Archbishop?
Well, it was both. I think it was a kind of a cumulative. So the first one definitely was like enough to put on the brakes and say, let's not rush into this. But then the threat of breaking the trade relations, it was like, okay, definitely we can't go there. So, I think they both played a crucial role.
Okay. So, and what was the question you wanted to ask?
So I'm looking for feedback from all of you, about what I have presented of Patriarch Tikhon's position and his words, and all of you too, which is, his argument that the church should be sort of above politics. What he means by this is sort of partisan politics, I think, right? Not that so many of his statements weren't political in a broad sense, but I think he was trying to make the case, and I think he already held this position even before 1917, that in a polarized political environment, like, I wonder if we are familiar with that, the church, it shouldn't necessarily be the church, as in the church leadership's role, to take positions in partisan politics. It doesn't mean individual believers don't say what they're going to say and argue what they're going to argue and take the positions they want to take. He's not forbidding that, but that the church's role is to unify, whereas partisan politics by its very nature divides. A, but B, whenever the church sides with a particular political position, it ends up getting co-opted by that particular position and therefore loses its independence in some ways. And so the position he's trying to argue, which was incredibly difficult, but was that, you know, I'm not here to condemn the Soviet government per se or call for its overthrow. But I do have the authority, and Lucy mentioned yesterday the Chelavanya, right? The intercession on behalf of those who are being persecuted. He explicitly invoked that right as a patriarch, that I do have the right as the sort of voice of conscience to point out when the government is violating human rights or this kind of thing, right? So yeah, just that. I mean, I remember having a conversation with Inga many years ago. I don't know if you remember it, but you know, this sort of idea that the church is neutral politically has often been used as, well, then we're just passive when we don't do anything, which is another way of actually saying, well, we just accept what the government is going to do, right? And I don't think that's what patriarchy is trying to do, but it's a very tricky issue, and so I want, yeah, please.
So I mean, I alluded to this in my paper as well. I would say that with his life and his martyrdom, I think that the Patriarch Tikhon actually demonstrated that standing for Christ and witnessing for Christ and witnessing against the abuse of other humans and witnessing against the terrible lies that various political forces, in his case, the communists propagate, is the role of the church. So I think in his case, actions really did speak enough. This is an issue that I personally wrestle with a lot. This is a shameless plug, but in Bright Week, the Wheel and Orthodoxy in Dialogue, Orthodox Christians in Dialogue with the Jews, which is a working group of OTSO, the Orthodox Theological Society in America. We're sponsoring a 2-day symposium on the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the camp. And the symposium is on the Holocaust. And one of the panels is going to discuss the fact that Orthodoxy, unlike the confessional church in Germany, did not have, an institutional kind of action, and also that Orthodoxy has no theology after the Holocaust, the way that Western church does it. But I think where I'm going with that is what I'm really wrestling with is if the church comes out, and I write about that myself, the synod comes out and condemns Trump administration. Yeah, you can make an argument like Patriarch Tikhon. This is getting partisan. But for the church for the synods to come out and condemn the abuse of the vulnerable, for the church to come out and speak for the downtrodden, for the church to not come out and speak in favor of the abuse of the vulnerable, which it has absolutely no compunction doing. The Orthodox synods have signed on to absolutely every encyclical against same-sex marriage and LGBT and whatever same gender. So it's very hypocritical to say that they never speak on political issues. Of course, they speak on political issues. I think that is really just not standing in witness and not speaking truth to power.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say that churches often speak on politics, and then in the next sentence they say we want to be neutral. Like the example of the OCA on can also be given on the Right to Life March.
Yes,
they participated in a Right to Life March. If you participated in a Right to Life March, why can't you say the Russian invasion of Ukraine is genocide? I
would sharpen that. I'm sorry, and say if you participate in the March to Life, which is a terrible thing, and by the way, before Metropolitan Jonah, OCA never did. He was the one who, Metropolitan Herm, for all their faults, the earlier regimes were distant from some of these political issues. If you participate in the March to Life, but do not speak on behalf of several women who died because of the overthrow of Roe versus Wade, bled to death in the hospital parking lots because the doctors were afraid to save their lives and be sued or, arrested, imprisoned for performing, the operations that fall medically under the umbrella of abortion. You're not speaking for life. If you're not speaking for immigrants who are being extrajudicially, deported, and some of them are, as we now know, are innocent people who are probably dying in the El Salvador prison. You're not speaking for life. If you're,
Well,
Seriously.
so we as the laity then have to pressure
hold them to account.
bishops to hold them to account as best as we can. I mean, that's
Yeah.
what you're doing. Sister Vasa was gonna ask you a question, but you need your cup of coffee.
Well, I was wondering if anybody else on the panel had a response.
Yes,
If I may-
please, good,
Yeah.
please, good.
Just want to say, if your book, your points, were to be delivered, propelled to the Russian milieu presently,
Yeah,
it would be embarrassing for
yeah,
most. Because imagine, Tikhon who praises, who appreciates the Republican period, the short-lived Republican period in Russian history from February through October 1917, which is like anathema for most Russians nowadays. They
Yes.
believe that was the worst, part of the Russian history.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Oh, yeah.
Tikhon- oh,
That
yeah,
was the last hope.
No, that was the
How
beginning
did I
of the
not know?
end.
right,
Yeah, it was the beginning of the end.
And Tikhon seemed to be appreciating of this period more than probably anything else. Then if you see him supporting somehow the democratic style of rule in tune with Velimirovich, by the way, it was like a tendency, like a trend.
Yeah.
If you see him saying, I don't mind if we switch to the new calendar.
Yeah.
If you see him really abstaining in the sense, it's a bit problematic for me. I mean, to
Yeah.
put it like abstaining from the political processes, at least not endorsing any political trend. It's really an embarrassment for the Russian media nowadays. So he's really a figure which can be so scandalous,
Yeah.
in the for the Russian church nowadays and for the Russian society. So do promote your book there.
Well, somebody wants to translate it, but unfortunately Oxford won't let me sign a contract with the Russian publisher because of the sanctions.
Oh, wow.
Anyway.
And you've been asked to speak at the seminary, right?
Well, St. Tikhon has
Yes.
invited, they're having a special centenary conference in November. I've been invited to speak virtually.
Yes, please do
Obviously
speak.
not going there.
Yes. Now, so Sister Vasa, I know there may be more answers to that question on church and politics, but I was gonna ask you a different question anyway.
Okay,
Well,
well,
we had
tell
some
me, give me
conversation.
your question.
Okay, I was gonna ask you, because this is something you and I have discussed before. Why do you think ROCOR, the church that we share, is so stuck? Is it nostalgia? Is it that they are so into the monarchist dream still? I mean, why have they not moved forward at all? It seems to me, as I look back on their history, that they never planned for a post-communist Russia, how it will be, what will Russia and church life be after communism is over? They just sort of thought there would be a czar and a national religion again. Like they never did that kind of thinking. Like, for example, the Poles in
when they were occupied by the Soviet Union, were actually planning for how will we live with Ukraine next door after we're all free, and they agreed not to fight over Lvov, which was a very brave decision by Polish intellectuals. There doesn't seem to have been any kind of like that within ROCOR. It was just looking backwards. Why do you think?
Right. As usual, it's a complicated question because you're not dealing with a monolithic kind of body in the Synod of Bishops. There are those bishops that have been Orthodox fewer years than I've been a nun. So we have a bishop,
right?
Hmm?
Including Luke, right? Your favorite one.
No. He's been, I don't know how long he's been Orthodox, but definitely longer.
Oh, Bishop
than
Luke?
me. Yeah, Bishop Luke.
Of course, he's
He's not a
Orthodox from the
convert.
very beginning. He's not
He's
a convert.
Orthodox, yeah.
No.
I mean, he doesn't speak Russian
He's
as a
from
native
Pennsylvania.
tongue.
He's from, yeah,
But
he's from way before us, from
Yeah.
the 19th century immigrants.
Yeah, so he's not, but we do have several bishops whom, one of whom I've met. I was summoned to speak with him because of issues connected to the war against Ukraine. And he was only baptized Orthodox at age 16, and he's younger than me. It's not, and I think that is not I know he's not someone who grew up in the ROCOR. He's someone who didn't know anything like about my family. He also read the O Heavenly King at the beginning of our meeting when it was 4 days before Pentecost, which was not our tradition. No, I mean, it's not a sin, it's just not traditional, but I mean, he did write a book about the Typicon nonetheless.
I've done that.
It's non-conformism, maybe it doesn't matter, I don't know. No, I mean, I don't mean to be trite about it or sarcastic. I want to say that it's difficult to talk about our tradition in the ROCOR when you have, in our hierarchy, people, not all the people were there when we were growing up in ROCOR.
Okay.
Not all the hierarchs were there. That's one thing. But if you look at the historical arc of the ROCOR, I definitely think, and I can't say it, I'm sorry, I'm jet lagged, but I can't describe the whole process right now in detail. But I talk in that video. If anybody's interested, look up that video on YouTube. It's called Neo-Sergianism in the ROCOR ? It's a long video, but if you care about the topic, watch it. I talk about that. I think initially there is a trauma of those emigre bishops that initially were on the boat, called Alexander Mihailovich, that came from Crimea to Istanbul, where they had their first synod meeting. It was still called the Высшее Церковное Управление. I looked at those protocols. No, it was called Высшее Церковное Управление. I looked at these protocols at length. This was handwritten in old orthography in large paper by Maharab, who was the secretary of the synod, the very first protocols. Anyway, this was Высшее Церковное Управление на юге России. And they weren't yet called the ROCOR and so forth. These bishops, including Metropolitan Anthony Chrapovitsky, we know, we didn't ever process their history as partly a traumatic history. And I realized something about trauma when I heard a brilliant paper by a scholar named Adam DeVille at a certain conference where he discussed the effects of trauma on entire diasporas and the way that was church formative for them. So where do you get radicalization in the diaspora of, say, the anti-ecumenism, that everybody's our enemy around us? You have it in other religious communities where you have radical Islam sometimes happening more, not in the home countries, but in the diaspora. So Metropolitan Anthony and his, monarchism and his idealization, not only in his case, but sometimes how this was handed on to us we were raised in an idea about Holy Russia that was, everything was good about Russia before the revolution, and then everything just went downhill because the Żydomasonski Zaga, but I'm sorry, but this is what it was. It was the Jews and the Freemasons that, you know, took over Holy Russia. It wasn't the responsibility of either the church. I mean, why were people coming out in scores and wanting to massacre priests? Where
Why
was
was
the
there a
anger?
lack of bread in St. Petersburg or Petrograd at that time? Yeah, exactly.
So I think that there was we really had a distorted vision of what happened. There was no responsibility taken on the part of also, there were things wrong. I mean, there were like prophetic voices. Jan Kronstatsky was saying that there are things that are terribly wrong with Russian Orthodoxy, right? I don't know. There were various voices that were like, you know, and there was the inheritance of the Sirjantsili, and there was I mean, no church is perfect.
Metropolitan Eulogy. No, it's flipped, right?
So we didn't have a critical, I don't think that by and large, the Orthodox Church has the capacity, much capacity for self-criticism. I think there is this triumph of Orthodoxy and triumphalism. The Catholics fell away from us. Why? Wasn't there, was there any responsibility on our part? And I think that this is a problem, and that we left unchecked the stuff that maybe we had to look at to see, you know, like, maybe we didn't have to just be preserving Holy Russia, like maybe we should have been doing a little bit better about taking a look around, like maybe the idea of the autocephaly and the you know, the Schmearmans and the, you know, the idea of let's take a look around now that we're outside Russia. And anyway, I want to say that I understood certain things about the trauma when I was observing the people fresh off the boat now, the new, like when I had like my Ukrainian friends that ended up in Vienna, and I spent like half a year with them very intimately, like I was babysitting the kid. I was, you know, like we spent Pascha together, I was cooking with them, and the trauma in their eyes, their indecision about things, their idealization of everything's like better, you know, like the schools are better, where our restaurants are better, Austrian sense of humor is worse, they're strange, they're like, there's a reaction to, you didn't want to lose everything you loved, you know, you're here not because you wanted to be. And I noticed things that I'm third generation outside Russia, but we carried like a distrust, like Americans, they're this, they're that, you know, we have a superior culture, we have.
Not all of us did, but okay.
Yeah, I'm saying, I'm just like, I'm exaggerating it, but
Yeah,
there was, you know, my parents were not happy if we were friends with like American children. We were always in the Russian ghetto.
Yeah, no, my parents were like that too, but but I kicked back, but yes. Oh, yes, we have a.
Well, that was really illuminating for me, Sister Vasa, the trauma and survivalist kind of framework. My parents grew up in that too, and I was raised with that as well. But what is truly astounding to me is the pervasiveness of that through generations.
Yes.
Because we're looking now at two, 3 generations removed from that, and we still, like in my sphere, the musical sphere, you know, we're still performing Chesnakov and Kostarsky and Botnyansky and, you know, Arhangelsky, and it's like, my Lord, we have composers who are alive.
Exactly.
What is going on? You know, how is it that this continues through time?
Apparently, it is handed over trauma in that paper. I mean, I really don't know a lot about it, but that was a very illuminating paper where he showed Adam Deville again. I think he got a degree in psychology after he was a liturgy. Sorry, I mean, all right, I'll finish this. So he does say that it passes on to the third generation. And he was talking about like how the Holocaust was formative for certain Jewish religious communities, you know, like it's a big topic, and how our churches in the diaspora, even to this day, the reaction to what seemed to be a resurrected Orthodoxy in Russia after, you know, in the 90s, the question was, I didn't answer it, why are we so why do we have this tendency to believe that Holy Russia is resurrected? Why are we drinking the Kool-Aid so easily? Because we want to believe this is everything we dreamed about, and it's not trauma kicking in.
Self-fulfilling.
Yeah.
Just, what I wanted to say is we do have a responsibility to understand that trauma, but we really have a responsibility to address the people who are leaving now, who are traumatized. And so I wanted to ask either of the fathers, either Father Andre or Father Cyril, to talk about that. What do we who have been here for 3 generations, what should we be doing to help people who are leaving now?
I think that they have experience also in the convent with dealing with.
I'll try to reply. I think that in the contemporary situation, one can look for certain parallels with what happened after the revolution. That would be true, but there is something which is different and makes the situation actually more difficult.
Okay.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would suggest that after the revolution, those people who remained in Russia and those people who left, in all the ongoing trauma in the church, they could find understanding, compassion, and support. This is not the case today. So you have people coming to the church, you have people making confessions and sharing their grief with the priest, and there is like a wall.
In Russia or
Both. Well, just as an example, I know a family, she's a Russian actress. She lives in Berlin, and her child was born, and they decided to baptize him in Armenia because those who live in Russia could come to Armenia without a visa.
Yeah.
And so they went to a Russian priest to arrange the baptism with him, and he was saying like, well, where did you live? Where did you come from? They said, from Germany, Berlin. And he was like, why did you come to this sort of country? And it's just so bad. And there is just only one country where you should live, where you can live, and you decided to emigrate. So this was his response to their trauma. And this is something that's happening. Ну, зачем вы уехали? Есть одна страна, где можно жить, и вы оттуда уехали. То есть Россия. Although he was in Armenia. No, he was in Armenia. Yeah, that's true.
No, I
But he wasn't there for a better life.
I know the church. I know I know exactly where they went. In Yerevan, there's a Russian Orthodox church, and they were greeted
We have
there.
an alternative Russian priest in Yerevan who celebrates the non-conformist priest in the Georgian parish.
Oh, wow.
And then he did the baptism. Because they just, for them it was just such a trauma to get this sort of response.
Is it really important for the priests who are outside of Russia now to be pressuring the OCA to find a path for them? I mean, is this something that everyone?
Harassing the OCA. I think that globally, what is happening now is not just really the case of the Russian Orthodox as such, but it's really the failure of the Orthodox community in the world per se for failing to respond to what is happening. So, what I would want to see as an pan-Orthodox, well, I wouldn't want to use a council, but a pan-Orthodox meeting to discuss this theological agenda behind the present war, the Russian world, the Holy War, this idea that, once sins are being forgiven, including those who come out of prisons and who are, pedophiles and all these people that, in order to have your sins forgiven, you only have to be killed in the war. And this all these doctrines, because they're presented as church doctrines.
Yes.
And what is the response of the Orthodox world? There is, it's only fragmental.
Well, there's a big declaration.
Well, I mean, Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, where do you hear any responses outside of the ecumenical patriarchy, for example?
Yeah, well, I think maybe because we're stuck in some kind of an imperial vision of the church where there is a big council and we're stuck. Like if that doesn't happen, then the church hasn't spoken. No, maybe we're moving into a different era of there being more of a kind of web framework and not a centralized, have your little local council speak here. Like here you have a cluster of parishes that are like-minded. And here you have them, do a together, make a proclamation. I don't know, because what are we we're constantly waiting for the council, it's like waiting for Godot.
Yes, but can we provide a roadmap for the default priest, for example? I mean, this we kind do.
There are practical considerations, and I did.
And it's not just money.
In my paper, and it's not just money. There are priests, I know them personally, some of them personally, Father Andre probably knows more, who have no canonical home for various important reasons. And, it is a real issue. The fact that the OCA, I have a friend in the diocese of, several dioceses. I have a friend in the west of the United States who are a priest with canonical release, who, because of where he is geographically, is not able to serve. The reason he's not able to serve is because he's been an outspoken, an inconvenient person in Moscow Patriarchate, way before he left before the war. He left before 2014. He's just, a bit of a dissident. He has papers, but nobody, and that is a big city which has several jurisdictions, nobody would allow him to serve. The Greeks would, but he doesn't know any Greek. I mean, there's a different issue, and the Greeks would, allow anything, but anyone basically. But he has no home, and so this is a real problem. The fact, so I mean, I would not, as much as I am for, I am the grassroots in a way myself, and I'm all for it. And, I'm one of the first 5 signatories of the Declaration Against the Russian World, which was signed by a couple of bishops, and which is a serious theological document, even though it's been criticized a lot. We can't pretend that the bishops don't exist and the issues.
I'm not saying that we pretend that they don't exist. What I'm saying is that we tend to do nothing or think that nothing is being done because we do keep waiting, not only with this issue, with all sorts of issues. They can't be decided because there's never going to be this council. It can only be decided by that pie in the sky, that is the Pan-Orthodox Council. It's not going to happen in our lifetime. But it doesn't truly happen that way. A lot of things do happen on the parish level. They really do.
I think we just have to keep. And there's some wonderful things that happen on the parish level and terrible things.
And however many or few people show up, if we're encouraged to do a little, I just think that doing a little, Slava Bogu, it's keep, doing a little bit.
Any more comments or questions? This is the time to ask questions that you didn't ask before, please.
Mine is probably not even on topic, but I'm just wondering if there are any claims of any religious miracles that have happened either in Ukraine or in Russia that have been talked about, how icons appear or this happened, or, in their stories of during wars. Has Ukraine or Russia claimed any Orthodox miracles?
Russia does all the time.
Russia does all the time.
All the time, everything.
Actually, Putin said, addressing the soldiers, he said that they are chudotvorцы, miracle workers. So not only they're subject to miracles, but they're making miracles.
Okay, I'll give you a funny one. I mean, it's a bit of a joke. It's a bit of a joke, really. I mean, it is or not. It's a pretty awful joke, but I'll tell you that they have they've made a big deal, Russians have made a big deal of putting icons on some of their warships and planes. Mm-hmm. And it just so happens that in both cases, the warship was shot down and drowned, and so was the plane. And so, of course, the joke goes that it was a miracle. It just didn't work as you intended. But I mean, personally, I find all that extraordinarily distasteful, but yeah, this talk goes on.
Both sides have they? I mean, I have.
No, Ukrainian. I mean, there are people in Ukraine who are saying seriously. I mean, we joke about it, right? But there are people who say seriously that ship, that warship, it's the one that went to island, to the
Snake
island,
Island.
Snake Island.
Yeah.
That
Oh, don't tell us where it went, we know.
that the flagman ship that drowned because the icon was on the ship and the Mother of God supports Ukraine. People say that in earnest. I think it's.
There's a Donbass one, unfortunately.
Yeah. But
Several cases.
there's tons of it.
Well, if I may say, I just the story of my brother. He went to the front line and fought there for 2 years. Many of his comrades were killed. Like up to 70% of the personnel in his unit were either killed or wounded.
Oh, God.
That's the reality. And he came back and he said it was a miracle. He had just a concussion. And he considered it as a miracle. And it is a miracle.
Yeah, no, I get it.
That's one of the episodes. It's my personal story.
Yeah.
I have a question for Ches Kirill specifically. You already answered that in one of your previous interviews, but time is different slightly now with new administration, new demands, new pressures on the Ukrainian government and such. You know, they constantly playing the card of the Ukrainian church, canonical church being persecuted. And even more now than several months ago when you answered that question in your previous interviews. Are they really trying to do something about this? I'm talking about the Ukrainian, of course, government, the Zelensky and such the company, so that this is not being played against Ukraine now in this crucial time.
Yeah.
Are they really trying to help the situation or not?
They're certainly aware about the risks and consequences. They calculate the benefits and the risks of what they're doing. Well, my personal stand is that it's long time to continue applying these sort of policies. Of course, I think the issue has been put on pause. That's my guess. With the new with the change in DC, and it's certainly not on the agenda. But what I guess, and this is more like speculation, that it is on the table of negotiations. I mean, this issue, so it's being discussed, and yes, the problem was there were many problems regarding this new legislation, new law, in terms of religious freedom and so forth. But it has been created as actually as one of the tokens on the table, so to say, or the card, and this card is being played.
So you mean, just to clarify, so abolishing this legislation is one of the items for negotiations?
Yes, I doubt that it will be abolished. I mean, the law will be cancelled because there will be it needs to be a new decision by the parliament.
Yeah.
But then the question is whether it will be enacted and enforced, and I doubt that it will be enacted and enforced. First, given that it's really complicated to enforce this law, for a very simple reason that the entire court system will be jammed, with thousands of cases. Yeah. So they will probably be unable physically to to implement this law. And second, because the political context is completely different now. So it's not in favor of the law.
But is it also because the parishes, because of the legal system of how the parishes are actually established?
Yeah, that's exactly
symbolic and
it has to do with exactly
enforceable?
with the mythology around this law. Well, the mythology states that the law is about banning the Ukrainian church by the Ukrainian government. All three statements are wrong, misleading. Because it's not about banning the church. It's about it's about kind of depriving communities of some privileges that they have. According to the Ukrainian general law, it's impossible to ban any community. Community doesn't need any state registration to exist. They will continue to exist. It's impossible to ban, I mean, legally speaking, any community in Ukraine. That's first thing. Second one is that it's not about banning the church. It's about depriving some communities, particular communities, and there are thousands of such communities, of those privileges. And third, it's not the state, it's the court system, which is in charge of that. So the state can only provide expertise and provide a sort of enforcement after a decision by the court is taken, and each case needs to be decided in the court, and it may go up to the European Court for Human Rights.
Oh,
I
gosh,
mean,
so
it's
that- so
endless.
it's years, yeah. You know, this reminds me of an example of churches being, claiming to be neutral. There are ROCOR parishes that have been writing to their congressman about this law. And then when you say to the priest, why aren't you talking about the war in Ukraine? He goes, oh, I have to be neutral. They don't,
Yeah.
I think the trouble is you can't really deal with this problem of Russian influence, whether in Ukraine or elsewhere, because of the scripture passage that says that this generation cannot be cast out but by prayer and fasting. Once they sink their teeth in.
Just too bad that there's void in the information field, because the propaganda
That's
here
true, that's
among the Orthodox
Yeah.
is incredibly strong.
Yeah, and very successful. We understand this problem, I mean, in Ukraine, and we try to address, I mean, there is a common effort by both by the state officials and by, public sector to explain and to, especially given that sometimes the state doesn't want to help, to dissipate those rumors and that propaganda. I could mention only one episode that happened in DC in the beginning of February. It was the International Summit for Religious Freedom. It's an annual forum, big forum, dedicated to religious freedom, attended by Vance. And there was a session on the Ukraine war exactly. And there was Robert Amsterdam, the famous lobbyist. And he gave like a very, charismatic speech as he does. There were officials from the state actually sitting in the room, like the deputy head of the presidential office, who's in charge of all the religious affairs, Yelensky. But Yelensky is even, there is a senior official, above him. So she was also there. And they were absolutely aware. They were present, in front of Amsterdam. They responded, and there was a kind of a dialogue, and it was like in this DC setting with a lot of officials from the new administration, from the Congress, from the Senate, and so forth. So the process is going on. I mean, all the problems that you've indicated, they do exist. But the thing is exactly how to deal with this propaganda. How you can. You have Tucker Carlson, right, with his show, and millions of those who watch his interview with Amsterdam. And then you have Voice of America, where we publish pieces explaining what is going. And who reads? I mean, Voice of America. Well, now probably it's not reading because it's slowed down.
It's not only that, but there are also this really deep-seated prejudices, and the sad thing about it is that they're deep-seated among people who should know better and who should know how to read. This famous saying, "You can't stop challenging my established opinion with facts." I know people, we both know them, but I'm not going to name them, who are Russian progressive intellectuals who are very much on the side of this position that the nationalist, the dumb, stupid, nationalistic, corrupt Ukrainian government is persecuting the OCU, and they have their story. They're not Tucker Carlson or Amsterdam. They're completely different category of people, but this is just their opinion. And I try to debate with them with the help of people who really clarify the information, and it's a wall. I mean, you their position is you tell them. I mean, I'm an architect, okay? I'm an empirical person. You give the data, here's the data, here are the facts. But one of the things that Putin and Trump both introduced into society is the concept of alternative facts and alternative truth. Yeah. And so they're just saying, they're looking at all this data, but I mean, into wide society. Yeah. They're looking at the data, and what they're saying is, and they're saying that, well, yeah, I understand how it is on paper, but in reality, it's like, what are you talking about?
You've taken the red pill.
Yeah.
Saying, well, you always supported Ukrainian autocephaly. I said, okay, that's not the point. The point is, let's look at the facts, at reality. You know, I don't think that, I don't know.
When Amsterdam said that autocephaly was given under Biden or Obama,
Yeah.
while it was given under Trump.
Under Trump, yes.
And, you know, he didn't even blink, you know.
Yes.
I just want to say that I compare the situation with American football. You know, the
Yes.
two teams really exterminate one another. They really clash and, you know, beat one another over a ball. And the ball was thrown to the field by us. We made this mistake. I mean, the Ukrainians, we threw this ball to the field, and now we don't control it anymore. So the two teams just, you know, kill each other over this ball. That's how it happened. Now, it's the internal kind of logics of the debates within the US between the Democrats and the Republicans, not this, you know, whoever else, over this issue that they twist, they kind of tweak it, they change whatever they want, they play their own kind of rules of the game, and we can't control it, unfortunately, anymore.
Well, you should try to make more media presence. Like, did you hear that
Really?
CNN?
We try.
Did you hear? You know who gave an interview on CNN the other day? Dugin.
Dugan.
Okay.
Dugan.
Okay.
Yes.
If Dugin is on CNN, why aren't you on CNN?
Yeah, they don't like. Even though I had a chance in the beginning, I had a chance to speak on CNN and you know other channels, but.
Lucy, you have to,
Oh,
for your
that's-
connections.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Sorry,
I've seen a clip of Simon Rostovsky's film, which is in the process of being made at the moment. He's a very brilliant American filmmaker with Russian roots. And he's talking about the fact that who is killing the clergy in Ukraine, like 67 clergy from Baptist, Orthodox, Ukrainian Orthodox Church linked formerly to the Moscow Patriarchate. Those people are being killed. You know, that it's not Ukrainians that are killing them, it's the Russian troops. And it's not Ukrainians that are kind of dragging them into basements and torturing them, is it? And like, this doesn't seem to get through to America, and I don't quite understand why. But I mean, I know from personal experience that these lobbyists are very powerful and they have got a lot of money to throw around, and they understand very much the sort of rhetoric of the shock jock. You know, the fact that you have Marjorie Taylor Greene on Steve Bannon's War Room show saying, you know, that the Ukrainian government is killing Christians. I mean, it's absolutely grotesque. I think that.
Well, Amsterdam says that Ukraine extinguishes religion. Against religion, like in all those times.
Should really not, we as collectively should not underestimate Russian soft power, and the reason that I was giving this that I'm you know putting this case of the OCA on the table, it is because they're very much part of you know enabling the soft power. But I mean, we got to look very, very far back and at the unholy marriage between the extreme right-wing evangelical forces here and resurrected Russian Orthodox Church in the 1990s. We have you know we have a mutual friend of the Russian journalist Ksenia Luchenko, who did a paper that I helped with just with American data on the connection between Tsargrad TV, which is a you know, and the Spas radio channel, which are the official, you know, the Russian Orthodox Church, Moscow Patriarchate, and the oligarchs who are financing the war in Ukraine, Malachi, for instance, they're behind them. The connection between them and Fox News, the people who went from Fox News to Russia to work on those in those channels. She did an excellent. She's an investigative journalist. She's very brave. She did an article about it. She was threatened. She was threatened by various people, but she was threatened personally by Vladimir Legoida, who cornered her in some, you know, meeting and basically told her that she's sticking her nose into, you know, a situation that's far above her and she really shouldn't be doing that. That was years ago. I mean, like 20 years ago at least. Maybe, no, not 20, but maybe 15 years ago. So this is not like, when Lucy, when you say, I don't know why this information doesn't get here, it's because the other information the information war has not started in 2014.
No, I am aware of that. I am very aware
And
of
it's
that.
it's very well played.
I'm expressing my frustration sometimes that, journalists like me and Ksenia Luchenko don't always get the message across too.
Well, I'll give you an example. The movie that I don't know if anybody here has not seen it, you should go and find where it's playing and see it. It's called Porcelain War, Porcelanowa Wojna. It's a phenomenal documentary about the artists who still actually work in Kharkov under the fire and fight in the war. It's incredibly moving film. It's been touring the United States. You can find it in every major city. It's all over the place. The filmmakers traveled with it. I've been promoting this film, and do you know what kind of response I get from my fellow Orthodox? One of the artists is training snipers. That's one of the things he does. He talks in the film about how much he hates guns. He's an artist. He hates guns, but he's learned to shoot and he's training snipers because it's his country is being destroyed. I have heard so many times that how can I, an Orthodox Christian, promote this movie? There is a man who is, training snipers. I'm a terrible sinner, and. This again is like the propaganda. It's like what Sister Vasa says about, monastics needing to be quiet. This thing is so deep. This crap is so deep.
Well, I don't want us to be finishing up this wonderful day and a half on such a negative note.
Okay, shutting up.
No, say something positive. Good.
At the risk of striking a slightly apocalyptic note, but I will invoke us.
Not negative, just.
Yeah, not negative, just apocalyptic. Apocalypse, we're on board for apocalypse, I think. That's Revelation.
For a bit of apocalypse right now.
Right? Solovyev's little essay where he has this little piece about the Antichrist. I'm seeing some nods, maybe. Yeah. So if you haven't read it, do read it. So there's one there. The Antichrist has to deal with the church somehow. So he invites representatives of all the churches to come. He's going to have a big council, and they come and the Catholic. I forget what the Catholics are promised, maybe a new St. Peter's or something, and the Orthodox are promised a great museum for all of their icons, and the Protestants are offered a big library so they can do exegesis like Kingdom Come. And they're all happy, and everybody signs up, except for a few, and it's a very small remnant, and they don't. And I just wonder if that's like non-conformity is what the church is in its essence. So if you want to find out, by the way, how that story ends, take the time to read it.
I can add.
Yeah, it's in three. It's two conversations, but it's actually rather short. It's the last of the three.
When in 1924, I think, they were pressuring Patriarch Tikhon. The Soviets were pressuring Patriarch Tikhon to accept back this Vladimir Krasnitsky, who was like the most vile and hated member of the Living Church. He was an annotationist. And, he was like, well, if the guy repents, I'll accept him back. And in exchange, if he accepted him back, they would release some of the key bishops and stuff from prison. So Kirill Smirnov, who was Archbishop Kirill was one of his, right-hand men. And so Kirill Smirnov comes to Moscow, and the patriarch explains to him what's happening and why he's sort of making these compromises, because Kirill is not very happy with this compromise. And so Patriarch Tikhon explains this is the way I can get people not to be arrested, to be released from prison, then released from exile. And Kirill Smirnov evidently says to Patriarch Tikhon, Oh, don't worry about us, Vladika. All we're good for now.
Yes,
is prison.
yeah, it's a famous story.
Yeah.
I'll take Lena's challenge to finish on a positive note, and it's gonna be an apocalyptic note. Actually, thank you, Michael, for providing the word. I mean, okay. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead. We do say Maranatha, right? Our Lord. I'll tell you an anecdote. I mean, we're very passionate as you can see about what we do, about our witness, but I think that's what we do, right? We just like witness. In the year 2012, right before the rapture, remember 2012? We were all, when half the world was expecting the rapture because, the Aztecs ran out of space Maya ran out of the space on the calendar, and so it ended on that day.
I didn't hear about it.
That's why I didn't have one.
That's why I didn't have it.
Yeah. So my a close friend of mine, a very venerable Orthodox priest, called me and like 2 days before, and he asked jokingly, "Are you ready for the rapture?" And I said, I just happened to have been to confession last week. The world is a bloody mess. Maranatha. I said, 3 things can happen: 2 good ones and 1 bad one. He said, "Tell me." And I said, okay, the first wonderful thing is that the world is going to end and this is going to be kingdom come, right? And I do believe in the infinite mercy of God. So, Maranatha. The second good thing, not quite as good, but okay, is all of those evangelicals who are waiting for the rapture are going to be taken up, and life is going to become just slightly, less contentious, slightly less contentious. He said, "What's the bad thing?" And I said, "Nothing will happen except it's my mom's birthday."
Thank you, everybody. So thank you.
Just 2 short pieces. I personally knew Metropolitan Philaret, one of the first hierarchs of the Russian Church abroad, well, about Surgeonism. I was his talk. When he talked about Surgeonism, he always spoke of it as he considered it a sin of the lack of faith. He didn't talk about compromise or all that. For him, it was a lack of faith. He would always say that, Christ promised us that the gates of hell shall not prevail against the church. And that's it. And that's what we have to believe. And even if the entire structure of the church, is destroyed, Christ has somehow provided for this. The church will survive. And I think that is an important point to remember, that we do have that promise.
Yeah.
It is something positive, that also everyone forgets the scripture passage that the truth will set you free. We talked a lot about freedom. The gospel promises that it's the truth that sets you free. If we confess that truth, we will find that freedom.
Thank you, Montushka. I think that's a great note to end on. I just would like to say some final thank yous. Aside, maybe we'll sing Dostojna Jest or whatever it's in English if
it is meet and right.
I want to thank Masha and Sergei Furmanove, who were here with boots on the ground. We all parachuted in here. Also covered the expenses of a lot of this. I once again also want to thank, was it Huffington Ecumenical Institute or you personally? I don't know. He has secret powers, this man. So Father Kirill, we're also thanking all the speakers, and there were people who paid their own way, who were our moderators, like Juliana and Valerie is already gone. Others had their accommodations and way paid, but donated their time, and everybody, thank you so much for and thank you very, very much. Faith and hope are our final words.
Thank you,
So,
Sister.
shall I sing
We're not gonna be praying for ourselves, right?
Don't pray me.
Okay. Thank you all online. We're signing off.